only takes one bad click to end up somewhere you never intended to go. And once you're there, getting back out isn't always as simple as closing a browser window. I was working part-time security at an office complex in Nottingham, doing the weekend shifts that nobody else wanted. 12-hour days walking around empty buildings, checking doors that were always locked, watching CCTV screens that never showed anything more interesting than the occasional fox crossing the car park. The pay was decent enough for what it was, but the boredom was crushing. Most of the time, I'd bring books or magazines to help pass the hours, but eventually, you run out of things to read. That's when I started spending more time online, using the free Wi-Fi in the reception area to browse whatever caught my attention. News sites, social media, the usual time-wasting activities that everyone does when they're trying to make 8 hours feel like less than 8 hours. The progression to darker content was gradual. Started with true crime forums, then moved to places where people shared footage of accidents and incidents that mainstream media wouldn't show. Nothing particularly extreme initially, just the sort of material that gets removed from regular platforms for being too graphic or disturbing. But each forum led to recommendations for others, and the content kept getting more intense. Places where people discussed banned documentaries, leaked police footage, material that existed in the grey areas between legal and illegal, the sort of communities that felt like digital speakeasies, hidden from casual browsers but accessible if you knew where to look. One forum I found was dedicated to documenting what they called authentic extreme content. The participants claimed to verify whether violent videos were genuine or staged, approaching it like academic research rather than entertainment. They had detailed discussions about production techniques, geographic indicators, and technical analysis that seemed more professional than you'd expect from random internet users. That's where I first encountered serious discussions about red rooms. For those who don't know, red rooms are supposedly live streams hidden on the dark web where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most people dismiss them as internet mythology, too technically complex and legally risky for anyone to actually operate. But the forum participants had evidence that suggested otherwise. Screenshots of streaming interfaces, recordings of what appeared to be live violence, documentation of hidden services that hosted such content. The material was disturbing enough that I initially assumed it was elaborate fiction created by people with too much time and too much imagination. What made me reconsider was the level of technical detail in their discussions. These weren't teenagers making up stories about urban legends. They spoke about hosting infrastructure, audience management, and content distribution with the sort of expertise that suggested real familiarity rather than speculation. One participant, who went by the username Witness X, claimed to have documented multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He offered to share evidence with people who could demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove you weren't just fishing for sensational material. After several weeks of conversation, Witness X finally shared some of his archive. The files were disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been sophisticated fiction or genuine documentation of real events. Without seeing the streams themselves, there was no way to make a definitive judgment. Witness X explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services changed locations frequently, operated on irregular schedules, and required personal recommendations to access. Not the sort of thing you could stumble across accidentally. But if I was serious about understanding whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate hoaxes, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be about passing time during boring security shifts, not getting involved in potentially illegal activities. But curiosity got the better of me, especially since Witness X assured me that observation didn't require any participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software to download, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with genuine research interests. When I finally connected to the stream during one of my weekend shifts, the interface was surprisingly ordinary. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a basement or converted garage, with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed a concrete-walled space with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal table, and strapped to that table was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion and fear. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, though English appeared to be the primary language for communication. People were making suggestions, placing bets on various outcomes, treating the situation like interactive entertainment. I watched for about 40 minutes while continuing my security rounds, checking the stream whenever I returned to the reception desk. The man on the table would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available. The chat maintained running commentary, with participants displaying varying levels of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Around midnight, someone entered the frame. They were dressed casually. Jeans, dark hoodie, regular trainers. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. The figure moved around the space methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera equipment, checking various pieces of apparatus that weren't fully visible in the main video feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching the stream. About 15 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me stop mid-patrol and stare at the screen more carefully. In the background of the video, partially visible through what appeared to be a doorway, was a section of distinctive brick wall. Not the concrete walls of the main room, but older-looking brickwork with a particular pattern and color that seemed familiar. I recognized that brickwork because I'd been looking at it every weekend for the past 6 months. It was identical to the external walls of the office complex where I worked security. A building that had been constructed in the 1960s with a specific type of brick that wasn't common in modern construction, which meant this stream was being broadcast from somewhere very close to where I was sitting. I left the reception desk and did a more thorough patrol of the building than usual, paying particular attention to areas I normally just walked past quickly. The office complex consisted of 3 connected buildings around a central courtyard, with various storage areas, maintenance rooms, and basement spaces that I rarely had reason to visit. In the basement of the oldest building, I found a door that was usually locked but was now slightly ajar. Beyond it was a staircase leading to a sub-basement level that I'd never explored, assuming it was just additional storage or building services. The staircase led to a corridor with several rooms branching off it. Most were filled with old office furniture and equipment, but one door was closed and had light visible around the edges. I should have called the police immediately, should have gone back upstairs and reported what I'd discovered to the authorities. Instead, I found myself approaching the door to confirm what I already suspected I'd find. Through a gap in the door frame, I could see the same concrete-walled room I'd been watching on the stream. The same harsh lighting, the same metal table, the same figure in the hoodie making final preparations for whatever they were planning to do, and the same man strapped to the table, who I now realized was in the basement of the building where I was supposed to be providing security. The live stream I'd been watching was happening directly below me, being broadcast to hundreds of viewers who had no idea they were watching events unfold in a Nottingham office complex. I backed away from the door and made it halfway up the stairs before I heard footsteps in the corridor behind me. Someone had heard me moving around and was coming to investigate. I reached the main basement level and tried to make it look like I was conducting a routine security check, but I could hear the person from the sub-basement following me up the stairs. When I turned around, it was the figure from the stream, still wearing the same hoodie, but now I could see their face clearly. Someone who looked completely ordinary. Could have been anyone you might pass on the street without giving them a second glance. They asked what I was doing in the basement, and I explained that I was the security guard conducting routine patrols. They seemed to accept this explanation, mentioning that they were doing some maintenance work downstairs and apologizing if they'd left any doors unlocked. The conversation was perfectly polite and normal, except for the context of what I knew they'd been preparing to do in that concrete room. They walked back towards the sub-basement, and I continued my patrol as if nothing had happened. But I could hear them moving around downstairs, and I knew that whatever had been planned for the live stream was either being postponed or relocated. I finished my shift and left the building at the normal time, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd discovered. Someone was using the office complex to create Red Room content, broadcasting real violence to paying audiences, and I was the only person who knew about it. The logical action was to contact the police with what I'd witnessed, but explaining how I discovered it would require admitting to accessing illegal content online, and I wasn't sure they'd believe such a bizarre story anyway. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people running the operation realized I knew about their activities. They'd seen me in the building, knew I worked there regularly, could easily find out my personal details from the security company records. Over the next few days, I researched whether there had been any missing person reports that might correspond to the man I'd seen in the stream. But without knowing when he'd been taken or where from, it was impossible to identify any specific cases. I also started paying more attention to the other people who had access to the office complex. Maintenance staff, cleaning crews, building management personnel, anyone who might have keys to areas that weren't normally accessible to security guards. The building management company had records of various contractors who'd worked in the basement areas over the past year. Electrical upgrades, plumbing repairs, installation of additional cabling for internet infrastructure. Any of these projects could have provided cover for someone to set up equipment in the sub-basement without attracting attention. One contractor particularly caught my interest, a small company that had done extensive electrical work throughout the basement levels, installing new power circuits and data connections, the sort of infrastructure improvements that would be necessary for running high-bandwidth streaming equipment. I looked up the company online and found that it was registered to an address that didn't seem to exist. The phone number went to voicemail. The website looked professional, but contained no useful contact information, and there were no customer reviews or business listings that suggested genuine trading activity, which meant either the company was a front for illegal activities, or someone had used fake credentials to gain access to the building for legitimate work that had nothing to do with the Red Rooms. The next weekend, I did a more thorough exploration of the sub-basement during my shift. The concrete room was empty now, but there was clear evidence of recent use. Power cables, camera mounting points, network connections that hadn't been there during the building's original construction. Someone had spent considerable time and money converting that space into a professional streaming facility, and they'd done it without the building owners apparently knowing anything about it. I found other evidence too. A schedule pinned to the wall showing dates and times over the next several weeks. Equipment lists that suggested multiple cameras and professional lighting. Contact details for what appeared to be other locations, possibly part of a larger operation. And most disturbing of all, a folder containing photographs and personal information about various individuals. Names, addresses, daily routines, the sort of detailed surveillance data that would be used for targeting potential victims. I photographed everything I could find and then left the area undisturbed. If this was an ongoing operation rather than a one-off event, there would be more activity in the coming weeks that I could document and report to the authorities. But as I was leaving the sub-basement, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Among the photographs in the folder was one of me. Not a recent photo, but one that had clearly been taken during one of my security patrols over the past few months. The image showed me checking doors in the main building, completely unaware that I was being observed and documented, which meant the people operating the Red Room knew exactly who I was, where I worked, and probably where I lived. I left the building immediately and spent the rest of the weekend trying to decide what to do. Going to the police would provide some protection, but it would also confirm to the operators that I'd discovered their activities and was willing to report them. Not going to the police meant allowing the operation to continue, potentially putting other people at risk, but might keep me safer if they believed I hadn't seen anything significant. In the end, I called in sick on Monday and sent an anonymous tip to the police about suspicious activity in the office complex basement. I provided enough details to justify a thorough search, without revealing how I'd obtained the information. The next day, local news reported that police had discovered what they described as sophisticated criminal operation in a Nottingham office building. 3 people were arrested and various equipment was seized, but no details were provided about what exactly had been found. I never went back to that security job. Told the company I'd found other employment and needed to finish immediately. They weren't particularly bothered. Part-time security guards are easy to replace. But I still think about that concrete room and the casual way the person in the hoodie had spoken to me after I'd interrupted their preparations. How ordinary they'd seemed, despite what they were planning to do. And I think about that photograph of me in the folder, and whether there might be other security guards or maintenance workers in other buildings who've stumbled across similar operations without realizing what they'd found. I've never been comfortable on camera, which is probably why it took me so long to realize that something was seriously wrong with the interview I thought I was having. The job opportunity came through the University Careers Service at Bristol, a remote internship with a marketing company that specialized in digital content creation. This arrangement is perfect for someone studying media studies who needed work experience but couldn't afford to take unpaid placements in expensive cities like London. the application process was straightforward enough. I submitted my CV and portfolio through their website, received an automated acknowledgement, and was contacted within a few days to arrange a video interview. Nothing unusual there. Most companies were conducting remote interviews even before the pandemic made them standard practice. The interview was scheduled for a Thursday afternoon, and I'd prepared thoroughly. I'd researched the company, practiced answers to common interview questions, and set up my laptop in my bedroom with decent lighting and a professional-looking background. When the interview time arrived, I received a link to join a video call on a platform I hadn't used before. It wasn't Zoom or Teams, but an alternative that had a similar appearance and sufficient functionality. The interviewer introduced herself as Emma from the Human Resources Department and seemed professional and knowledgeable about the role. The questions were exactly what I'd expected for a marketing internship: experience with social media, understanding of content creation, availability for the proposed work schedule. Emma seemed impressed with my answers and explained that the company was expanding rapidly and needed creative people who could work independently on digital projects. But as the interview progressed, I started noticing small details that seemed odd. Emma's video quality was unusually poor for a professional interview, with lighting and camera angles that made it difficult to see her clearly. She also seemed to be reading questions from a script rather than conducting a natural conversation. More concerning was that she began asking increasingly personal questions that didn't seem relevant to a marketing internship. I have provided details about my living situation, daily schedule, and social relationships that are not suitable for a formal job interview. When I mentioned these concerns, Emma explained that the company's remote work culture required thorough understanding of candidates' circumstances to ensure they could handle the independence and flexibility that the role required. She also mentioned that the interview was being recorded for review by other team members who couldn't attend the live session, which explained why she needed comprehensive answers to all questions rather than just basic responses. The recording explanation seemed reasonable, but I was starting to feel uncomfortable about the level of personal information I was sharing with someone whose identity I couldn't properly verify due to the poor video quality. Emma concluded the interview by explaining that the selection process included additional assessments and background checks that would take several days to complete. She said I'd be contacted soon with next steps if I was selected to continue in the process. After the interview ended, I tried to research the marketing company more thoroughly and found that while they had a professional-looking website and seemed to be a legitimate business, there was minimal information about their actual operations or staff members. I also couldn't find any record of Emma working for the company, despite her claims about being part of their human resources team. The company's staff listings and contact information didn't include anyone matching her name or role description. When I tried to verify the video calling platform they'd used for the interview, I discovered it wasn't a standard business communication tool, but rather a specialized service that provided enhanced privacy and anonymity features. The platform was designed for people who needed to conduct video communications without revealing their actual identities or locations, with technical features that made it nearly impossible to verify who you were actually speaking with during calls. I realized that I'd probably been interviewed by someone who wasn't affiliated with the marketing company at all, but was using their name and a fake identity to gather personal information from job applicants who had no reason to question the legitimacy of the interview process. But understanding that I'd been deceived didn't immediately clarify what the fake interviewer's actual purpose might have been, or how the personal information I'd shared could be used against me. Over the next few days, I started receiving follow-up communications, supposedly from the marketing company, but but the messages contained requests for additional information that seemed excessive, even for thorough background checking procedures. They wanted copies of identification documents, detailed financial information, and even access to my social media accounts for what they claimed was standard vetting of candidates who would be representing their brand through content creation work. The requests were presented professionally and included explanations about industry standards and regulatory requirements that made them seem legitimate to someone who wasn't familiar with normal hiring procedures. But when I tried to verify these requirements with the University Careers Service, they confirmed that legitimate employers wouldn't request such comprehensive personal information during initial stages of the application process. I was being systematically assessed and profiled by people who were using fake job opportunities to gather detailed intelligence about students who were seeking employment and might be vulnerable to various forms of exploitation. The interview process was designed to extract maximum personal information while providing minimal verifiable details about the supposed employer or the actual purposes for which the collected data would be used. When I tried to research whether other students had experienced similar fake interviews, I found scattered reports of job opportunities that seemed legitimate initially, but evolved into requests for inappropriate personal information or involvement in questionable activities. Most students had assumed these were just poorly managed legitimate companies, rather than systematic deception designed to identify and assess potential targets for criminal recruitment or exploitation. The fake marketing company was probably part of a larger operation that used employment opportunities to build comprehensive profiles of students who could be manipulated into participating in various illegal activities. People seeking legitimate work experience were being systematically evaluated for their vulnerability to coercion, their access to valuable information or resources, and their suitability for different types of criminal involvement. But the most disturbing aspect was realizing that the fake interview had probably been conducted by people who specialized in identifying and exploiting vulnerable young people through carefully constructed deception and manipulation. The professional presentation and use of legitimate business terminology had made it nearly impossible to recognize the interview as criminal recruitment rather than genuine employment opportunity. Meanwhile, the operation was probably continuing to target students across multiple universities using similar fake job opportunities to gather intelligence about potential victims while maintaining the appearance of legitimate business recruitment. The careers services that were supposed to protect students from employment fraud were probably unwittingly facilitating criminal targeting by promoting opportunities that seemed genuine but were actually systematic assessment tools for people planning exploitation and recruitment. I never responded to the follow-up requests for additional information, but I remain concerned about how the personal details I'd already shared might be used and whether the fake interview had made me a target for ongoing criminal attention. The video call, which I had believed would lead to legitimate employment, instead gave criminals detailed information about my circumstances, vulnerabilities, and potential value for various types of illegal activities. But reporting the fake interview would require explaining how I discovered the deception, and the evidence was entirely digital communication that could easily be deleted or denied by people who specialized in maintaining anonymity and avoiding accountability. The marketing company website remained active for several more weeks before disappearing entirely. Likely after the criminals who operated it had finished their recruitment cycle and shifted their focus to targeting new groups of students with various fake opportunities. When I eventually found legitimate internship opportunities through more established channels, I was constantly suspicious of every aspect of the application and interview processes. knowing that criminal operations could easily mimic professional business practices to an extent that made detection nearly impossible for people who lacked specific experience with employment fraud. The fake interview had permanently changed my relationship with job searching and professional networking, making me aware that any opportunity could potentially be a sophisticated attempt to gather personal information for criminal purposes, while maintaining complete legitimacy until the deception was too advanced to escape safely. I keep wondering if I should have reported what I found at the pharmacy, but then I remember how normal everything looked on the surface, and I start doubting myself all over again. I work as a dispensary assistant at a small independent pharmacy in Stoke-on-Trent. Nothing glamorous, just checking prescriptions and helping customers find what they need. Been there about 2 years now, since I needed something steady after my last job at the call center fell through. Most days are routine, processing NHS prescriptions, answering questions about over-the-counter medicines, the usual mix of elderly regulars and parents with poorly children. But last month I started noticing discrepancies in our stock levels that didn't match up with what we'd dispensed according to our computer system. Nothing dramatic, just small quantities of various medications that seemed to be missing without any record of where they'd gone. At first, I assumed it was just accounting errors, or maybe items that had been damaged and written off without proper documentation. Pharmacies handle hundreds of different products, and with multiple staff members processing orders throughout the week, occasional inventory mistakes are inevitable. But when I started paying closer attention to which specific medications were going missing, I noticed they were all items that could be dangerous if used incorrectly or by people who hadn't been prescribed them. Sedatives, painkillers, even some antipsychotic medications that required careful monitoring by qualified medical professionals. The missing quantities were always small, just a few tablets or capsules from larger containers. But the pattern was consistent enough that it couldn't be explained by normal dispensing errors or accidental damage. Someone was systematically taking small amounts of various controlled medications, probably hoping that the theft would go undetected among normal inventory fluctuations. I tried to research what these specific medications could be used for when combined or administered to people who hadn't been prescribed them, and what I discovered made me deeply uncomfortable. Most could be used to incapacitate people without their knowledge, while others were designed to cause specific behavioral or cognitive changes that would make victims more compliant or less able to resist suggestion. The medication theft wasn't random pilfering by staff members with personal addiction problems. Someone was systematically collecting materials that could be used to drug unsuspecting victims for purposes that ranged from robbery to much more serious crimes. But understanding what was probably happening didn't immediately help me identify who was responsible or provide clear evidence that would be useful for reporting the theft to management or police. The missing medications could have been taken by any staff member with access to the dispensary, and proving systematic theft would require surveillance or investigation that was beyond my authority as a dispensary assistant. When I tried to research whether similar medication theft was happening at other pharmacies, I found myself following links to websites that specialized in providing information about using pharmaceutical drugs for criminal purposes. The platforms contain detailed guides for administering various medications to unwilling victims, with specific information about dosages, timing, and combinations that would produce desired effects while minimizing the risk of detection. But these weren't theoretical academic discussions about pharmacology. They were practical instruction manuals for people who planned to use stolen medications to incapacitate victims for robbery, sexual assault, or other serious crimes. The casual way these techniques were discussed suggested that systematic medication theft from pharmacies was routine practice for people who needed access to controlled substances for criminal activities. The missing medications from our pharmacy were probably being used to facilitate ongoing crimes against innocent victims who would never understand why they'd experienced unexplained drowsiness, memory problems, or behavioral changes in situations where they should have felt safe. But the most disturbing discovery was that the theft wasn't being conducted by individual criminals acting alone, but was apparently part of organized operations that systematically targeted multiple pharmacies to gather materials needed for various types of criminal activity. The platforms I'd found contained detailed information about which pharmacies were easiest to steal from, which staff members were most likely to notice inventory discrepancies, and even specific techniques for gaining employment at pharmacies to facilitate ongoing theft of controlled medications. I realized that our pharmacy had probably been targeted specifically because our inventory tracking systems were less sophisticated than larger chain operations, making systematic theft more likely to go undetected. But proving this would require access to information and investigation capabilities that weren't available to someone in my position, and reporting my suspicions without concrete evidence might just alert the thieves to modify their methods rather than stopping the criminal activity. Meanwhile, the medication theft was probably continuing, with controlled substances being systematically removed from our stock and used to facilitate crimes against victims throughout the local area. The pharmacy, meant to provide safe and regulated access to essential medications, instead became an unwitting supplier for criminal operations that use these same drugs to harm innocent people. When I tried to discuss my concerns with senior staff members, they seemed more worried about the potential impact on our pharmacy's reputation than about the implications of systematic medication theft for public safety. The suggestion that our workplace might be facilitating criminal activity was treated as a problem with my attitude rather than a serious security issue that required investigation and preventive measures. But I remained convinced that the missing medications were being used for harmful purposes, and that our inadequate inventory controls were enabling ongoing criminal activity that affected people throughout the community. Every time I processed prescriptions for the same types of medications that were being systematically stolen, I wondered whether legitimate patients were being denied access to essential treatments because their medications were being diverted to criminal use. The theft of medication, which initially appeared to be minor inventory discrepancies, revealed systematic criminal operations that exploited pharmacy employment and insider access to commit serious crimes against unsuspecting victims. But proving the connection between missing medications and criminal activity would require investigation capabilities that were beyond what I could undertake safely, especially since the people responsible had demonstrated sophisticated methods for avoiding detection while maintaining legitimate employment. The controlled substances that were designed to provide safe, effective treatment for people with legitimate medical needs were being systematically diverted to facilitate criminal activities that caused serious harm to innocent victims who never suspected that their drinks, food, or environment had been compromised. When I eventually left that job and moved to a different pharmacy, I made sure to pay careful attention to inventory procedures and security measures, hoping to work somewhere with better controls that would make systematic medication theft more difficult to conduct undetected. My flatmate's package got delivered to our address by mistake, and when I looked up the return label online, I found myself somewhere I definitely shouldn't have been. The box was sitting by our front door when I got back from lectures, addressed to someone called Marcus Webb at our flat number, but with a completely different street name. Obviously, a delivery error. Happens all the time in student areas where drivers are dealing with confusing addresses and residents who change every year. I brought it inside thinking I'd drop it round to the correct address later, but curiosity got the better of me, and I had a closer look at the sender details. The return address was just a P.O. box number, no company name or individual sender listed. The package itself was surprisingly heavy for its size, maybe the weight of a thick textbook, but in a box that looked like it should contain something much lighter. Since I didn't recognize the name and the correct street was about 10 minutes walk away, I decided to do a quick online search to see if I could find any contact information. Maybe save myself a trip if I could just phone the intended recipient and arrange for them to collect it. That's where things got odd. A basic Google search turned up nothing useful, too common a name to get specific results. But the P.O. Box return address led me down a different path entirely. When I searched for that specific box number, most results were dead ends or generic postal service information. But buried several pages deep was a reference that caught my attention. A discussion thread about package delivery services that mentioned the same P.O. box in connection with something called discrete shipping arrangements. The thread was on a site I'd never heard of, and the discussion was vague enough that I almost dismissed it. But there were enough specific details about shipping methods and package tracking to make me think this might be connected to whatever was in the box sitting on my kitchen table. Following links from that discussion led me to other sites, each slightly more obscure than the last. Most required specific addresses to access, and I found myself navigating through increasingly hidden corners of the internet just to understand what sort of business might be using that P.O. box. Eventually, I ended up on a site that required me to confirm I was over 18 and agreed to terms about viewing potentially disturbing content. At that point, I should have backed out, but I was genuinely curious about what I'd stumbled across and what connection it might have to the misdelivered package. The site turned out to be a marketplace for items that couldn't be sold through normal channels. Not necessarily illegal goods, but things that mainstream e-commerce platforms wouldn't handle due to policy restrictions or liability concerns. Most listings were for collectibles, vintage items, or specialty products that were difficult to find elsewhere. But mixed in with apparently legitimate unusual items were listings that made me deeply uncomfortable. Some sellers were offering what they described as personal effects from deceased individuals, not normal estate sale items, but things like clothing, jewelry, and documents that seemed too intimate and recent to be legitimate estate clearances. Others were selling what appeared to be surveillance equipment disguised as everyday objects, or items that could be used for stalking and monitoring people without their knowledge. Most disturbing were listings for what were called verification services, sellers offering to provide detailed personal information about specific individuals, including photographs, addresses, daily routines, and other data that could only have been obtained through systematic surveillance. I realized I'd found a marketplace that specialized in facilitating stalking, harassment, and potentially much worse crimes against innocent people. But I still had no idea what connection this had to the package sitting on my kitchen table, or whether the intended recipient was a buyer, seller, or victim in whatever transactions were taking place through this hidden marketplace. When I searched for the name within the marketplace, I found that users could create accounts and transaction histories, though most details were protected by the site's privacy systems. But there were enough public references to suggest that someone using that identity had been active on the platform recently. Without being able to access specific account information, I couldn't tell whether this person was purchasing items through the marketplace or somehow connected to the surveillance and personal information trading that seemed to be the site's primary business. but the fact that packages from this operation were being delivered to addresses in my area suggested that either the recipient lived nearby and was involved in these activities, or someone was using local addresses to receive materials connected to stalking and harassment operations. The weight and size of the package made more sense now. It could contain surveillance equipment, personal documents, or other materials that would be valuable for someone planning to monitor or harm specific individuals. I was holding evidence of serious criminal activity delivered to my address by mistake, with no clear way to report it without revealing that I'd been browsing illegal marketplaces and potentially compromising ongoing investigations. But leaving the package undelivered seemed equally problematic. If the intended recipient was expecting delivery of materials they planned to use for stalking or harassing someone, failing to receive them might prompt investigation into what had happened to their order. That investigation could lead back to my address and make me a target for someone who clearly had experience with surveillance and intimidation tactics. I decided to research the specific street address where the package was supposed to be delivered, hoping to understand more about the intended recipient and whether delivering it would be putting someone in danger. The address turned out to be a block of flats similar to student accommodation, with high turnover and minimal security. Exactly the sort of place where someone could receive packages without attracting attention from neighbors or building management. But when I checked electoral records and other public databases, there was no record of anyone by that name living at the address currently or in recent years. Either they were using a false identity or having packages delivered to an address where they didn't officially reside to avoid creating traceable connections to their activities. The package delivery was part of a system designed to maintain anonymity for people involved in illegal surveillance and harassment operations. I was caught between potentially facilitating serious crimes by delivering the package and potentially becoming a target myself by interfering with criminal operations that relied on reliable delivery systems. Meanwhile, someone was probably expecting delivery of materials they planned to use for stalking or harming innocent people, and the longer they remained undelivered, the more likely they were to investigate what had gone wrong with their order. That investigation would eventually lead them to my address and make me a person of interest for people who specialized in surveillance and intimidation. I considered contacting police about the package, but explaining how I discovered the connection to illegal marketplaces would require admitting that I'd been browsing hidden websites and potentially accessing illegal content. Without concrete evidence of specific crimes or identifiable victims, reporting the package might not result in any meaningful investigation, while potentially exposing me to retaliation from the criminal network I'd discovered. The marketplace was probably still operating, facilitating surveillance and harassment operations against victims who had no idea they were being systematically monitored and assessed as targets. The delivery error that had brought the package to my address had given me a glimpse into criminal operations that were almost certainly affecting people in my local area. But I had no safe way to report what I'd discovered or protect potential victims. I never delivered the package. Instead, I left it unopened in a storage cupboard, hoping the recipient would assume it had been lost in transit and arrange alternative delivery methods that wouldn't involve my address. But I remained concerned about the possibility that the failed delivery would prompt investigation into what had happened to the package and why it hadn't reached its intended destination. The criminal marketplace I discovered was probably continuing to operate, facilitating surveillance and harassment operations while maintaining the anonymity that allowed people to target victims without accountability. Weeks later, I came home to find that someone had broken into my flat while I was at university, but nothing had been stolen, and there was no obvious damage except for the storage cupboard, which had been forced open and thoroughly searched. I'm not sure I should be telling anyone about this, but I need to get it off my chest. What started as a simple part-time cleaning job turned into something that still keeps me awake at night. I've always been the sort of person who needs structure and routine to feel settled. Growing up in a chaotic household in Blackpool, where my mum worked 3 different jobs and we moved house every couple of years, I learned early that keeping things organized was one of the few ways I could maintain some sense of control over my environment. That attention to detail served me well when I started university in Lancaster. While my course mates seemed comfortable living in messy shared houses and surviving on takeaways, I thrived on having clean spaces and predictable schedules. It wasn't obsessive behavior, just a preference for orderliness that helped me focus on studying and managing the stress of being away from home. During my second year, I started looking for part-time work that would fit around my lectures and provide enough income to cover living expenses without interfering with my academic performance. Most jobs available to students involved unpredictable hours in retail or hospitality, but I found a cleaning service that offered flexible scheduling and decent pay for people who could work independently. Elite Property Services specialized in maintaining high-end residential and commercial properties for clients who required discretion and reliability. They advertised positions for detail-oriented individuals who could handle sensitive environments and maintain strict confidentiality about client circumstances and property contents. The application process was thorough, including background checks, character references, and practical assessments of cleaning skills and attention to detail. They explained that their clients included business executives, celebrities, and other prominent people who needed staff they could trust completely with access to their private spaces. The training was comprehensive, covering not just cleaning techniques, but also protocols for working in occupied properties, handling valuable items, and maintaining appropriate boundaries with clients and their families. They emphasized that successful employees were those who could work efficiently while remaining essentially invisible. My first assignments were straightforward: weekly maintenance cleaning for unoccupied properties that were being prepared for sale or rental. Large houses in expensive areas around Lancashire, usually empty of personal belongings, but requiring thorough cleaning to maintain their presentation for potential buyers or tenants. The work was exactly what I'd hoped for: good pay, flexible hours, and the satisfaction of transforming neglected spaces into pristine environments. The properties were beautiful, and I enjoyed the challenge of bringing them back to showroom condition through careful attention to every detail. But after a few weeks, I started receiving assignments for occupied properties, where the cleaning requirements were more complex and specific. These jobs involved maintaining homes where the residents had particular needs or circumstances that required specialized cleaning approaches. Some clients had health conditions that necessitated rigorous sanitization procedures. Others had valuable collections or sensitive materials that needed careful handling during cleaning. The instructions for these assignments were detailed and precise, often including specific protocols for different rooms, particular attention to certain areas, and strict schedules that had to be followed regardless of whether residents were present. What struck me as unusual was how much information Elite Property Services had about their clients' personal circumstances and daily routines. The cleaning schedules were coordinated with the residents' activities in ways that suggested comprehensive knowledge of their movements and habits. Instructions would specify that certain rooms could only be cleaned during particular time windows, when residents would definitely be absent, or that specific areas required attention immediately after certain activities had taken place. The level of detail suggested surveillance, rather than normal client consultation. I also noticed that some assignments involved cleaning tasks that seemed unrelated to normal property maintenance. Deep sanitization of specific surfaces, disposal of materials using special protocols, even documentation of items and furniture that had been moved or altered since previous visits. When I asked my supervisor about these unusual requirements, she explained that Elite Property Services catered to clients with unique circumstances who required specialized attention to maintain their privacy and security. Some clients had medical conditions that created particular cleaning challenges, while others needed protection from various threats that necessitated careful attention to potential security compromises. The explanations seemed reasonable for a service that specialized in high-end properties and demanding clients, but I began paying closer attention to the specific details of assignments and the circumstances of the properties I was maintaining. Some houses showed signs of recent disturbance or damage that weren't explained in the cleaning instructions. Rooms that had obviously been cleaned hastily by someone else before I arrived, with missed areas that suggested urgent rather than thorough attention. Furniture and belongings that appeared to have been searched or rearranged by people looking for specific items. Other properties contained items that seemed inconsistent with normal residential use. Professional-grade security equipment, medical supplies that would typically be found in clinical settings, even tools and materials that appeared designed for restraining or monitoring people. Most concerning were traces of substances that required the specialized cleaning protocols I'd been trained to follow. Stains and residues that needed particular chemical treatments. Disposal procedures that involved specific containers and documentation. Cleaning tasks that seemed designed to remove evidence rather than maintain cleanliness. I started to suspect that Elite Property Services was cleaning crime scenes rather than providing normal property maintenance. The detailed knowledge they had about client movements and the timing requirements for cleaning assignments suggested they were coordinating with people who needed evidence removed from properties where illegal activities had taken place. But the money was excellent, often more than I could earn working retail for twice the hours, and the work itself wasn't dangerous or obviously illegal. I was just cleaning houses according to detailed instructions, using skills and techniques that seemed professionally appropriate for maintaining high-end properties. I tried to research Elite Property Services more thoroughly, looking for information about their business registration, client base, and regulatory compliance for specialized cleaning services. What I found was that while the company was officially registered and had proper business documentation, there was minimal information about their actual operations or the types of services they provided. For a company that claimed to serve prominent clients across the Northwest, their public profile was remarkably discreet. More troubling was evidence that some of the properties I'd been cleaning had connections to ongoing police investigations. Houses that had been searched by law enforcement, properties belonging to people who had been arrested or were under investigation for various crimes. The cleaning assignments weren't routine maintenance. They were systematic evidence removal from locations where illegal activities had taken place or were being planned. When I tried to discuss my concerns with other employees, I found that Elite Property Services discouraged communication between cleaners and maintained strict compartmentalization of information about client assignments. Most employees only worked on single properties or specific types of assignments, preventing anyone from recognizing patterns or understanding the full scope of the company's operations. The few people I managed to speak with seemed either unaware of the unusual aspects of their work or reluctant to discuss concerns about the company's clients and procedures. I decided to document the details of assignments and the evidence of unusual activities I'd observed while cleaning various properties. This documentation revealed that Elite Property Services was systematically cleaning crime scenes and removing evidence from properties connected to serious illegal activities. The specialized protocols weren't for health or security reasons. They were for eliminating traces of violence, drug operations, and other criminal enterprises. The company had detailed knowledge of when crimes would be committed because they were part of the criminal organizations responsible for planning and executing illegal activities. The cleaning services were an integral part of operations that relied on systematic evidence removal to avoid law enforcement detection. But gathering evidence of the criminal operation put me at risk of being identified as someone who was investigating their activities rather than simply following cleaning instructions. The comprehensive background checks and surveillance capabilities they demonstrated suggested they monitored employees as carefully as they tracked their criminal clients. If they realized I was documenting their methods and connecting their cleaning assignments to criminal activities, they might decide I posed a security risk that needed to be managed through more direct intervention. Meanwhile, I was continuing to clean properties where serious crimes had been committed, potentially destroying evidence that could help law enforcement prosecute the people responsible for violence and other illegal activities. Every assignment meant further involvement in systematic obstruction of justice, making me an accessory to crimes I was only gradually beginning to understand. When I tried to reduce my availability and decline certain assignments, my supervisor expressed concern about my reduced commitment to the company and emphasized the importance of reliable service for their most sensitive clients. She offered premium payment rates for continuing to work on priority assignments and suggested that Elite Property Services valued employees who demonstrated complete dedication to client confidentiality and service quality. The pressure to continue working felt excessive for what should have been normal part-time employment. It seemed more like concern about losing control over someone who had access to evidence of systematic criminal activity. I realized that simply quitting Elite Property Services might not be sufficient to protect me from the consequences of what I'd learned about their operations. The detailed personal information they'd collected during employment screening would make it easy for them to monitor my activities and take action against me if they considered me a threat to their continued operations. But I also knew that reporting what I'd discovered would require admitting that I'd been systematically cleaning crime scenes and destroying evidence, potentially making me legally liable for obstruction of justice, even though I'd been unaware of the criminal nature of the work. The cleaning service I thought would provide simple part-time income had instead made me an unwitting accomplice to serious crimes against innocent victims. 2 days after I'd submitted my resignation, I came home to find my flat had been cleaned while I was at lectures, with the same specialized protocols I'd been trained to use at Elite Property Services. Have you ever been in the situation where you do something seemingly normal, something routine, and it completely changes your life? I'm curious, what would you do if you took your laptop in for a simple repair and end up discovering that the ordinary-looking guy in the computer shop is involved in things that would make your worst nightmares seem tame? That the person fixing your webcam issue has been using that same webcam to watch you for months? I work as a teaching assistant at a primary school in Coventry. There's nothing particularly exciting about my life. I help 7-year-olds with their reading, supervise playtime, and assist the main teachers with various administrative tasks. The pay isn't brilliant, but I enjoy working with children and the holidays are decent. Last autumn, my laptop started acting up. The webcam would activate randomly. the little green light flickering on for a few seconds before switching off again. Sometimes I'd catch it happening while I was using the computer. Other times I'd notice it had been on when I returned from making tea or using the bathroom. Initially, I assumed it was a software glitch. Ran virus scans, updated drivers, tried all the usual troubleshooting steps you find online. Nothing worked. If anything, the problem seemed to be getting worse. The camera would activate more frequently, sometimes staying on for several minutes at a time. Eventually, I decided to take it to a local repair shop. The place was called Digital Solutions and occupied a narrow storefront between a charity shop and a kebab restaurant. I'd walked past it hundreds of times but never really noticed it before. The kind of business that blends into the background of everyday urban life. The owner was a middle-aged man named Trevor, who seemed knowledgeable about computers and quoted reasonable prices for the repair work. He explained that webcam issues were common, usually caused by corrupted drivers or malware infections. Said he'd need to keep the laptop for a few days to run comprehensive diagnostics and clean up the system. I dropped it off on a Wednesday morning and was told it would be ready by the weekend. Trevor provided a receipt and assured me that all customer data would remain private and secure during the repair process. That evening, I realized how much I relied on my laptop for basic activities, checking emails, browsing social media, watching streaming services before bed. Without it, I found myself with unexpectedly free time and nothing particular to do with it. On Thursday evening, I decided to walk past the shop to see if it was still open. The storefront was dark, but I could see light coming from what appeared to be a back office or workshop area. Trevor was working late, presumably fixing computers like mine. As I walked past, something caught my attention. Through the window, I could see multiple computer screens displaying what looked like video feeds. Not the typical desktop view you'd expect from computer repair work, but actual video streams showing various rooms and locations. I slowed down to get a better look, trying to appear casual while examining what was visible through the window. The video feeds showed different domestic spaces, bedrooms, living rooms, home offices. Most appeared to be empty, though a few showed people going about their normal evening routines. My first thought was that Trevor might be running some sort of security monitoring service alongside his computer repair business. Many small business owners take on multiple revenue streams to make ends meet. Nothing particularly suspicious about that. But something felt off about what I was seeing. The camera angles were wrong for professional security installations. Too intimate, too focused on private spaces rather than entry points or valuable items. These looked more like hidden cameras than security systems. I continued walking, but the image of those video feeds stayed with me. That night, I found myself wondering about my own laptop, about the webcam issues I'd been experiencing, about how long Trevor had been aware of the problem before I brought the computer to his shop. On Friday, I called to check on the repair progress. Trevor said the work was taking longer than expected, that he'd discovered more extensive malware infections than initially apparent. He'd need the weekend to complete the cleaning process, but the laptop would definitely be ready by Monday. This gave me an excuse to walk past the shop again Friday evening. Same pattern as the night before, dark storefront, lights in the back office, multiple screens displaying video feeds of domestic spaces. This time, I counted at least 6 different feeds visible through the window. One of them showed a young woman in what appeared to be her bedroom, getting ready for bed. The camera angle suggested it was positioned somewhere high up, possibly hidden in a ceiling fixture or ventilation grate. She had no idea she was being watched. Another feed showed a family watching television in their living room. 2 adults, 3 children, completely unaware that their private evening was being broadcast to Trevor's monitoring setup. The camera quality was good enough to make out facial features and read text on the television screen. I realized I was looking at a surveillance operation, not a security service. These were people being watched without their knowledge or consent, probably through compromised webcams in devices they'd brought to Trevor for repair, devices like my laptop. When I collected my computer on Monday, Trevor was friendly and professional, explained that he'd removed several malware infections and updated all the security software, said the webcam issues should be completely resolved, and provided documentation of all the work he'd performed. I paid the repair fee and took the laptop home, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was fundamentally wrong with the entire situation. That evening, I covered the webcam with electrical tape and began researching how to detect covert surveillance software. The diagnostic tools I downloaded found several programs I didn't recognize, applications that weren't listed in the standard software inventory, but were definitely present on the system. Most appeared to be related to remote access and file sharing, the kind of software that could allow someone to control a computer from a distance. I spent the next several days learning about digital forensics, about how to trace network connections and monitor system activity. What I discovered was disturbing. My laptop was regularly connecting to IP addresses I didn't recognize, uploading small amounts of data at consistent intervals. The connection logs showed that these uploads had been happening for months, long before I'd taken the computer to Trevor for repair. But the frequency and volume of data transfer had increased significantly since getting the laptop back from his shop. I started documenting everything: screenshots of the network activity, records of the suspicious software installations, photos of Trevor's shop taken from the street. Built a comprehensive file of evidence, though I wasn't sure what I planned to do with it. That's when I decided to investigate Trevor's operation more thoroughly. Started walking past his shop at different times, observing patterns in his work schedule and customer traffic. Noticed that he seemed to specialize in devices with cameras, laptops, tablets, smartphones with front-facing cameras. Most of his customers appeared to be ordinary people dealing with routine technical problems. Students with slow computers, parents with virus-infected family laptops, elderly people who'd accidentally installed malicious software, all of them trusting Trevor to fix their problems and protect their privacy. One evening, I saw something that changed my understanding of what Trevor was actually running. Through the back office window, I could see him interacting with what appeared to be a live streaming interface. Multiple video feeds were active, but now there was chat functionality alongside the video streams. People were watching the feeds and commenting in real time, not just watching, but requesting specific actions or camera angles. Trevor was responding to these requests, apparently controlling which feeds were visible and how the surveillance was conducted. This wasn't just unauthorized monitoring. This was a commercial operation, selling access to private surveillance footage to paying customers around the world. I recognized one of the video feeds immediately. It showed a bedroom that looked exactly like mine, filmed from the angle where my laptop usually sat on the dresser. The electrical tape I'd placed over the webcam was visible in the corner of the frame, but the camera was somehow still transmitting video from inside my flat. Trevor had installed multiple surveillance devices during the repair process. The webcam issue I'd originally brought to him was probably his doing in the first place, a way to identify potential surveillance targets and get access to their devices. I left the area immediately and went home to search my flat thoroughly. found a tiny camera hidden in the smoke detector above my bed, another one built into what looked like a standard electrical outlet near my desk. Professional installations, nearly invisible unless you knew exactly what to look for. The devices were connected to my home Wi-Fi network, probably configured during Trevor's access to my laptop and password information. They'd been broadcasting footage of my private life to his streaming platform for weeks, maybe months. I documented everything with my phone camera, then carefully removed the surveillance devices without damaging them, kept them as evidence, along with all the digital forensics information I'd gathered about the compromised laptop. But when I tried to report the situation to police, I encountered a problem I hadn't anticipated. The officers I spoke with seemed knowledgeable about traditional crimes, but struggled to understand the technical aspects of what I was describing. Digital surveillance, dark web streaming platforms, cryptocurrency payment systems. It was outside their normal area of expertise. They took my statement and collected the physical evidence, but explained that investigating this type of cybercrime would require specialist resources that might not be available immediately. Said they'd be in touch once they'd consulted with their digital forensics team. That was 4 months ago. I've heard nothing back from police, and Trevor's shop is still operating normally. Same storefront, same repair services, same trusting customers bringing their camera-equipped devices to be fixed. I moved to a different flat across town, replaced all my electronic devices, took comprehensive security precautions to prevent future surveillance. But moving doesn't change what you know, and the knowledge of what Trevor is doing follows me through every ordinary day. The worst part isn't knowing that I was watched without consent. The worst part is understanding how many other people are probably being watched right now. People who trust their local computer repair shop to fix their problems and protect their privacy. Trevor's operation depends on that trust, on people like me who need technical help and assume that small business owners are fundamentally honest, on the invisibility that comes with running a boring, everyday service that nobody pays much attention to. I've started noticing other computer repair shops around the city, wondering how many of them might be running similar operations. How many ordinary-looking technicians are actually surveillance entrepreneurs, selling access to private footage through dark web streaming platforms. Sometimes I wonder if reporting Trevor to police was the right decision, or if I should have tried to expose his operation through other means: media attention, social media campaigns, direct warnings to his potential victims. But all of these approaches would require evidence that I'm not sure I could provide without admitting to my own illegal surveillance of his activities. That's the genius of operations like Trevor's. They create witnesses who are bound by their own complicity, people who can't report what they've seen without acknowledging their own borderline criminal behavior. I've never told anyone else about this experience. Not colleagues, not friends, not family members. What would I say? That my computer repair guy was running a surveillance operation, and I discovered it by spying on his business. That I removed hidden cameras from my own flat, but can't prove where they came from. But I'm telling you now, and I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe because the weight of keeping it secret has become too much. Maybe because sharing it might somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my daily thoughts. Or maybe because I've started to suspect that creating witnesses was always part of Trevor's business model. That people like me who discover what he's doing are meant to discover it, meant to carry the knowledge forward through stories that can never be properly verified. Maybe the real product isn't just the surveillance footage, but the awareness that such surveillance is possible, the understanding that any electronic device could be compromised, that any repair technician could be more than they appear to be. Trevor is still operating his shop, still fixing computers and installing surveillance equipment, still running his streaming platform for customers around the world. And somewhere in Coventry, other people are probably walking past his storefront right now, thinking about getting their webcam issues fixed by a friendly, knowledgeable local businessman. Maybe by telling you this, I'm doing exactly what Trevor's operation requires to survive and spread. Creating awareness, planting seeds of paranoia, making people more conscious of the surveillance possibilities that exist in their ordinary digital lives. Maybe that's how these things work. Not just through the technical infrastructure of hidden cameras and streaming platforms, but through the social infrastructure of witnesses who carry the knowledge forward, who ensure that the awareness of such possibilities becomes part of the general consciousness. I still work at the primary school, still help children with their reading, still live a fundamentally ordinary life. But now I understand that ordinary life exists alongside operations like Trevor's, that the surface of everyday business conceals activities that most people never imagine are happening. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone in my new flat with my new laptop, I find myself wondering if Trevor was really working alone, or if he was part of something larger. A network of repair shops and surveillance operations, all feeding content to the same streaming platforms, all serving the same global audience of people who pay to watch strangers in their most private moments. That might be the most disturbing possibility of all. Not that one creepy computer repair guy was running a surveillance operation, but that such operations are common enough to sustain entire industries, entire ecosystems of people who make their living by violating the privacy of ordinary people who just needed their laptops fixed. I've never been particularly ambitious, which probably sounds like a character flaw, but has actually served me quite well. Growing up in Sunderland with parents who both worked in factories, I learned early that steady work and reliable income mattered more than chasing dreams that might never materialize. After finishing my history degree, I ended up doing delivery driving around the Northeast. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid reasonably well and offered flexibility. I'd worked for most of the major delivery companies, Amazon, DPD, Hermes, but the pay was pretty grim once you factored in fuel costs and vehicle maintenance. That's how I found Special Courier Services, a company that specialized in handling unusual or high-value deliveries that mainstream firms wouldn't touch. Their website advertised discreet delivery services for clients who needed guaranteed security and confidentiality for sensitive shipments. The application process was thorough. Beyond standard background checks, they wanted detailed references and specific questions about my availability for urgent or out-of-hours deliveries. They explained that clients often had time-sensitive requirements that couldn't wait for normal business hours. The pay reflected these demands, often double what mainstream companies offered. My first assignment was delivering legal documents between solicitor offices. The pickup and delivery procedures were elaborate. Specific identification requirements, signed receipts with detailed timestamps, even photographs of packages being handed over. But the money was excellent and the work was straightforward. After a few weeks, I started receiving different types of assignments. Some clients wanted items collected from residential addresses. Others required deliveries at specific times to people waiting at predetermined locations rather than fixed addresses. These assignments paid even better, often several £100s for apparently simple tasks. But I began noticing inconsistencies. Some packages were clearly much heavier than documents would be, despite similar packaging. Others had unusual shapes that suggested they contained items other than paperwork. When I asked about contents, my coordinator explained that clients often use document-style packaging for small valuable items to avoid attracting attention during transport. Some collection addresses were residential properties that didn't seem consistent with the professional client base Special Courier claimed to serve. Delivery locations were designed to avoid permanent records. Car park meetings, motorway service stations, deliveries to people waiting at specific coordinates rather than addresses. The clients receiving deliveries often seemed nervous, checking that no one was observing handovers and sometimes aborting deliveries if they noticed anything suspicious. I started suspecting that packages contain items clients couldn't send through legitimate services. I researched special courier services and found troubling gaps. While officially registered, there was almost no information about their actual operations. Some collection addresses had connections to businesses investigated for fraud and illegal trading. Many packages seemed part of larger operations involving multiple drivers and complex logistics. I would sometimes arrive at collection points to find other special courier drivers picking up similar packages, all destined for different locations, but clearly part of a coordinated distribution systems. The scale suggested systematic distribution of materials requiring careful coordination to avoid law enforcement detection. I was probably transporting illegal goods, drugs, stolen items, counterfeit products, but proving this would require opening packages, violating confidentiality agreements, and risking serious legal consequences if contents were legitimate but sensitive. Meanwhile, assignments became more frequent and urgent. Clients requested immediate pickups with premium payments for same-day service. Some involved longer distances and complex multi-stop deliveries requiring overnight trips. The payments were substantial but meant deeper involvement in whatever system I was supporting. I started documenting assignment details, addresses, package descriptions, suspicious client behavior. This revealed the operation's scale. Hundreds of packages moved between dozens of locations across multiple regions, with careful coordination ensuring deliveries completed according to specific schedules and security protocols. The operation involved multiple courier companies and independent drivers, handling different segments of distribution chains that moved materials without creating traceable connections. I was part of a systematic criminal enterprise distributing illegal goods while minimizing detection risks. But understanding this didn't resolve my situation. I transported hundreds of potentially illegal packages. Even unaware of the operation's criminal nature, my involvement could be presented as evidence of knowing participation. The people running it had detailed information about my circumstances and willingness to handle questionable assignments without questions. When I started declining assignments, the coordinator contacted me directly, offering higher payment rates and emphasizing that reliable drivers were valuable assets the company was committed to retaining. The pressure felt excessive for a normal commercial relationship, more like concern about losing control over someone with inside knowledge. I researched other drivers who'd worked for Special Courier and found most had disappeared from courier work entirely. The pattern suggested the company either retained drivers long-term or ensured they stopped working in transport completely. Simply stopping work might not be sufficient. If they considered me a security risk, they might take direct action to ensure continued silence. The packages I transported contained evidence of serious crimes, which gave the company significant leverage due to my potential legal vulnerability. But continuing meant deeper involvement in activities that could result in more serious consequences if law enforcement identified the operation. I was trapped between the risks of continued involvement and the dangers of extraction from an organization with sophisticated methods for controlling essential service providers. The situation became urgent when I received an assignment involving transport from a location raided by police days earlier. The premises still showed signs of law enforcement activity, but clients were already arranging collection through alternative channels. The operation's speed in adapting to police pressure suggested experience dealing with investigations and robust methods for continuing activities even when locations were compromised. When I expressed concerns about collecting from recently searched premises, the coordinator reminded me of contractual obligations and emphasized the importance of maintaining service during difficult periods. They explained that temporary disruptions were common and drivers unwilling to adapt wouldn't be suitable for continued employment. They offered substantial bonus payments for assignments involving higher risks, but the implicit threat was clear: accept dangerous work or face consequences for refusing to support operations regardless of potential legal exposure. I was being offered financial incentives to transport materials from locations under police investigation. Potentially making me an accessory to crimes law enforcement was actively trying to prevent. The assignment was scheduled for the following morning, with collection from the raided premises and delivery to a location confirmed just hours before pickup. That evening, I noticed the same van parked outside my flat that I'd seen near several collection addresses while working for Special Courier Services. This happened to me a few months back, and I need to get it off my chest because it's been eating away at me ever since. I used to write product reviews online for a bit of extra cash. Nothing fancy, just honest opinions about things I'd bought or tried. But then I got drawn into something much darker, and I didn't realize what I was really doing until it was too late. I'm sitting in my mum's spare room in Bournemouth now, having left my flat in Reading after discovering what my reviews were actually being used for. I thought I was just helping people make informed purchasing decisions, But I was wrong. Dead wrong. And now I'm scared to go back to my old life because I know too much about what these people are capable of. It all started when I was struggling financially after my hours got cut at the care home where I worked. I'd been doing 12-hour shifts looking after elderly residents, but the new management decided they could save money by hiring cheaper agency staff. Suddenly, I was down to 3 days a week, and I couldn't make ends meet on that. A friend mentioned she was earning decent money writing product reviews for various websites. Companies would send her items to test. She'd use them for a week or two, then write honest reviews in exchange for keeping the products plus a small fee. It sounded like easy money for something I was doing anyway. I was always buying things online and leaving reviews. I signed up with several review companies and started getting regular assignments, mostly household items, beauty products, that sort of thing. The work was straightforward enough. Use the product as directed, take some photos, write a detailed review covering the pros and cons. Nothing complicated about it. The pay wasn't brilliant, but it helped bridge the gap between my reduced wages and my monthly expenses. I was earning about £200 a month, plus keeping products worth roughly the same again. For someone in my position, that extra income made a real difference. After a few months of standard product reviews, one of the companies approached me about a different type of assignment. They explained they were expanding into service reviews, restaurants, hotels, entertainment venues, that sort of thing. The pay was better, and they'd cover all expenses for visiting these places. I was sent to review a restaurant in Milton Keynes, given specific instructions about what to order, when to visit, even which table to request if possible. The level of detail seemed excessive for a simple restaurant review, but I assumed they wanted consistency across different reviewers. The restaurant was nothing special. Typical chain establishment with predictable food and generic decor. But I noticed something odd while I was eating. The manager kept checking on my table more frequently than seemed normal, and the staff seemed unusually attentive considering how busy the place was. When I submitted my review, the company asked for additional details that hadn't been in the original brief. They wanted to know about the staff schedules, the security cameras, even the layout of the kitchen area that I glimpsed when using the toilet. It seemed like they were interested in operational details rather than the customer experience. I questioned why they needed such specific information about the restaurant's internal operations. They explained that they were conducting comprehensive business analysis for potential investors, and detailed operational reviews helped assess the viability of different establishments. That seemed reasonable enough, though I was surprised by how much they were willing to pay for what amounted to industrial espionage. The fee for the restaurant review was nearly £500, far more than the product reviews I'd been doing. Over the following weeks, I was sent to review other businesses with similarly detailed briefs. A hotel in Birmingham, where I was asked to document the security procedures and staff routines. A leisure centre in Coventry, where they wanted information about the changing room layouts and supervision arrangements. Each assignment came with specific requirements that went beyond normal customer reviews. I was asked to photograph building layouts, note security vulnerabilities, even strike up conversations with employees to gather information about their working conditions and personal circumstances. The money was excellent. I was earning more from these service reviews than from my care home job. But I was becoming increasingly uncomfortable with what felt like systematic intelligence gathering rather than legitimate business review work. The breakthrough came when I was assigned to review a small independent bookshop in Oxford. The brief was the same as usual. Detailed operational assessment disguised as customer feedback. But when I arrived at the shop, I recognized the owner from news reports I'd seen a few months earlier. She was a woman in her 50s who'd been subjected to a sustained harassment campaign by people opposed to some of the political books her shop stocked. The harassment had escalated to vandalism and threats, forcing her to install security cameras and change her daily routines to avoid confrontation. Suddenly, I understood what my reviews were really for. I wasn't providing business analysis for potential investors. I was gathering intelligence for people who wanted to target specific businesses and their owners for harassment or worse. The detailed information I'd been collecting about security arrangements, staff schedules, and operational procedures wasn't being used for commercial purposes. It was being compiled into targeting packages that enabled systematic harassment campaigns against business owners. I thought about all the previous assignments I'd completed, all the detailed intelligence I'd gathered about vulnerable small businesses. The restaurant manager who'd seemed so attentive probably recognized me from previous harassment incidents. The hotel staff who'd been helpful with my questions were probably used to dealing with people gathering information for malicious purposes. I tried contacting the review company to withdraw from further assignments, but they'd disappeared completely. The website was offline, the email addresses bounced back as undeliverable, and the phone numbers were disconnected. They'd vanished as if they'd never existed. That's when I realized I'd been recruited through the same hidden internet channels that these harassment campaigns used to coordinate their activities. The review company wasn't a legitimate business. It was a front operation designed to gather intelligence about potential targets. I started researching the businesses I'd reviewed, looking for signs that they'd been subjected to harassment or vandalism following my visits. What I found was a pattern of escalating problems that seemed to correlate with the timing of my intelligence gathering. The restaurant in Milton Keynes had been subjected to fake negative reviews and harassment calls shortly after my visit. The hotel in Birmingham had experienced problems with aggressive customers who seemed to know intimate details about their security procedures. The leisure centre had dealt with complaints about their facilities from people who demonstrated suspiciously detailed knowledge of their operations. Each business had been targeted using information that corresponded to the intelligence I'd gathered during my review visits. My reports had been weaponized to facilitate harassment campaigns designed to damage or destroy these small independent businesses. But it was the bookshop owner's situation that really disturbed me. Shortly after my visit, she'd been subjected to a renewed harassment campaign that demonstrated intimate knowledge of her daily routines and security arrangements. Information that could only have come from the detailed operational assessment I'd provided. The harassment had escalated to break-in attempts and vandalism that targeted specific vulnerabilities I'd identified in my report. Someone had used my intelligence gathering to plan systematic attacks on a woman whose only crime was selling books that some people found objectionable. I realized I'd been part of a distributed operation that used unwitting civilians to gather intelligence for criminal harassment campaigns. People like me, desperate for additional income, were being recruited to conduct reconnaissance on behalf of organized groups who targeted businesses for ideological or personal reasons. The review assignments weren't random. They were carefully selected based on criteria that identified businesses vulnerable to harassment: independent bookshops, ethnic restaurants, venues associated with particular political or social causes, all places where the owners might be isolated and vulnerable to sustained intimidation. I started monitoring the hidden websites where these harassment campaigns were coordinated, trying to understand the scope of the operation I'd been part of. What I found was a systematic approach to identifying and targeting small businesses across the country. The intelligence I'd been gathering was being combined with information from other sources to create comprehensive targeting packages. These included detailed operational assessments, staff schedules, security vulnerabilities, even personal information about business owners and their families. Some of the harassment campaigns were designed to drive businesses into bankruptcy through coordinated negative reviews and customer intimidation. Others aimed to force business owners to relocate by making their working environment too dangerous or stressful to continue operating. A few campaigns had escalated to serious criminal activity, including arson attacks and physical assaults that used intelligence gathered by people like me to identify the most effective targets and timing. I found discussion threads where people shared techniques for recruiting unwitting intelligence gatherers, advice on creating convincing front operations, even guides for exploiting people's financial desperation to make them complicit in criminal activities. The review company I'd worked for was just one of dozens of similar operations, all designed to gather intelligence about vulnerable businesses and their owners. They'd created an industrial-scale reconnaissance system that enabled harassment campaigns across the country. I tried reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but explaining the technical aspects of hidden internet operations proved more complicated than I'd expected. The investigating officer seemed overwhelmed by the scope of what I was describing and uncertain about how to proceed with investigating crimes that operated through channels they didn't understand. They took a statement and promised to investigate, but I got the impression this was beyond their usual expertise. Cybercrime involving hidden networks wasn't something local police were equipped to handle effectively. That's when I started noticing signs that I was being monitored. People photographing me from across the street, cars following me between errands, even evidence that someone had been through my flat while I was at work. I found my own details posted on one of the harassment websites I'd been monitoring. along with speculation about what I might have discovered during my time as an intelligence gatherer. They'd identified me as a potential security threat and were treating me the same way they treated their business targets. The final straw came when I received a package at my flat containing photographs of me conducting review visits at various businesses. Not just casual surveillance shots, but detailed documentation of my intelligence gathering activities over several months. Someone had been monitoring my work from the beginning, documenting my visits and probably assessing whether I was becoming suspicious about the real purpose of my assignments. The package was both a demonstration of their surveillance capabilities and a warning about what might happen if I caused them any trouble. I realized I was now in the same position as the business owners I'd helped target. My privacy had been violated, my safety had been compromised, and I was being systematically intimidated by people who treated harassment as a collaborative hobby. That's when I decided to leave Reading and move in with my mum temporarily. I couldn't afford to maintain 2 addresses, but I also couldn't stay in a place where I was being actively surveilled by people who'd already demonstrated their willingness to escalate harassment into serious criminal activity. I keep thinking about that bookshop owner in Oxford and all the other business owners whose lives I helped make miserable without understanding the consequences of my actions. They're probably still dealing with harassment campaigns that use intelligence I provided, still living in fear because someone decided their businesses were worth destroying. The review websites are probably still active, still recruiting desperate people to conduct intelligence gathering, disguised as legitimate business assessment. The harassment campaigns are probably still ongoing, targeting new businesses and destroying more lives. Sometimes I wonder how many other people like me are out there, conducting reconnaissance for criminal operations without understanding what they're really doing. How many of us have been recruited through our financial desperation to become unwitting accomplices in systematic harassment campaigns? The most frightening thing is how professional the whole operation was. They understood exactly how to exploit people in precarious financial situations, how to make criminal intelligence gathering seem like legitimate work, and how to insulate themselves from consequences by using disposable front operations. I suppose I'm telling you this because I need someone to know how these harassment networks operate, how they recruit ordinary people to do their dirty work, and how they're systematically destroying small businesses across the country. If something happens to me, at least there'll be some record of what I discovered. But mostly, I just feel guilty about what I contributed to, without understanding the consequences. All those business owners who trusted me when I walked into their premises, who answered my questions and showed me around their operations, never knowing I was gathering intelligence for people who wanted to destroy their livelihoods. I can't undo the damage I helped cause, but I can at least warn other people about how easy it is to get drawn into these operations, how financial desperation can be exploited to make ordinary people complicit in extraordinary cruelty. And I can hope that someone with more resources and authority will eventually take action against these networks before they destroy more lives, before they perfect their methods even further, before they turn harassment into an even more efficient and systematic enterprise than it already is. I probably should have minded my own business when I noticed that our bin collection was happening on the wrong day. But once you start questioning things like that, you end up discovering answers you really didn't want to know. It was a Tuesday morning in November when I spotted the bin lorry working its way down our street. Nothing unusual about that, except our bins are normally collected on Thursdays, and had been for the 3 years I'd lived in this house. I only noticed because I'd forgotten to put mine out and was annoyed with myself for missing collection day. But when I looked outside, all the bins were still there from Monday night, exactly where people had left them. The lorry wasn't collecting refuse at all. The crew were photographing the contents of each bin, taking detailed pictures of what people had thrown away before moving on to the next house. I watched from my kitchen window as they worked systematically down the street, spending several minutes at each property documenting whatever was visible in the bins. They had proper equipment for the job, high-quality cameras, clipboards for notes, even what looked like evidence bags for collecting specific items. At first, I assumed this was some kind of council initiative. Maybe they were conducting waste audits to improve recycling rates, or gathering data about household disposal habits for environmental planning. Local authorities do all sorts of surveys that residents never hear about until the results are published. But something about the way they worked seemed too thorough and secretive for routine council business. They were careful to avoid being seen by residents, working quickly when people appeared at windows, and clearly trying to complete their documentation without attracting attention. When I tried calling the council to ask about waste monitoring programs in our area, they had no knowledge of any surveys being conducted and seemed confused about why someone would be photographing bin contents without notifying residents. That made me start paying closer attention to what was happening during our supposed bin collections, and I began noticing details that definitely weren't part of normal refuse service. The crew were collecting specific items from certain bins, placing them in separate containers rather than the main body of the lorry. They seemed to know exactly which houses to target and what they were looking for, suggesting this wasn't random sampling, but systematic collection based on prior intelligence. Most concerning was that they were taking items that clearly had personal significance. Photographs, documents, even clothing that people had discarded. The sort of things that could provide detailed information about household occupants and their personal circumstances. I realized that our weekly bin collection was being used as cover for systematic intelligence gathering about local residents, with discarded personal items being harvested for purposes that had nothing to do with waste management. But understanding what was happening didn't immediately clarify who was behind this operation or what they planned to do with the personal information they were collecting from people's rubbish. I started researching whether other areas had experienced similar fake bin collections, hoping to understand the scope of what appeared to be systematic surveillance disguised as routine municipal services. What I found led me to websites that specialized in providing intelligence gathering services for various clients who needed detailed information about specific individuals or communities. The sites offered comprehensive profiling services based on analysis of discarded materials, with detailed breakdowns of what could be learned about people's lives, relationships, financial circumstances, and personal habits through systematic examination of their household waste. But these weren't legitimate investigation services working for law enforcement or established institutions. The platforms operated through hidden channels that avoided normal regulatory oversight, providing intelligence to clients who couldn't obtain this information through legal methods. The fake bin collection service was apparently one method among many for gathering personal intelligence that could be sold to people who wanted detailed information about specific individuals for purposes ranging from stalking to financial fraud. Discarded mail, photographs, personal documents, and even food packaging could offer detailed information about people's daily routines, relationships, health conditions, and vulnerabilities that could be exploited by clients with various criminal intentions. But the most disturbing aspect was that this intelligence gathering was being conducted under perfect cover, using municipal services that residents expected and trusted to facilitate systematic invasion of privacy that would be nearly impossible to detect or prevent. People were unknowingly providing detailed information about their personal lives every week when they put their bins out for collection, never realizing that their discarded materials were being systematically harvested and analyzed by people who specialized in using this intelligence for harmful purposes. The fake refuse collection was probably just one part of larger operations that used various municipal and commercial services as cover for intelligence gathering, that facilitated systematic targeting of residents for criminal purposes. But proving what was happening would require evidence that would be difficult to gather safely, since the people responsible had clearly developed sophisticated methods for conducting surveillance while maintaining the appearance of legitimate municipal services. Meanwhile, the intelligence gathering was probably continuing throughout the area, with new personal information being collected weekly from residents who remained unaware that their discarded materials were being systematically harvested and analyzed. I started being much more careful about what I put in my household bins, shredding documents that contained personal information, and disposing of sensitive materials through other methods that wouldn't make them available for collection by unauthorized individuals. But I also realized that most residents would never become aware of the systematic intelligence gathering that was being conducted through their weekly refuse collection, continuing to discard personal materials without understanding that they were providing detailed information about their lives to people who specialized in exploiting such intelligence. The bin collection that was supposed to be a routine municipal service had instead become a systematic method for gathering personal intelligence that could be used to facilitate various types of criminal targeting against residents who had no idea their privacy was being systematically violated. When I tried to warn neighbors about the fake refuse collections, most seemed skeptical about the possibility that such systematic surveillance could be conducted without official knowledge or authorization. The idea that municipal services could be infiltrated or impersonated for criminal intelligence gathering seemed too sophisticated and organized for most people to accept as a realistic threat to their personal privacy and security. But the intelligence gathering was probably continuing regardless of whether residents believed it was happening, with comprehensive personal profiles being built from discarded materials that people assumed would be safely destroyed through normal waste processing. Every week, when I saw the bins being collected, I wondered whether other residents were starting to notice the unusual attention their refuse was receiving, or whether the systematic intelligence gathering would continue indefinitely without detection. The refuse lorry that appeared on our street each Tuesday looked exactly like legitimate council vehicles, staffed by people who appeared to be normal municipal workers conducting routine collection services that residents had no reason to question or examine closely. I shouldn't have applied for that job. Christ, I should have known something was off when they offered me an interview within hours of submitting my CV. In this cramped flat, I keep going over it all in my head, jumping every time I hear footsteps in the corridor, wondering if I could have done something different, if I could have spotted the warning signs earlier. But hindsight's a cruel thing, isn't it? Decisions that seem perfectly reasonable at the time can make you feel foolish. I suppose I'm telling you this because I need someone to know what happened, in case they come looking for me, in case I disappear like the others probably did. It was last autumn when I was desperately job hunting after being made redundant from the library service. 23 years I'd worked there, cataloguing books and helping people find what they were looking for. Then suddenly, the council decided they needed to make cutbacks. At 51, I wasn't exactly in high demand in the job market, especially not in somewhere like Swindon, where half the town seemed to be looking for work. I'd been signing on for about 3 months when I saw the advert. It wasn't on the usual job sites. I'd found it buried in the back pages of the local paper, squeezed between ads for house clearances and part-time cleaning work. The posting was vague but professional. A research company looking for people with strong organizational skills and attention to detail. Remote work available, competitive salary, immediate start for the right candidate. The whole thing seemed almost too good to be true, but I was getting desperate. My redundancy money was running low, and the job center wasn't exactly presenting me with exciting opportunities. So I sent off my CV along with a cover letter, explaining my background in information management and research. I got a response the same evening, not an automated reply, but a personal email from someone calling himself Mr. Harrison. He was impressed with my qualifications and experience, he said, and would like to arrange a telephone interview as soon as possible. Could I be available the following morning? The interview was straightforward enough. Harrison had a pleasant voice, well-educated, probably somewhere in his 40s, and asked sensible questions about my previous work experience. He explained that his company provided research services to various clients, mostly involving data collection and analysis. They needed someone who could work independently, follow detailed instructions, and maintain absolute confidentiality about their clients' projects. The pay was better than I'd expected, nearly twice what I'd been earning at the library, and the work would be entirely remote. All I needed was a reliable computer and internet connection. Harrison said he was impressed with my background and would like to offer me a trial position starting immediately. I should have asked more questions about the company, should have requested references or at least a proper contract, but I was so relieved to have found something that I accepted on the spot. Harrison said he'd email me the details and my first assignment within the hour. The setup process was more complex than I'd expected. Along with the usual employment paperwork, Harrison sent me detailed instructions for installing special software on my computer. He explained that privacy tools are used to protect our clients' sensitive information. The company took data security very seriously, and all research had to be conducted through secure channels. It took me most of the evening to get everything working properly. The software was unlike anything I'd used before. A different browser that looked oddly basic, almost like something from the early days of the internet. Harrison assured me this was normal, and that I'd get used to the interface quickly enough. My first assignment seemed simple enough. I was to compile biographical information about a list of individuals Harrison provided: names, addresses, employment history, family details, the sort of background research that lawyers or private investigators might need for various legitimate purposes. The individuals were all women, I noticed, aged between 25 and 40, most of them living alone in different towns across the Midlands. Harrison explained that they were potential witnesses in a civil case, and the client needed comprehensive background information to assess their credibility and reliability. The research took me about a week to complete. I used the special browser to access various databases and public records that weren't available through normal internet searches. Some of the information was surprisingly detailed. Employment records, financial data, even medical history in a few cases. I compiled everything into neat reports and submitted them through the secure system Harrison had set up. He was pleased with my work and immediately assigned me another project. This time, the subjects were a group of men in their 30s and 40s, all living in the southeast. The research requirements were similar, but Harrison requested additional information about their daily routines, where they worked, what time they left home, whether they had security systems or pets. I was starting to feel uncomfortable about the level of detail being requested, but Harrison explained that this was for an insurance investigation. The client suspected these individuals of benefit, fraud, and needed evidence of their actual circumstances and activities. The work was time-consuming, but not particularly difficult. I'd always been good at research, and the special browser gave me access to databases that made the job much easier than it would have been using normal methods. I was earning good money for what essentially amounted to glorified internet searching. But it was the third assignment that made me start questioning what I was really doing. Harrison asked me to research a group of teenagers, sixth form students at various schools around Yorkshire. He wanted their home addresses, family circumstances, daily schedules, even details about their relationships with friends and family members. When I questioned the appropriateness of researching minors, Harrison became somewhat defensive. He explained that this was related to a safeguarding investigation. The local authorities needed to assess potential risks to these young people. The research I was conducting would help social services make informed decisions about protective measures. I wasn't entirely convinced, but Harrison was paying me well, and I desperately needed the income. I completed the assignment, but made sure to flag my concerns in my report. Harrison thanked me for my diligence and said the client was very pleased with the quality of my work. Over the following weeks, the assignments became more specific and invasive. Instead of general background research, Harrison began requesting detailed surveillance information. He wanted to know about security arrangements at specific addresses, the locations of spare keys, even the breeds and temperaments of family pets. The subjects were always ordinary people: office workers, shop assistants, young mothers, retired couples. Nothing about them suggested they were involved in anything that would warrant this level of investigation. When I asked Harrison for more context about the cases, he became evasive and reminded me that confidentiality was a key requirement of my employment. I started keeping copies of the assignments and my research, partly for my own records, and partly because I was beginning to suspect that something wasn't right about the whole operation. The information I was gathering wasn't the sort of thing you'd need for legitimate legal or insurance investigations. It was the kind of detailed intelligence that would be useful for stalking or planning break-ins. The breakthrough came when I recognized one of the names on a new assignment list: Sarah Mitchell, a woman in her early 30s who lived in a village just outside Bath. I knew Sarah because she'd been a regular visitor to the library where I used to work. She was a single mother, worked part-time at the local primary school, and came in most weeks to borrow books for herself and her daughter. Seeing her name on Harrison's list made everything click into place. This wasn't legitimate research. It was preparation for something much darker. I was helping to compile targeting information for people who meant these individuals harm. I spent that evening going through all the previous assignments, cross-referencing names with local news reports. It didn't take long to find what I was looking for. Several of the people I'd researched had been victims of break-ins or harassment in the months following my reports. One woman in Leicester had been stalked for weeks by someone who seemed to know her daily routine intimately. A family in Coventry had their home burgled while they were away on a weekend trip that had been mentioned in their social media posts. Posts I'd included in my research. The pattern was clear once I knew what to look for. My research was being used to identify vulnerable targets and plan attacks against them. I'd been working for criminals, helping them select victims and gather the intelligence they needed to exploit those victims effectively. I tried calling the number Harrison had given me for emergencies, but it was disconnected. His email address bounced back as undeliverable. Even the company name he'd provided turned out to be fake when I tried to look it up in the business registry. I'd been completely taken in by someone who didn't exist. working for an organization that was probably nothing more than a criminal enterprise operating through the dark web. All those privacy tools and secure browsers weren't about protecting legitimate research. They were about hiding illegal surveillance and planning activities. The worst part was realizing how perfectly I'd been selected for this role. My background in library science made me ideal for research work. My redundancy situation made me desperate enough to accept vague employment terms, and my lack of technical knowledge meant I wouldn't question the unusual software requirements. I reported everything to the police, but they seemed overwhelmed by the technical aspects of the case. The detective who took my statement was honest about the challenges they faced investigating crimes that operated through hidden parts of the internet. Without being able to identify Harrison or access the systems I'd been using, there wasn't much they could do beyond adding my information to their files. I deleted all the special software from my computer and tried to put the whole experience behind me. But I couldn't stop worrying about the people I'd researched, especially Sarah Mitchell. I'd compiled detailed information about her life, her vulnerabilities, her routines. Someone out there had that information and might be planning to use it against her. I started checking the local news obsessively, looking for reports of crimes against people whose names I recognized from my research. Found several that seemed connected, break-ins that showed intimate knowledge of the victims' schedules, harassment campaigns that targeted specific vulnerabilities I'd identified, even a few cases where people had been approached by strangers who knew suspiciously personal details about their lives. Each report made me feel sicker about what I'd been part of. I thought I was doing legitimate research work, earning honest money for skills I developed over decades of professional experience. Instead, I'd been facilitating crimes against innocent people who had no idea they'd been targeted. The paranoia started about a month later. I began noticing the same faces in different places, people who seemed to be around whenever I went shopping or visited the job center, cars that appeared to follow me home from interviews or appointments, phone calls that hung up when I answered, emails from unfamiliar addresses that contained nothing but my full name and address. I told myself I was being irrational, that my guilt about the research work was making me see threats where none existed. But then I found evidence that someone had been in my flat while I was out. Nothing had been stolen, but small things had been moved. Books repositioned on shelves, papers rearranged on my desk. Even the position of ornaments on the mantelpiece subtly altered. That's when I decided to move, packed up my few belongings and relocated to Portsmouth, where I didn't know anyone and had no previous connections. Found this bedsit through a private landlord who didn't ask too many questions about references or employment history. But I don't think it's made any difference. The same cars seem to appear outside my building at odd hours. I get phone calls that ring twice and then stop, always at times when I'm likely to be alone. Someone's been through my rubbish bins. I can tell because the bags have been retied differently from how I left them. Maybe Harrison's people have decided I know too much about their operation. Maybe they're worried I'll identify more of their victims or provide additional information to the police. Or maybe they just don't like loose ends, people who might be able to connect their crimes to the research that made them possible. I keep thinking about all those detailed reports I compiled, all the personal information I gathered about ordinary people who were just going about their lives. How many of them are still being watched? How many are still at risk because of intelligence I helped provide? The police told me to contact them if I noticed any direct threats or evidence of ongoing harassment. But how do you prove that someone's watching you when they're careful not to leave obvious evidence? How do you explain that you feel like prey without sounding paranoid or delusional? I suppose that's the perfect crime, really. Recruiting people to do your research for you. discarding them when they become inconvenient. The victims never know they've been targeted until it's too late, and the researchers never realize what they're really doing until they're too compromised to be credible witnesses. Sometimes I wonder how many other people like me are out there. Unemployed professionals desperate for work, recruited by criminals who understand exactly how to exploit their skills and circumstances. People who think they're doing legitimate research, but are actually helping to facilitate crimes against innocent victims. I keep hoping the police will make some progress with their investigation, that they'll track down Harrison and shut down whatever operation he was running. But realistically, I know that's unlikely. These people are careful, anonymous, and operating through systems designed to hide their activities. All I can do now is try to stay safe and hope they decide I'm not worth the trouble. Try to blend in, avoid establishing routines that might make me predictable, and resist the urge to help when strangers approach me with offers that seem too good to be true, because I learned that desperation makes you vulnerable in ways you don't expect, that the skills you're proud of can be turned against innocent people, and that the internet has created opportunities for criminals that we're only just beginning to understand. I just hope Sarah Mitchell and the others are okay, that they've stayed safe despite the information I helped compile about them. That's the thought that keeps me awake at night. Not fear for my own safety, but guilt about the role I played in putting other people at risk. Looking back, I probably should have realized that legitimate academic research doesn't usually require you to sign that many confidentiality agreements before you even know what the study involves. But I was desperate for money during my final year studying sociology at Leeds, and when Dr. Sarah Mitchell from the psychology department contacted me about participating in paid research, I didn't ask nearly enough questions. She'd gotten my details from the university's student participant database and said my academic background made me particularly suitable for what she described as an ethnographic study about online communities. The initial meeting was in her office in the psychology building, which looked exactly like you'd expect. Books everywhere, certificates on the walls, the sort of cluttered academic space that immediately puts you at ease. Dr. Mitchell seemed legitimate enough, asking thoughtful questions about my research experience and explaining that her project involved observing and documenting behavior in digital spaces that weren't easily accessible through conventional research methods. She was deliberately vague about the specifics, explaining that detailed briefings would come later once I'd signed the necessary paperwork and completed security clearance procedures. The payment was substantial, several £100s for what appeared to be part-time observational work that could be done from home around my regular studies. The confidentiality agreements were extensive, covering everything from the research methodology to the platforms I'd be accessing, even the existence of the project itself. Dr. Mitchell explained that this level of security was necessary because the research involved communities that were extremely sensitive about outside observation and could become hostile or dangerous if they discovered they were being studied. She also mentioned that the project had been approved by multiple ethics committees and involved collaboration with law enforcement agencies who were interested in understanding certain online behaviors for public safety purposes. The academic legitimacy and official approval made the extensive security requirements seem reasonable rather than suspicious. After completing the paperwork, I was given specialized software and detailed instructions for accessing the online communities I'd be observing. Dr. Mitchell explained that the platforms required specific technical approaches and were not accessible through normal internet browsing. which is why they needed researchers with strong technical skills and careful attention to security protocols. The communities I was directed to observe were unlike anything I'd encountered before. Instead of typical social media platforms or discussion groups, these were marketplaces and coordination sites where people arranged various types of transactions and services. Initially, many of the activities appeared relatively innocuous. People trading collectibles, arranging transportation services, even what looked like normal commercial transactions that were conducted privately for tax or regulatory reasons. But as I spent more time observing these communities, I began to notice discussions and arrangements that were clearly illegal. There are drug transactions, stolen goods trading, and services that involve harming others in various ways. When I raised concerns about this with Dr. Mitchell during our weekly check-ins, she assured me that observing illegal activity was different from participating in it, and that documenting these behaviors was crucial for understanding how criminal networks operated online. She emphasized that our research was helping law enforcement develop better strategies for disrupting these criminal communities, and that the ethnographic data I was collecting would contribute to prosecuting the people involved in serious crimes. But the more time I spent in these communities, the more I realized that my role wasn't just passive observation. Dr. Mitchell was asking me to engage with other users, build relationships, and gather specific types of information that went well beyond academic research. I was instructed to express interest in various services and products, ask detailed questions about how transactions were arranged, and even request introductions to people who specialized in particular types of criminal activities. The research was requiring me to actively participate in criminal communities, gathering intelligence that could be used for law enforcement purposes, but also potentially implicating me in illegal activities if my involvement was discovered. When I tried to research Dr. Mitchell's academic background more thoroughly, I found that while she had legitimate credentials and university affiliation, her previous research focused on completely different areas and showed no expertise in the digital ethnography she claimed to be conducting. More troubling was that I couldn't find any record of the research project being approved by university ethics committees, despite her claims about extensive oversight and official authorization. I started to suspect that Dr. Mitchell wasn't conducting legitimate academic research at all, but using the pretense of scholarly study to recruit students who could gather intelligence about criminal communities without arousing suspicion. The ethnographic approach provided perfect cover for systematic intelligence gathering, with participants who believed they were contributing to academic knowledge while actually conducting surveillance operations against dangerous criminal networks. But understanding what I was really involved with didn't provide any clear way to extract myself safely from the situation. I'd already spent weeks building relationships within criminal communities and gathering detailed information about their activities and membership. If these communities discovered that I'd been conducting surveillance against them, they would almost certainly consider me a serious security threat that needed to be eliminated. The people involved in these activities had demonstrated their willingness to use violence against anyone who threatened their operations. But continuing to participate meant deeper involvement in criminal activities and gathering more intelligence that could be used for purposes I didn't fully understand. Dr. Mitchell's requests for information were becoming increasingly specific and focused on details that would be valuable for planning operations against the criminal networks. I realized I was probably being used to facilitate actions against these communities that would go well beyond normal law enforcement procedures. The intelligence I was gathering might be used for vigilante operations, criminal extortion, or even worse activities that required detailed knowledge of how these networks operated. When I tried to research other students who might have participated in similar research projects, I found that Dr. Mitchell had recruited multiple participants over several months, all using the same ethnographic research cover story. But none of the other participants were willing to discuss their experiences, claiming they were bound by confidentiality agreements that prevented them from sharing information about their research activities. The pattern suggested that Dr. Mitchell was systematically recruiting students to conduct intelligence gathering against criminal communities, using academic legitimacy to overcome normal ethical concerns about participating in dangerous surveillance operations. Students who needed money and trusted university authority were being manipulated into conducting activities that could result in serious criminal charges if their surveillance was discovered, or violent retaliation if the communities they were infiltrating identified them as threats. But the most troubling possibility was that the intelligence was being used to aid crime instead of stop it. The detailed information about how these networks operated could be valuable for competing criminal organizations or for people planning to exploit the same communities for their own illegal purposes. I might be helping to facilitate criminal activities while believing I was contributing to legitimate research that would help law enforcement protect public safety. The research project that had seemed like an excellent opportunity to earn money while contributing to academic knowledge had instead drawn me into systematic criminal surveillance that could result in serious legal consequences or violent retaliation. But extracting myself from the situation would require abandoning relationships I'd built within dangerous communities and potentially alerting Dr. Mitchell that I'd discovered the deceptive nature of her research project. Meanwhile, the criminal communities I'd been observing were probably continuing to operate and expand, with new participants being recruited and existing activities becoming more sophisticated and dangerous. The intelligence gathering I'd been conducting might be contributing to escalating criminal conflicts or facilitating new forms of illegal activity that would harm innocent people who had no connection to these hidden communities. I never completed another research session for Dr. Mitchell, claiming that academic pressures required me to focus on my final year coursework rather than external research projects. But I remained concerned about the ongoing use of the intelligence I'd gathered and the possibility that other students were continuing to conduct surveillance operations against criminal communities without understanding the true nature of their involvement. The academic credentials and university affiliation that had made Dr. Mitchell's research project seem legitimate were probably being used to recruit new participants who would unknowingly facilitate criminal intelligence gathering, while believing they were contributing to scholarly research. When I checked the university staff directory several months later, there was no record of Dr. Mitchell being affiliated with the psychology department, and the office where we'd conducted our meetings was listed as unoccupied. I'm still not sure I should be telling anyone this, and I keep going back and forth about whether I imagined the whole thing, or if it was as bad as I think it was. It started with an email that clearly wasn't meant for me. I work in accounts for a small manufacturing company in Preston. Nothing exciting, just processing invoices and keeping track of payments. Most of my day involves opening emails from suppliers and customers, so when I got a message with no clear sender information, I assumed it was another routine business inquiry. The email contained what appeared to be a shopping list, but not for anything you'd buy at a normal shop. I didn't recognize the clinical names of the items, the quantities seemed unusually precise, and the delivery instructions were significantly more detailed than what one would anticipate for everyday purchases. I almost deleted it, thinking it was spam or had been sent to the wrong address by mistake. But something about the precision of the list made me curious about what these items actually were and why someone needed them in such specific quantities. When I searched for some of the item names online, I found they were specialized medical supplies and pharmaceutical compounds that weren't available through normal retail channels. The sort of things that would typically require professional licensing or medical supervision to obtain legally. But the email wasn't from any medical facility or legitimate healthcare provider. The sender information was minimal, and the delivery instructions seemed designed to maintain anonymity rather than ensure proper handling of what appeared to be controlled substances. I started to suspect that I'd accidentally received someone's order for illegal drugs or medical supplies, possibly intended for activities that couldn't be conducted through legitimate channels. The responsible thing would have been to delete the email and forget about it. But I found myself researching the items more thoroughly, trying to understand what they were used for and why someone would need them outside of proper medical supervision. What I discovered made me deeply uncomfortable. Several of the compounds could be used to incapacitate people without their knowledge, while others were designed for medical procedures that would be extremely dangerous if performed by unqualified individuals. The shopping list wasn't for legitimate medical supplies. It was an order for materials that could be used to drug, restrain, or perform unauthorized medical procedures on unwilling victims. But understanding what the email contained didn't provide clear guidance about what I should do with the information. I had no way of knowing who had sent it, who was supposed to receive it, or whether anyone was in immediate danger from these materials being obtained and used. I tried to trace the email back to its source, hoping to understand more about who might be ordering these dangerous supplies and what they planned to do with them. That research led me to websites I'd never seen before, platforms that required specific access methods and seemed to exist outside normal internet browsing, places where people could order various types of restricted materials and services that weren't available through legitimate channels. The platforms contained extensive catalogs of medical supplies, pharmaceutical compounds, and equipment that could be obtained without the usual verification and oversight that legitimate suppliers would require. But mixed in with items that might have legitimate uses were products that were clearly intended for harmful purposes. Substances for incapacitating people, equipment for restraining victims, even instructional materials for performing procedures that no qualified medical professional would attempt outside proper facilities. The email I'd received wasn't an isolated transaction, but part of systematic commerce in materials that could be used to harm people in ways that would be difficult for law enforcement to detect or prosecute. The casual way these items were advertised and sold suggested that systematic harm against unwilling victims was routine business for people who understood how to access these hidden marketplaces. But the most disturbing discovery was that the platforms weren't just selling physical items. They also facilitated services where people could arrange for others to be targeted using the same dangerous materials and techniques. Clients could commission systematic drugging, restraint, or medical procedures against specific individuals. With service providers who specialized in using the ordered materials against victims who would never know they were being systematically harmed. I realized that the email I'd received might have been connected to ongoing crimes against real people, with the medical supplies being used to facilitate activities that range from systematic poisoning to unauthorized medical procedures. But proving this connection would require much more investigation than I could safely undertake, especially since the people involved had clearly developed sophisticated methods for maintaining anonymity and avoiding law enforcement detection. Meanwhile, similar orders were probably being processed regularly, with dangerous materials being distributed to people who planned to use them against unwilling victims in ways that would be extremely difficult to trace or prevent. The wrong email that had seemed like a simple delivery mistake had instead provided insight into systematic criminal commerce that facilitated ongoing harm against people who had no idea they were being targeted. But reporting what I'd discovered would require explaining how I'd learned about these illegal marketplaces, potentially making me appear complicit in criminal activities, while failing to provide specific information about individual victims or perpetrators. The email order had probably been rerouted to a different address by this point, with the dangerous materials being delivered to their intended recipient who could use them for whatever harmful purposes they'd originally planned. I never received any follow-up emails or communications related to the original message, suggesting that the sender had realized their mistake and taken steps to ensure their future orders wouldn't be misdirected to innocent recipients. But I remained disturbed by the knowledge that these marketplaces existed and were probably continuing to facilitate systematic harm against victims who would never understand what was being done to them or why they were experiencing unexplained health problems or behavioral changes. Every time I felt unwell or experienced symptoms I couldn't explain, I found myself wondering whether someone might have access to the same materials I'd seen advertised through those hidden platforms, and whether my own food, drinks, or environment might have been compromised by people who understood how to obtain and use dangerous substances without detection. The business email system that was supposed to help me process routine invoices and correspondence had instead made me aware of criminal commerce that operated parallel to legitimate business, using similar communication methods to coordinate activities that caused systematic harm to people who never knew they were being targeted. When I eventually changed jobs and moved to a different company, I made sure to use completely new email addresses and avoided any online activities that might lead me back to the platforms I discovered through that accidental message. But the knowledge that such systematic criminal commerce existed made every interaction with strangers feel potentially dangerous, knowing that people who appeared completely normal might have access to materials and services that could be used to cause harm in ways that would be nearly impossible to detect or prove. I'm going to tell you something that happened to me last year, and I need you to understand that I'm not proud of any of it. I was completely broke, right? I had just lost my job at this portrait studio in Leicester, couldn't make rent on my bedsit, and I was getting desperate, really desperate. So when I found this photography work that paid more than I'd ever earned before, I didn't ask the questions I should have asked. I told myself it was just stock photography, that I was being clever finding a new income stream. But the truth is, I knew something wasn't right from the beginning. I just chose to ignore it because I needed the money so badly. I'm in this grotty hotel room in Blackpool now, and I've lost everything. My home, my equipment, probably my career. All because I was too greedy and too stupid to walk away when I had the chance. I keep thinking if I tell someone what really happened, maybe I'll be able to sleep at night again. The whole thing started when I was scrolling through photography websites looking for any kind of freelance work that might help me scrape together next month's rent. I'd been a professional photographer for nearly 15 years, mostly weddings and family portraits, until digital photography made everyone think they could do the job themselves. Buried in the classified section of an obscure photography forum, I found an advert that caught my attention. Someone was offering good money for candid street photography, natural shots of people going about their daily lives in various British towns and cities. No stage portraits or commercial work, just authentic moments captured without the subject's knowledge. The rates were surprisingly generous, about twice what I'd been earning for wedding photography. The client explained they were building a stock photo library focused on genuine British life, the sort of authentic imagery that advertising agencies and publishers couldn't create in studios. I should have questioned why they needed covert photography when legitimate stock photo companies used models and signed releases. Should have wondered why the payment was so much higher than standard rates for this type of work. But I was desperate, and the client seemed professional in their communications. They provided a list of locations where they wanted photography: town centres, shopping areas, residential streets, even some specific addresses where they claimed interesting architectural features or local colour could be captured. The brief was simple: photograph people naturally, without them realising they were being captured, focusing on individuals rather than crowds. The first assignment was straightforward enough. I spent a weekend in Nottingham with my camera, capturing street scenes and candid moments. People walking to shops, sitting in cafes, waiting for buses. The sort of everyday British life that the client claimed to want for their stock library. I submitted about 50 photographs through their secure upload system, each one carefully composed and technically proficient. The client was pleased with my work and paid promptly, transferring the fee directly to my bank account within 24 hours. Over the following weeks, the assignments became more specific. Instead of general street photography, the client began providing particular locations and times when they wanted images captured. They claimed this was to ensure good lighting conditions and interesting subjects, but the level of detail seemed unusual. I was given specific streets to photograph at certain times of day, particular shops or buildings where I should position myself, even descriptions of the types of people I should focus on. Young women, elderly individuals, families with children, always with emphasis on capturing clear facial features and identifying details. The technical requirements became more demanding too. The client wanted high-resolution images that could be cropped extensively without losing detail. They specified particular camera settings and lens types that would maximize image quality and facial clarity. I convinced myself this was just professional thoroughness, that serious stock photography required this level of technical precision. The money was keeping me afloat financially, and I was grateful to have found steady work that utilized my skills. But I started noticing patterns in the assignment locations that made me uncomfortable. Many of the addresses were residential streets rather than commercial areas. The timing requirements often coincided with school-run hours or typical commuting times, and the demographic focus seemed designed to capture vulnerable individuals rather than general street scenes. When I questioned these specifications, the client explained they were targeting particular market segments for advertising campaigns. Different demographics required different types of authentic imagery, they claimed, and the timing was important to capture people in natural, unstressed situations. That explanation seemed reasonable enough, though I was becoming increasingly aware that my photography was more invasive than typical street photography. I was essentially conducting surveillance, documenting people's routines, and capturing identifying information without their knowledge or consent. The breakthrough moment came when I recognized someone in one of my assignments. It was Emma, a woman I'd met through mutual friends at a barbecue the previous summer. She worked as a nurse at the local hospital and lived in a small terraced house in a quiet suburb of Derby. The client had specifically requested photography of her street during morning hours, with particular focus on individuals leaving for work. When I saw Emma emerge from her house and walk to her car, I realized the client somehow knew her routine and had commissioned surveillance photographs of her daily activities. This wasn't stock photography. It was targeted surveillance of specific individuals. The client wasn't building a general image library, but collecting intelligence about particular people's movements and routines. and I'd been facilitating this surveillance by providing high-quality photographic evidence of their daily lives. I tried to convince myself there might be innocent explanations. Maybe Emma was applying for a job and the client was conducting background verification. Maybe there was a legitimate investigation that required documenting her activities. But deep down, I knew that legitimate surveillance wouldn't require a freelance photographer working through anonymous online platforms. I should have stopped accepting assignments then, should have deleted all the photographs I'd taken and walked away from the whole arrangement. But the money was too good, and I was too financially desperate to give up steady income based on suspicions I couldn't prove. Instead, I started keeping copies of all the photographs I submitted, telling myself I was preserving evidence in case there were legal questions later. What I discovered when I reviewed the images systematically was more disturbing than I'd expected. The photographs weren't random street scenes, but carefully coordinated surveillance of dozens of individuals across multiple cities. Each person had been photographed repeatedly over weeks or months, documenting their routines, relationships, and vulnerabilities with methodical precision. I could see patterns emerging from the collective imagery. The same individuals photographed at work, at home, during leisure activities, even in private moments when they thought they were unobserved. The client was building comprehensive visual profiles of these people's lives. Some of the individuals appeared to be single women living alone. Others were families with young children, and a few were elderly people who seemed isolated and vulnerable. What connected them wasn't obvious from the photographs alone, but someone had identified them as targets worth systematic surveillance. I started researching the individuals I'd photographed, using social media and public records to understand who they were and why they might be of interest to my client. What I found was a collection of ordinary people living normal lives, with no apparent connection to each other or reason to warrant surveillance. Emma the nurse, a teacher in Wolverhampton, a retired couple in Stoke-on-Trent, a young mother in Mansfield, all documented with invasive detail by someone who'd commissioned comprehensive photographic intelligence about their daily activities. The most disturbing discovery was finding some of my photographs on hidden websites that I accessed using software the client had provided for secure file transfers. The images weren't being used for stock photography or advertising campaigns. They were being shared among communities focused on stalking and harassment. My photographs were being used to plan approach strategies, identify vulnerabilities, even coordinate group harassment campaigns against the individuals I'd documented. The detailed visual intelligence I'd provided was enabling serious crimes against people who had no idea they were being targeted. The technical precision the client had demanded, high resolution, facial clarity, identifying details, was designed to make the surveillance photographs as useful as possible for criminal purposes. I'd been creating a visual database that stalkers and harassers could use to identify and approach their victims. Some of the individuals in my photographs had become subjects of elaborate stalking campaigns that used the intelligence I'd provided to predict their movements and exploit their routines. Others had been targeted for harassment based on vulnerabilities that were apparent from careful analysis of their photographed behavior. I found discussion threads where people shared techniques for using surveillance photographs to approach targets without arousing suspicion. They analyzed facial expressions and body language from my images to develop psychological profiles of their intended victims. The visual evidence I'd gathered was being combined with other intelligence sources to create comprehensive targeting packages that enabled systematic harassment and stalking. My photography had become part of an industrial-scale operation focused on identifying and exploiting vulnerable individuals. I tried contacting the client to demand that my photographs be removed from these criminal websites, but they disappeared as completely as if they'd never existed. The payment arrangements were closed, the communication channels were dead, and there was no way to trace who had commissioned the surveillance or how to stop the criminal use of my work. That's when I realized I was probably in danger myself. I'd seen the criminal operation from the inside, understood how it worked, and possessed evidence that could potentially expose the people behind it. The same surveillance techniques I'd been using to document others could easily be turned against me. I started noticing signs that I was being watched. People photographing me from across the street, cars following me between assignments, even evidence that someone had been through my bedsit while I was out. The network I'd been working for had identified me as a potential security threat. The final straw came when I found photographs of myself posted on one of the criminal websites I'd discovered. Not just casual surveillance images, but detailed documentation of my daily routine, my financial difficulties, even my personal relationships. Someone was building the same type of targeting package about me that I'd helped create for others. I realized that freelance photographers like me weren't just independent contractors for this operation. We were also potential liabilities who needed to be monitored and controlled. The client had been documenting my activities as carefully as I'd been documenting their surveillance targets. That's when I decided to run, packed essential belongings, withdrew what money I could access, and drove to this seaside town where I hoped I could disappear for a while. Left behind my equipment, my home, even my car in a long-stay car park where it might not be found immediately. But I don't think distance will protect me from people who've industrialized surveillance and harassment. They have resources, connections, and techniques that far exceed anything individual victims can counter. They've turned stalking into a collaborative enterprise with professional standards and systematic methods. I keep thinking about Emma and all the other people I photographed, all the ordinary individuals whose privacy I violated without understanding the consequences. They're probably still being harassed and stalked based on intelligence I helped provide, still living in fear because someone decided their personal lives were worth commodifying. The photographs are still out there, still being used to facilitate crimes against people who did nothing except exist in public spaces where I happen to be pointing my camera. The visual evidence I created in exchange for money I desperately needed has become a permanent resource for people who treat others' safety as entertainment. Sometimes I wonder how many other photographers are out there, taking pictures for clients they don't really understand, providing the raw materials for criminal enterprises they can't see. How many of us are there, desperately trying to make a living in the gig economy, accepting assignments that seem too good to be true because we can't afford to ask uncomfortable questions? The most frightening thing is how easy it all was, how professional skills could be monetized for criminal purposes, how financial desperation could be exploited to facilitate serious crimes, how the desire to work could be turned into complicity with systematic harassment. I just hope Emma and the others have managed to stay safe despite the intelligence I helped compile about their lives. And I hope that whoever is now watching me will decide I'm not worth the trouble of eliminating as a witness to what they're doing. But I'm not optimistic about either possibility, because I've learned that in the digital age, privacy is an illusion, safety is temporary, and anyone with a camera can become an unwitting accomplice to crimes they never intended to facilitate. I found a website where people traded unusual cooking recipes, but some of the ingredients they were discussing definitely weren't meant for food. Cooking has always been my way of dealing with stress. Growing up in a chaotic household where money was tight and meal times were unpredictable, I learned early that being able to make something good from basic ingredients was both practical and therapeutic. When everything else felt out of control, I could at least create something nourishing and satisfying in the kitchen. That skill became even more valuable when I moved to Manchester for university. While my flatmates survived on takeaways and ready meals, I enjoyed experimenting with recipes that could transform cheap ingredients into proper meals. It was economical and relaxing. Plus, it gave me something to focus on, besides the stress of assignments and money worries. I started looking online for recipe ideas that would work with student budgets and limited kitchen equipment. Most cooking websites were aimed at people with more money and space than university accommodation provided, but I eventually found communities dedicated to creative cooking with minimal resources. These communities were exactly what I'd been looking for. People sharing techniques for making interesting meals from supermarket basics, tips for stretching expensive ingredients, and recipes that could be adapted based on what was available and affordable. I contributed some of my own discoveries and gradually became part of regular discussions about cooking techniques, ingredient substitutions, and creative approaches to meal planning on tight budgets. But after participating in these communities for a few months, I started noticing conversations that seemed to go beyond normal cooking advice. Some members discussed ingredients that I couldn't identify, using terminology that didn't match anything in cookbooks or standard culinary references. When I asked about these unfamiliar items, other members would explain that they were specialized ingredients available through particular suppliers who catered to experimental cooks. The descriptions of these specialty ingredients were vague and often contradictory. Some were described as enhancing flavors in ways that seemed impossible, while others were supposed to have effects on people who consumed them that sounded more medicinal than culinary. I started paying closer attention to the recipe discussions and noticed that some members seemed to be sharing information about much more than just cooking techniques. Recipes that included detailed instructions about timing, dosages, and effects that would be experienced by people who ate the prepared dishes. Discussions about how to mask unusual tastes or textures so that diners wouldn't notice they were consuming something other than normal food. Most concerning were conversations about sourcing ingredients that couldn't be obtained through normal suppliers. Members shared information about vendors who operated through hidden websites and specialized in providing materials that weren't available through standard cooking channels. When I tried to research some of the ingredients being discussed, I found that many had no connection to legitimate culinary uses. Some were industrial chemicals, others were substances with pharmaceutical properties, and a few were materials that appeared to be completely toxic if consumed. I realized that the cooking community had been infiltrated by people who were using recipe sharing as a cover for discussing how to poison or drug others without detection. The detailed discussions about preparation methods, timing, and effects weren't about cooking at all. They were instructions for administering harmful substances to unsuspecting victims through food and drink. But the legitimate cooking discussions continued alongside these more sinister exchanges, making it difficult to distinguish between genuine recipe sharing and systematic planning of harm against innocent people. Some members seemed genuinely unaware that they were participating in a community that facilitated poisoning and drugging. They continued sharing normal recipes and cooking advice while unknowingly providing cover for criminal activities. Others were clearly aware of the dual purpose of the community and used coded language to discuss harmful activities while maintaining plausible deniability about their intentions. When I tried to report my concerns to the website administrators, I found that there were no obvious contact methods or oversight mechanisms for addressing problematic content. The community operated through platforms that prioritized anonymity and unrestricted sharing, making it nearly impossible to identify the people responsible for criminal discussions or hold them accountable for facilitating harm. I attempted to research whether law enforcement was aware of communities that used cooking discussions to share information about poisoning and drugging methods. What I found was that food-related crimes were difficult to detect and prosecute because they often appeared to be accidents or natural illnesses rather than deliberate attacks. Victims rarely suspected that their symptoms had been caused by consuming contaminated food, especially when prepared by people they trusted. The cooking communities provided perfect cover for sharing harmful techniques because the discussions appeared innocuous to casual observers and were mixed with legitimate culinary content that made suspicious activities harder to identify. People seeking normal cooking advice were unknowingly providing cover for criminal networks that specialized in food-based attacks against victims who would never suspect that their illnesses had been deliberately caused. But understanding the true nature of these communities didn't immediately resolve my situation. I'd been participating in discussions that included both legitimate cooking advice and criminal instruction sharing, potentially making me appear complicit in facilitating harmful activities. The detailed information I'd shared about my cooking habits, ingredient preferences, and kitchen setup could be used to assess my potential value as someone who could prepare harmful substances without attracting suspicion. When I tried to withdraw from the communities entirely, several members contacted me expressing disappointment about my reduced participation and offering to share more specialized recipes that weren't discussed in public channels. These private communications included invitations to join exclusive groups that focused on what they called advanced cooking techniques for people who were serious about experimental cuisine. The descriptions of these advanced techniques made it clear that they involved preparing substances intended to harm or incapacitate people who consumed them, with detailed instructions about avoiding detection and managing the effects. I was being recruited to participate directly in criminal activities that would make me responsible for poisoning innocent victims who trusted me to prepare safe food for them. But declining these invitations might not be sufficient to avoid continued recruitment pressure or retaliation from people who considered me a potential security risk because of what I'd learned about their activities. The cooking skills that I developed as a way to manage stress and create something positive had instead made me a target for people who specialized in using food as a weapon against unsuspecting victims. Meanwhile, the recipe-sharing communities continued operating and growing, attracting new members who were seeking normal cooking advice but unknowingly joining platforms that facilitated systematic poisoning and drugging operations. People who just wanted to learn how to cook better meals were being gradually exposed to criminal techniques and assessed for their potential willingness to participate in food-based attacks against others. The legitimate cooking discussions provided perfect cover for recruiting accomplices who would have access to kitchens, ingredient suppliers, and trusted relationships with potential victims who would never suspect that their meals had been deliberately contaminated. I stopped participating in all online cooking communities and avoided sharing recipes or cooking advice through any digital platforms. But the knowledge I gained about how these communities operated made it impossible to trust any online food-related discussions. Every recipe-sharing website, cooking community, and culinary advice platform potentially contained people who were using legitimate cooking interests as cover for planning attacks against innocent victims. The most disturbing realization was that this recruitment method was probably being used to target people in other communities as well. Any hobby or interest that involved preparing things for others to consume could be infiltrated by criminals looking for unwitting accomplices. Homebrewing communities, baking groups, Even gardening discussions about growing herbs and vegetables might contain people who were sharing information about producing harmful substances while appearing to pursue innocent hobbies. After I'd stopped all participation in cooking communities, I received a package containing several unmarked containers of powder, along with detailed recipes for incorporating the substances into common baked goods and instructions for observing and documenting the effects on people who consume the prepared items. I should never have tried to help that woman. God knows I regret it now. Lying awake at 3:30, wondering if they're still out there, still doing what I helped them do. You hear about good deeds going unpunished, don't you? Well, that's bollocks. Sometimes trying to do the right thing is the worst mistake you can make, and I've got the sleepless nights to prove it. I keep telling myself I didn't know what would happen, that I was just trying to be decent. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right from the start. I should have trusted that feeling. I should have walked away and minded my own business. It started about 8 months ago when I was working as a cleaner at the council offices in Nottingham. Not the most glamorous job, but it paid the bills and kept me busy after my divorce. I'd always been one of those people who liked helping others, bringing in extra tea bags for the office kitchen, staying late to help colleagues with their computers, that sort of thing. My ex-wife used to say I was too trusting for my own good. Turns out she was right about that at least. The woman approached me during my lunch break one Thursday afternoon. I was sitting in the car park eating a sandwich when she knocked on my passenger window. Mid-40s, I'd guess. Nicely dressed, but with that slightly frantic look people get when they're in genuine distress. She apologized for bothering me, but explained that she desperately needed help with something computer-related. Her story seemed straightforward enough. She'd been trying to find information about her missing daughter online, but kept running into websites that required special software to access. Someone had told her these sites contained databases of missing persons that weren't available through normal search engines. She'd tried to set up the software herself, but couldn't make sense of the technical instructions. I felt sorry for her, to be honest. The thought of losing a child and not knowing where they were. It's the sort of nightmare that keeps parents awake at night. And she seemed so genuinely desperate, so grateful when I agreed to help. Said she'd pay me £50 if I could just get her access to these databases so she could search for her daughter. She gave me a memory stick with the software already downloaded and some printed instructions that looked like they'd been copied from a technical manual. The whole thing seemed legitimate enough. People use different browsers for privacy all the time, don't they? I told her I'd have a look that evening and see what I could do. Back at my flat, I installed the software on my old desktop computer. Took a while to get it working properly, but eventually I managed to access what she was looking for. The interface was different from normal websites. Everything looked a bit more basic, like the internet from about 15 years ago. I started with the obvious searches, looking for missing person databases and information exchanges. Found a few sites that seemed relevant, though most of them required registration or some sort of verification process. I made note of the web addresses and procedures, planning to pass the information back to her the next day. But I was curious about what else was available through this software. I'd heard vague stories about the dark web over the years, mostly scare stories from the newspapers about drugs and weapons, but I'd never actually seen it for myself. So I spent some time exploring, following links from one site to another. Most of it was disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy and security, online libraries with books that had been banned in various countries, even what looked like normal shopping sites except with unusual payment methods. Nothing obviously sinister or illegal, just an alternative version of the internet that operated according to different rules. That's when I found the section that changed everything. It was tucked away on a site that looked like a community bulletin board, the sort of thing you might find in a village hall. People posting requests for help with various problems, others offering assistance in return for small favors. One post caught my attention because it mentioned missing persons databases. Someone was offering to help people search for lost relatives in exchange for small tasks. Computer-related work mostly. Simple things like setting up accounts on different websites, posting specific messages in certain online groups, even just visiting particular web addresses at specific times. It seemed like an odd arrangement, but I suppose people were willing to trade their time and computer skills for access to information they couldn't get elsewhere. The post included several testimonials from grateful users who claimed to have found information about their missing relatives through these searches. I bookmarked the site and made some notes about the services offered. The woman had seemed so desperate to find her daughter. Maybe this would give her some additional options beyond the basic databases I'd already located. When I met her the following day, she was effusive with her gratitude, paid me the £50 immediately and listened intently as I explained what I'd found. She seemed particularly interested in the community bulletin board, asking detailed questions about how it worked and what sort of tasks people were being asked to perform. I thought that would be the end of it, but she contacted me again the following week, said she'd managed to register with the bulletin board site, but was struggling with some of the technical requirements. Would I mind helping her complete a few simple tasks in exchange for access to more comprehensive search databases? The tasks seemed harmless enough. Creating accounts on various websites using names and email addresses she provided, posting specific messages in discussion groups, even just clicking on certain links at predetermined times. Nothing that took more than a few minutes, and she was paying me £20 each time. I should have asked more questions about what these tasks were actually for. Should have wondered why someone needed multiple fake accounts on dating websites and local community groups. Should have been suspicious about the carefully worded messages I was posting, all of which seemed designed to build trust and establish credibility within different online communities. But I was going through a rough patch financially, and the extra money was helpful. Besides, the woman seemed so grateful and kept me updated on her search for her daughter. She'd found some promising leads, she said, and was making progress thanks to the additional databases she could now access. The tasks gradually became more complex. Instead of just creating accounts, I was being asked to maintain them, posting regular updates, responding to messages, even arranging to meet people in real life. Always women, I noticed, and always in public places like cafes or shopping centers. I started to feel uncomfortable about what I was doing, but by then I'd been paid nearly £400 and felt obligated to continue. The woman had become quite insistent about the importance of these meetings, explaining that they were part of a network of volunteers who helped each other search for missing relatives. The first meeting was in a Costa Coffee in Derby. I was supposed to approach a woman in her 30s who would be wearing a red scarf and carrying a specific magazine. The script I'd been given was simple enough. Introduce myself using a particular name, mention that we'd been chatting online about missing persons cases, and suggest we continue our conversation somewhere more private. But when I got to the coffee shop and saw the woman, she was probably someone's daughter, sitting alone and checking her phone nervously. I realized what I was actually being asked to do. This wasn't about searching for missing people. This was about creating them. I left without approaching her, and went straight home to delete all the software from my computer. But I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd discovered, what I'd been unknowingly helping to facilitate. The bulletin board wasn't a community of people searching for missing relatives. It was a network of predators using volunteers like me to identify and approach potential victims. All those fake accounts I'd created, all those trust-building messages I'd posted, all that credibility I'd helped establish within local communities, it was all being used to lure women into dangerous situations. And I'd been part of it, taking money in exchange for creating the infrastructure that made it possible. I tried to convince myself that I'd stopped before anyone was actually hurt, that walking away from that meeting meant I hadn't crossed any real lines. But I kept thinking about all the other tasks I'd completed over the previous few weeks, all the other accounts and messages and arrangements I'd helped facilitate. How many other volunteers were there like me? How many other well-meaning people were being manipulated into providing technical support for something they didn't fully understand? And more importantly, how many women had been approached by predators using the credibility and trust I'd helped them establish? The worst part was realizing how carefully I'd been recruited. The story about the missing daughter, the gradual escalation of tasks, even the regular payments that made me feel invested in continuing. It had all been designed to draw me deeper into something I would never have agreed to participate in knowingly. I started checking local news websites obsessively, looking for reports of missing women or suspicious approaches. Found a few stories that might have been connected. Women who'd been approached by men claiming to be part of missing persons networks, others who'd agreed to meet people they'd been chatting with online, only to find themselves in uncomfortable or dangerous situations. One story in particular made my stomach turn. A woman in Loughborough had been approached by someone claiming to be researching missing persons cases. He'd gained her trust through weeks of online conversation, eventually arranging to meet her to discuss her own experiences of losing touch with a family member. She'd agreed to go to his car to look at some documents, and that's when things had gone wrong. The police report was carefully worded, but it was clear that she'd barely escaped a serious assault. The man had used a false name and fake credentials, all carefully constructed through months of online activity, designed to establish his credibility within missing persons communities. I recognized the methodology. It was exactly the sort of credibility I'd been helping to build through all those fake accounts and trust-building messages. The realization that I might have played a role in what happened to that woman has haunted me ever since. I reported what I knew to the police, though I'm not sure how much good it did. Explained about the bulletin board, the network of volunteers, the way people like me were being recruited to provide technical support without understanding the real purpose. They took a statement and said they'd look into it, but I never heard anything back. The problem is that everything operates through that hidden part of the internet I'd helped the woman access. The police can't easily investigate sites they don't know how to find, and even if they could, the people running these networks are careful to stay anonymous and move their operations regularly. I moved to Manchester a few months later, telling myself it was for a fresh start, but really, because I was scared. Scared that the people behind the network might discover I'd gone to the police, scared that they might decide I knew too much to be left alone. But mostly, I was scared that they might approach me again. Because despite everything I'd learned about what they were really doing, part of me was worried that I might be tempted to help again. The money had been useful, the woman had been convincing, and I'd enjoyed feeling like I was making a difference. That's the most frightening thing about what happened. Not that I was deceived, but that the deception worked so well. They understood exactly how to manipulate someone like me, someone who wanted to help, but didn't ask enough questions about what they were actually helping with. I wonder sometimes how many other people like me are out there. Well-meaning volunteers providing technical support for networks they don't understand, creating the infrastructure that makes modern predators so effective. People who think they're helping to reunite families, but are actually facilitating something much darker. I've changed my phone number twice since then and use a different name for my online accounts. I don't help strangers with computer problems anymore. Don't offer to assist with technical tasks. Don't even like talking to people I don't know well. Because I learned that kindness can be weaponized, that the desire to help others can be turned against both the helper and the people they think they're helping. I learned that there are networks of people who have professionalized predatory behavior, turning it into a systematic operation that relies on recruiting unwitting accomplices. And I learned that once you've been part of something like that, even unknowingly, you never really stop wondering about the consequences of your actions. Every news story about a missing woman, every report of someone being approached by a stranger with a plausible story. I wonder if I played a role in making it possible. The woman with the missing daughter never contacted me again after I stopped helping her. Sometimes I wonder if she even existed, or if she was just another fake identity created to recruit volunteers like me. I suppose it doesn't matter now, but I can't stop thinking about how convincing she was, how genuine her distress seemed. It makes me question everything I thought I knew about helping people, about trusting others, about the difference between right and wrong. Because sometimes doing what feels like the right thing is actually the worst thing you could possibly do. And by the time you realize what you've been part of, it's already too late to take it back. I just hope that woman was the only one who got hurt because of what I helped them build. But deep down, I know that's probably not true. And that's something I'll have to live with for the rest of my life. I've struggled with my weight since I was a teenager, trying every diet and exercise program that promised lasting results. Growing up in Norwich with a family that showed love through food, I learned early that eating was about much more than nutrition. By the time I started university in Cambridge, I was carrying enough extra weight to affect my confidence and health, but not enough to qualify for NHS support. The campus gym was intimidating and expensive. Most diet programs were designed for people with more money than students typically had, and the stress of studying often made my eating habits worse rather than better. I tried various online communities and apps, but most were either full of people selling supplements or so focused on extreme restrictions that they felt impossible to maintain. That's when I found a community called Wellness Transformation that claimed to offer personalized support for people who had struggled with traditional weight loss methods. Their approach emphasized gradual lifestyle changes rather than dramatic restrictions, with individual meal plans and regular check-ins with qualified nutrition advisors. The registration process was thorough, including detailed questionnaires about my medical history, current eating habits, exercise routine, and previous diet experiences. They also requested information about my living situation, daily schedule, and access to different types of food in my area. They explained that successful weight loss required understanding the complete context of someone's life, including social and environmental factors that might affect their ability to maintain healthy habits. The comprehensive assessment would allow them to create a program that was realistic and sustainable for my specific circumstances. Within a week, I received a personalized meal plan with detailed shopping lists, preparation instructions, and explanations of how each element contributed to healthy weight loss. The plan was more complex than I'd expected, including specific brands of ingredients, precise portion measurements, and timing requirements for meals and snacks. But the recommendations seemed well researched, and the advisor assigned to my case was knowledgeable about nutrition science and weight management. The plan avoided extreme restrictions and included foods I actually enjoyed, making it feel sustainable rather than punitive. I started following the meal plan carefully, tracking my progress through the community's app and participating in regular check-ins with my advisor. The initial results were encouraging: steady weight loss without the hunger and fatigue that had sabotaged previous diet attempts. But after a few weeks, I began experiencing symptoms that seemed unrelated to normal weight loss: persistent headaches, difficulty concentrating, and occasional dizziness that made it hard to focus during lectures. When I mentioned these issues to my advisor, they assured me that temporary discomfort was normal as my body adjusted to healthier eating patterns. They recommended specific supplements that were supposed to help with the transition period, explaining that many people experience similar symptoms when changing from processed foods to natural ingredients. The supplements were available through the community's website at reasonable prices. The symptoms persisted despite taking the recommended supplements, and I started feeling worse rather than better as I continued following the meal plan. The weight loss was continuing, but I was experiencing fatigue and mood changes that seemed excessive for someone who was supposedly becoming healthier. When I tried to research the specific ingredients and supplements recommended in my meal plan, I found limited information about some of the products. Several supplements contained compounds I couldn't identify, and some of the specialized food items were only available through suppliers connected to wellness transformation. I started paying closer attention to the other members of the community, looking for people who might be experiencing similar symptoms or had concerns about the meal plans they'd been given. What I found was troubling. Many community members reported experiencing health problems that seemed to worsen the longer they followed their personalized plans. Digestive issues, sleep problems, anxiety, and physical symptoms that were dismissed by advisors as normal parts of the weight loss process. More concerning was that members who questioned the safety of their meal plans or tried to modify the recommendations were often removed from the community entirely. The advisors claimed that deviation from prescribed plans would compromise results and that people who couldn't commit to following instructions weren't suitable for the program. I tried to research wellness transformation more thoroughly and found that while they claimed to employ qualified nutritionists and medical professionals, there was minimal verifiable information about their staff credentials or regulatory oversight of their programs. The supplements they recommended weren't approved by standard health authorities, and some contained ingredients that had been associated with adverse health effects in medical literature. The meal plan seemed designed to create nutritional deficiencies rather than promote genuine wellness. I realized I might be participating in some form of medical experiment or systematic poisoning disguised as a weight loss program. When I tried to contact other members directly to discuss our experiences, I found that the community's messaging system was heavily monitored and restricted. Members couldn't communicate privately, and discussions about health concerns or program modifications were quickly deleted or redirected. The isolation was deliberate, preventing participants from comparing experiences or recognizing patterns that might reveal the true purpose of the meal plans. I decided to stop following my meal plan and tried to withdraw from the program entirely. But the community's response was immediate and concerning. My advisor contacted me within hours, expressing worry about my decision and explaining that sudden dietary changes could be dangerous. After following their program for several weeks, they claimed that my body had adapted to their nutritional approach and that returning to previous eating habits without proper transition could cause serious health problems. They offered to modify my plan rather than discontinue it entirely, emphasizing the medical risks of abandoning their program abruptly, but they also began demonstrating knowledge about my daily routine and activities that they couldn't have obtained through the community's website. References to my university schedule, where I lived, even details about my family that I'd never shared during registration. Someone had been researching my background and monitoring my activities outside the weight loss program. I tried to research other people who had withdrawn from wellness transformation, looking for information about whether they'd experienced pressure to continue or health problems after stopping their meal plans. What I found was that most former participants seemed to have disappeared from any online discussion of weight loss or health topics. No reviews of the program, no discussions of their experiences, no presence in other diet and wellness communities. Either they'd been convinced to stay quiet about their experiences, or something had happened to prevent them from sharing information about what they'd discovered. I started documenting everything I could about the program, the specific ingredients in meal plans, the supplements being recommended, the health symptoms reported by participants, and the monitoring and pressure tactics used to maintain compliance. This investigation revealed that wellness transformation was probably conducting systematic experiments on people under the guise of weight loss support. The personalized meal plans were designed to test the effects of various compounds and nutritional deficiencies on human subjects who had unknowingly consented to participate in medical research. The detailed personal information collected during registration allowed them to select participants who were isolated, financially vulnerable, or dealing with health and self-esteem issues that made them unlikely to question adverse effects or seek external medical attention. But gathering evidence of the experimental program put me at risk of being identified as someone who was investigating their activities. The monitoring they demonstrated suggested they were tracking participants' online behavior and real-world activities. If they realized I was documenting their methods and health effects, they might decide I posed a security risk that needed to be managed through more direct intervention. Meanwhile, the symptoms I'd experienced while following their meal plan were getting worse rather than better, even after stopping their recommended diet. Some of the compounds I'd consumed might have long-term effects that would continue affecting my health regardless of dietary changes. I tried to get medical attention for the symptoms I'd been experiencing, but explaining the situation to doctors was complicated. Admitting that I'd been following an unregulated online diet plan made me appear careless about my health, and the symptoms were vague enough that they could be attributed to stress, poor sleep, or other common student health problems. Most medical professionals weren't familiar with wellness transformation or the specific supplements I'd been taking, making it difficult to get appropriate treatment for whatever physiological changes had been caused by their experimental meal plans. I was trapped between needing medical help for symptoms caused by participating in their program and being unable to prove the connection between my health problems and their experimental treatments. When I tried to contact regulatory authorities about wellness transformation's activities, I found that oversight of online nutrition programs was limited and unclear. They operated in legal grey areas that made it difficult to prosecute even obvious medical experiments conducted without proper consent or safety protocols. The community was still operating when I last checked, continuing to recruit new participants for their experimental meal plans while maintaining the appearance of a legitimate weight loss support service. My advisor was probably still conducting regular check-ins with new victims, monitoring their symptoms and adjusting their experimental treatments based on observed health effects. And somewhere in hidden databases, detailed records were being maintained about the physiological responses of hundreds of people who had unknowingly participated in medical experiments that violated every principle of informed consent and participant safety. The weight loss program I'd thought would help me become healthier had instead made me a test subject in systematic experiments that were designed to study the effects of various compounds on human physiology. But the most disturbing aspect was realizing how many other people were probably participating in similar programs without understanding the true nature of what they'd signed up for. Online communities promising health improvements, fitness programs, nutrition support, and medical guidance were probably being used as recruitment tools for experimental research that couldn't be conducted through legitimate medical institutions. People seeking help with legitimate health concerns were being systematically exploited by researchers who used their vulnerabilities and trust to conduct experiments that would be prohibited in any ethical medical setting. The symptoms I'd experienced were probably mild compared to what other participants might be enduring in programs designed to test more dangerous compounds or more extreme physiological interventions. 2 weeks after stopping contact with Wellness Transformation entirely, I received a package at my university address containing supplements I'd never ordered, along with a note explaining that my advisor was concerned about my health and wanted to ensure I had access to treatments that would help with the withdrawal symptoms I was probably experiencing. I sometimes find myself staring at my laptop screen in the dark, finger hovering over the power button, afraid of what might be waiting for me online. It's been 3 years since it happened, but the images still flash behind my eyelids whenever I close them for too long. The sounds still echo when my flat gets too quiet. The knowledge of what exists in those hidden corners of the internet still weighs on me like a physical presence. I just moved to Manchester for a teaching position that had fallen through at the last minute. My savings were dwindling. My laptop had died an inglorious death after an unfortunate encounter with a cup of tea, and I was staying in this miserable bedsit where the Wi-Fi worked about as reliably as British weather forecasts. I needed to send out CVs, check job listings, anything to keep myself from having to crawl back home to Birmingham and admit defeat. That's how I found myself in this grimy internet cafe, tucked between a kebab shop and a betting parlor on a side street that even Google Maps seemed hesitant to acknowledge. The kind of place with ancient desktop computers behind sticky partitions, mysterious stains on the carpet, and a permanent haze of cigarette smoke despite the no smoking signs plastered everywhere. The kind of place that charged by the hour but would look the other way if you wanted to download something dodgy or watch something that might raise eyebrows in a more reputable establishment. I remember the owner barely looking up when I walked in, just pointing to an open computer in the far corner and grunting what might have been a price. The place was nearly empty, just a couple of teenagers huddled around a screen playing some online game, and an older man with bloodshot eyes staring intently at his monitor. The computer I was assigned was tucked away in the corner, partially hidden by a partition that might once have been white but had yellowed to the color of nicotine. The chair wobbled, the keyboard was missing several keys, and there was a peculiar smell emanating from somewhere beneath the desk that I chose not to investigate. But it had internet access, and at that point, that was all that mattered. I spent the first hour doing what I'd come to do, sending emails, updating my CV, applying for jobs that I was either overqualified or underqualified for, but desperate enough to try anyway. It was mind-numbing work, made worse by the sluggish internet connection and the computer that seemed to deliberate over every keystroke like it was making a life-altering decision. After a while, I needed a break. The teenagers had left, the bloodshot-eyed man was still there, and the owner appeared to be dozing behind the counter. I decided to check some news sites. maybe scroll through social media for a bit before diving back into the job hunt. That's when I noticed something odd. When I opened a new browser window, it didn't default to the usual search engine. Instead, it opened to a blank page with a simple search bar and a string of numbers and letters in the address bar that didn't look like any URL I'd seen before. I figured it was some custom setup for the cafe, maybe a portal page or something. Out of curiosity, I tried searching for general news. The results that came back weren't from any sites I recognized. The layouts were basic, the text sometimes oddly formatted. Some weren't even in English, but the content seemed legitimate enough. World events, political commentary, technology news, just from sources I'd never heard of. I remember thinking it was interesting how different search engines could yield such different results. I clicked on a few links, skimming articles that seemed to have more detailed information than mainstream sites, sometimes with perspectives that felt refreshingly unfiltered. One link led to another, and I found myself on what looked like a forum discussing internet privacy and surveillance. The users seemed knowledgeable, if paranoid, sharing tips on how to avoid tracking and discussing the extent of government monitoring programs. It was while reading through these discussions that I first saw mention of something called the Red Rooms. The way they referenced it, always with a mixture of disgust and morbid fascination, made it clear this was something deeply disturbing. My initial instinct was to back away, to return to the job sites and forget about it. But there's something insidious about curiosity when it's paired with the perceived anonymity of being on someone else's computer in a place where no one knows your name. I searched for the term, telling myself it was just to understand what they were talking about, just to confirm it was as bad as I suspected, so I could properly condemn it. The search returned fewer results, and they were much darker in tone. Links with ominous names, descriptions that were deliberately vague, yet hinted at violence. Still, nothing explicit appeared, just discussions, rumors, debates about whether such things actually existed or were just internet legends designed to frighten the naive. One thread caught my attention. Users were arguing about the authenticity of various sites, with some claiming most were elaborate hoaxes designed to scam the gullible or trap the unwary. One user, with the username Lucky7, seemed particularly adamant that they had verified access to legitimate streams. They were being challenged by others accused of boasting about something they couldn't prove. In response, Lucky7 posted what appeared to be access instructions, a URL that wasn't clickable, instructions for a specific browser, references to encryption keys and verification processes. It read like a deliberately complex treasure map designed to filter out all but the most determined. The post was quickly deleted by a moderator, but not before others had responded with variations of disbelief and macabre interest. I sat there, staring at the screen where the post had been, feeling an uncomfortable mixture of relief and disappointment that it had disappeared before I could properly process it. I should have taken that as a sign to stop, to get back to my job search, to remember why I was there in the first place. Instead, I found myself scrolling back through the cached version of the page, looking for fragments of those instructions. I told myself it was just to understand, just to know what people were talking about, just to confirm it was real, so I could properly process how disturbed I should be. Justifications that sound hollow now, but seemed reasonable in that moment. I found bits and pieces, enough to piece together that these red rooms were supposedly live streams of torture or worse, where viewers could pay to request specific acts. Most users insisted they were myths, technical impossibilities, or elaborate scams. But the user Lucky7 had seemed so certain had written with such specific detail. In my fumbling exploration, I clicked through to a page that asked for a verification code. I was about to back out when I noticed the username displayed in the corner of the screen. Lucky number 7. I wasn't on my own account. I was somehow logged in as this person. The previous user must have forgotten to log out, and the cafe hadn't properly reset the browser. A chill ran through me as I realized what this meant. The computer I was using belonged to someone actively involved in these dark corners of the web. Someone who might return at any moment. Someone who might not appreciate me using their account, seeing their activities. I should have left immediately. I should have paid for my time and walked out. Maybe even warned the owner about what was happening on his computers. Instead, I froze, staring at that verification prompt, the cursor blinking expectantly in the empty field. What happened next is difficult to explain, even to myself. I entered a number. Not randomly. I typed 7 because of the username. A simple, stupid impulse based on nothing but pattern recognition. I expected an error, a security question, anything that would block my accidental intrusion. Instead, the page loaded. The screen went black momentarily, then filled with thumbnail images arranged in a grid. Each had a title, a price, and a small counter showing viewer numbers. The titles were clinical, descriptive in the way scientific classifications are descriptive. Detached language that barely concealed the horror they represented. I remember feeling numb, disconnected from my own body as I stared at those thumbnails. Like I was floating somewhere above myself, watching someone else's hands hover over that keyboard. Someone else's eyes scan those images. It didn't feel real. It couldn't be real. One of the thumbnails was highlighted, indicating it was currently live. Without consciously deciding to, I found myself clicking on it. There was a brief loading screen, a payment prompt that seemed to recognize lucky number 7 as having credit, and then I won't describe what I saw, not specifically, not the room or the equipment or the people, not the fact that it was happening in real time, that a counter in the corner was ticking up as more viewers joined, that a chat window was filling with requests and amounts attached to them. Not the moment when I realized the person controlling the camera had acknowledged a request from lucky number 7's account, from me, as far as they were concerned, and was acting on it. I slammed the laptop shut so hard the screen cracked. My hands were shaking, my breath coming in short gasps that didn't seem to bring any oxygen with them. The owner looked up at the noise, his expression changing from annoyance to concern when he saw my face. I must have looked like I was having a heart attack. I threw money on the counter, too much probably, and stumbled out into the street, gulping the polluted city air like it was the purest mountain breeze compared to the suffocating knowledge of what I'd just witnessed, what I'd just inadvertently participated in. I walked for hours, trying to outpace the images in my head, the implications of what I'd seen, trying to convince myself it had been fake, staged, an elaborate production designed to fool the gullible. But I knew, something in me knew with cold certainty, that what I had witnessed was real suffering, real people, real money-changing hands to perpetuate it. And I had been part of it. However accidentally, however briefly, I had been counted among the viewers. My borrowed identity had made a request that had been fulfilled. Someone had suffered because of a number I typed without thinking. I never went back to that internet cafe. I spent money I didn't have on a new laptop the next day, using the public library's Wi-Fi until it arrived. I considered reporting what I'd seen to the police, but couldn't figure out how to explain it without implicating myself. What would I say? that I'd stumbled upon torture broadcasts while casually browsing the dark web, that I had used someone else's account to access them, that I had, however unintentionally, participated. In the end, I did nothing, said nothing, tried to forget what I'd seen and move on with my life. I found a job eventually, moved to a better flat, rebuilt some semblance of normality. But sometimes, my new laptop will freeze for a moment, or a website will take too long to load, and I'll feel that same cold dread washing over me. The fear that somehow I've stumbled back into that hidden world, that lucky number 7 has found me, that those unseen observers who monitor such things have tracked me down and are watching, waiting to see if I'll reveal what I know. Because the thing that haunts me most isn't just the horror I witnessed, it's the knowledge that it continues, with or without me watching. That right now, as I'm telling you this, as you're sitting there listening, somewhere those streams are still running, somewhere people are still paying to watch, somewhere lucky number 7 is still making requests, and somewhere the people who run those streams are still wondering who was using that account on that specific day, who saw what they weren't supposed to see, who knows what they aren't supposed to know. I check over my shoulder more often these days. I use VPNs, encrypted messaging, anonymous browsing, not because I'm doing anything wrong, but because I'm T. I've been trying to make sense of what happened for weeks now, sorting through the details, trying to figure out which parts were real and which were something else. I still wake up in cold sweats, checking my wrists for marks that have long since faded. It started because I was broke, properly, desperately broke. My flatmate had moved out without warning, leaving me with double rent in East London that I couldn't possibly afford on my uni stipend. I'd been picking up odd jobs online, transcription work, user testing, those survey sites that pay pennies. Anything to avoid calling my parents and admitting I couldn't hack it on my own. That's when I found this posting on one of those gig economy sites I'd been trawling. The description was vague but intriguing. Something about participating in an immersive live performance project with minimal acting experience required. The pay was ridiculous, £500 for what they described as a single 8-hour session. When I applied, not expecting much, I received an almost immediate response asking if I was comfortable with being filmed and with simulated scenarios of intensity. I remember laughing to myself about how sketchy it sounded, but also thinking it was probably just some art student's experimental film or a marketing stunt for a horror movie, the kind of thing that would make a good story later. They asked for a photo of myself and some basic measurements. Looking back, I realized they were assessing whether I'd fit whatever look they needed, whether I'd be believable on camera. After agreeing to their terms, I received coordinates to a storage facility on the outskirts of London, along with a specific unit number and a time, 11 p.m. on a Tuesday. The late hour should have been another warning sign, but they explained it as necessary for the aesthetic they were trying to achieve. I figured it was just filmmaker types being precious about their vision, the kind who think everything looks better at night. I remember the journey there vividly, taking the tube to its furthest stop, then a bus that came only once an hour, then walking the final mile down unlit roads with only my phone torch to guide me. The storage facility was one of those modern ones, all gleaming metal and keypad entries, but eerily deserted at that hour. The only sounds were the distant hum of the North Circular and the occasional security light clicking on as I passed. Using the code they'd sent, I let myself through the main gate. The facility was massive, rows and rows of identical units stretching in every direction. I followed the numbered signs until I found the one I'd been directed to. It looked exactly like all the others, a roll-up metal door with a keypad lock. I punched in the code I'd been given, half expecting it not to work, half hoping it wouldn't. A note on the table instructed me to sit and wait, explaining that the scenario would begin shortly and that I should react naturally to whatever happened. It emphasized that everything was staged and that I could end the simulation at any time by saying a specific phrase, something like "Emerald System Shutdown" or similar industry jargon. I remember thinking it was all very dramatic, but also kind of exciting in a strange way, like I was in on some secret project. I sat in the chair, noticing for the first time that there were small cameras mounted in the corners of the unit. The laptop on the table was open but locked. I waited for about 20 minutes, checking my phone occasionally, wondering if I'd been stood up or if this was all some elaborate prank. Just as I was considering leaving, the laptop screen suddenly came to life. It displayed what looked like a streaming interface, very bare bones, with a simple chat window on the side and a counter showing the number of viewers. The number was climbing rapidly: 23, 47, 89, 156. I realized with growing unease that whatever was about to happen was being broadcast somewhere. The chat was filling with messages in various languages, many containing Bitcoin amounts and what looked like bids. This definitely wasn't some student film project. Before I could process what I was seeing, the storage unit door rattled violently. 2 figures in dark clothes and balaclavas rushed in. It happened so fast. One moment I was alone. The next I was being forced to the ground, my hands zip-tied behind my back. I tried to remember the safe word, but panic had erased it from my mind. I kept telling myself this was the performance, that this was what I'd signed up for. The roughness felt realistic, but surely that was just good acting. One of them set up something on a tripod, another camera, more professional than the small ones in the corners. The other dragged the mattress to the center of the room, positioning it directly in front of the laptop so that whoever was watching would have a clear view. They moved me onto the mattress, and that's when the first seed of real doubt crept in. The zip ties were cutting into my wrists, drawing blood. That seemed extreme for a simulation. When I tried to speak, to ask if this was part of the scenario, one of them pressed duct tape roughly over my mouth. I could see the laptop screen from where I lay, the viewer count now in the hundreds, the chat scrolling too fast to read. There was a moment of clarity when I realized that whatever line had existed between performance and reality had blurred beyond recognition. These people weren't actors, or if they had started as actors, the scenario had evolved into something else. The panic must have shown in my eyes because one of them leaned in close and whispered that this was all part of the experience, that I was doing great, that the audience was loving my authentic fear. I tried to convince myself they were right, that this was all elaborately staged, that the blood I could feel trickling from my wrists was somehow fake. But then one of them pulled out a knife, a hunting knife with a serrated edge, not a prop, and began cutting away my clothes. The cold metal against my skin felt undeniably real. The goosebumps that rose weren't performance. The laptop chimed repeatedly as the bids in the chat increased. I could see usernames and amounts flashing by as people paid to watch, to suggest what should happen next. The performing arts project facade had completely fallen away, replaced by the sickening realization that I was the unwitting star of some dark web live stream. A stream where the audience didn't just watch, but directed the action through their payments. One of the figures checked the laptop periodically, nodding to the other as if receiving instructions. They set up additional lights, positioned to eliminate any shadows that might hide what was happening from the viewers. There was a methodical professionalism to their movements that terrified me more than if they'd been frenzied or emotional. This was routine for them. I wasn't there first. The hours that followed exist in my memory as fragments. Moments of excruciating clarity punctuated by merciful periods of dissociation, where I seemed to float above my own body, watching what was happening to someone else. I remember the cold concrete floor against my back, the laptop chimes marking increased bids, the clinical way they responded to the highest paying viewers' requests, the way they occasionally tilted the camera to better capture my reactions. What haunts me most is the uncertainty that lingers even now. At some point during that endless night, they removed the duct tape and started asking me questions, increasingly personal ones, about my fears, my limits, my pain threshold. When I begged them to stop, they insisted this was all part of the performance, that I was doing brilliantly, that the audience could tell the difference between real fear and acting. They kept reassuring me that everything was under control, that I was completely safe. And sometimes, in their gentler moments, I almost believed them. When they gave me water, when they checked that the zip ties weren't cutting off circulation, when they explained what would happen next, as if walking an actor through a scene. Those moments of apparent concern made everything more confusing. Were parts of this real and others staged? Was I actually in danger? Or was this an extreme form of immersive theatre that I'd simply misunderstood? Near what I think was morning, though with no windows, it was impossible to tell. The stream seemed to reach some sort of conclusion. The viewer count had dropped significantly. One of them checked the laptop one last time before closing it. They removed the zip ties, handed me a bundle of clothes that weren't mine, and told me I'd done well. They counted out cash, the full £500 plus what they called a performance bonus, and placed it on the table. Then they simply left. No explanations, no debrief, nothing to definitively tell me whether what I'd experienced was real violence or elaborate theatre. Just instructions not to leave for 20 minutes, and a reminder that I'd signed an NDA prohibiting me from discussing the project with anyone. I sat there in the empty storage unit, pulling on the oversized clothes with shaking hands, trying to make sense of what had happened. The cameras were still there in the corners. I wondered if they were still recording, if someone was watching me try to reassemble myself. I took the money. I still don't know why. Maybe as evidence that it happened at all. The journey home is a blur. I remember sunlight hurting my eyes as I emerged from the storage facility. I remember people on the tube staring at my disheveled appearance, the clothes that didn't fit, the visible marks on my wrists and neck. I remember the overwhelming urge to tell someone, anyone, what had happened, but being unable to find the words. How do you explain something when you yourself don't understand what was real? In the days that followed, I searched for the website I'd seen on the laptop screen. I trawled the dark web using tutorials I found online, looking for any trace of the stream, for my own face among the videos for sale. I found nothing conclusive, just similar streams that made me physically ill to glimpse, never knowing if I was among them. I reported nothing to the police. What would I say? That I voluntarily went to a storage unit in the middle of the night for money? That I wasn't sure if I'd been assaulted or had participated in extreme performance art? That I took the payment and left without seeking help? They'd either dismiss me or worse, investigate and find the NDA I'd signed, the messages where I'd agreed to participate in simulated scenarios of intensity. The storage unit company had no record of the unit number I provided when I called anonymously to ask about it. According to their system, that particular unit had been empty for months. The gig posting had disappeared from the website where I'd found it. The email address I'd communicated with bounced back all my messages. Sometimes I almost convinced myself it was all an elaborate production, some extreme form of immersive theatre or a psychological experiment. The fact that they paid me, that they didn't keep me there or do lasting physical damage, suggests boundaries existed. But then I look at the scars on my wrists, the nightmares that wake me screaming, and I know something genuinely traumatic happened in that storage unit. The worst part is the uncertainty, the not knowing which parts were performance and which were real, whether the audience was watching fiction or genuine torture, whether I was a victim or a performer who simply hadn't understood the role. I check my bank account obsessively now, looking for unexpected deposits that might indicate my continued unwitting participation in something I don't understand. I've covered every camera on every device I own. I've moved flats, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media. But I still feel watched. Still wonder if somewhere, on some corner of the dark web, people are bidding for a sequel. After all, they know where to find me. They know what I look like, and they know I need the money. Every time I pass a storage facility now, I wonder how many units contain people like me. People caught in that terrible space between performance and reality, never knowing if their fear is entertainment or evidence. It's funny how sometimes the most terrifying discoveries happen by complete accident. You're looking for something harmless, maybe trying to solve a simple problem, and you stumble across something that changes your entire understanding of the world around you. That's what happened to me last spring, and I still can't decide whether I wish I'd never found what I found, or whether I'm grateful to finally understand what was really happening. I work as a librarian in Manchester. Nothing particularly exciting about it. Helping students find resources, managing overdue fines, keeping the reading rooms quiet. The sort of job that most people assume is pleasant but boring, which it mostly is, except for the occasional problem patron or the odd technical issue with our computer systems. The trouble started when several of our regular users began complaining about their personal devices being compromised after using our public internet. Nothing dramatic at first, just spam emails and suspicious login attempts. But the pattern was specific enough to suggest someone was targeting library users. Our IT support was limited to a part-time contractor who came in twice a week, and he wasn't particularly helpful when I raised the issue. He ran some basic scans, updated our security software, and assured me that our network was secure. But the complaints continued, and they were all coming from users who'd been in the library during specific time periods. I started paying more attention to who was using the computers during those times, trying to identify any patterns or recurring faces. Most of our users were students from the local university or college, but there were a few regulars who didn't fit the typical academic profile. One in particular caught my attention, a middle-aged man who always chose the same computer terminal and seemed to spend an unusual amount of time on activities that required very little visible interaction with the screen. He was quiet and unremarkable, the sort of person you'd never notice in a crowd. Always wore dark, nondescript clothing and carried a small backpack that he kept close to his workstation. He always turned up mid-afternoon when the place was busy enough to blend in. but not so packed he'd lose his favorite terminal. What struck me as odd was his behavior around the computer itself. Most people using public terminals either work intensively, typing, clicking, scrolling through pages, or they browse casually, moving between different websites and applications. His activity was different. He'd sit very still for long periods, occasionally making small adjustments or inputs, but mostly just watching the screen with an intensity that seemed out of proportion to whatever he was doing. The breakthrough came when I started tracking the complaints more carefully. Every single compromised user had been sitting at terminals adjacent to his usual spot during his visits. Not the same computer, but close enough that someone with the right equipment might be able to intercept their data. The realization hit me like a physical blow. He wasn't just using our computers, he was hunting other users. I started researching methods that could be used to compromise devices on public networks. What I found was both more sophisticated and more accessible than I'd expected. There were simple tools that would allow someone to capture login details and access other devices connected to the same network. The idea that someone could be watching your screen, reading your messages, maybe even seeing through your webcam, it made my skin crawl. The research led me into corners of the internet I'd never explored before, hidden communities where people shared surveillance techniques. The deeper I went, the more disturbed I became by what was apparently possible with gear and software that anyone with curiosity and time could learn to use. Some of the forums contain posts about targeting public spaces like libraries and cafes. Users traded advice on identifying vulnerable targets and avoiding detection. The casual tone of these exchanges was perhaps the most disturbing aspect. They talked about surveillance and privacy invasion as if it were a hobby. But it was the references to live monitoring that really made my blood run cold. There were sections dedicated to real-time observation of compromised devices, where participants could watch victims' activities as they happened. This wasn't just about stealing data. It was about the thrill of invasion, watching people without their knowledge. Reading about the live monitoring capabilities, I began to understand what might have been happening in our library. The man at the terminal wasn't just stealing data from other users. He might have been providing access to their devices for others to watch in real time. The thought that people could be sitting in our reading rooms, unaware that their every action was being observed by strangers, was genuinely horrifying. Posts explored the psychology of targets, strategies for prolonging surveillance, and methods for gaining access to webcams and microphones. One thread outlined how to turn victims' own devices into surveillance equipment that could monitor their private spaces. What made it worse was the realization that this was happening in places I recognized, affecting people I saw every day. The forums contained references to specific locations in Manchester and posts that suggested active operations in areas I knew well. I started watching him more carefully, trying to understand exactly what he was doing during his daily visits. His timing was precise. He'd arrive when the library was busy enough to provide cover, but not so crowded that he couldn't secure his preferred terminal. He brought his own equipment, small devices that he'd connect discreetly to the computer or position near other workstations. Most concerning was his attention to other users. He'd spend time observing people who sat near his workstation, and I began to notice patterns in his interest. He favored younger users, particularly women, and seemed drawn to people who appeared nervous or unfamiliar with the technology. There was something predatory in the way he'd position himself to watch them work, as if their confusion made them easier to own. Sometimes I'd catch him making small notes in a pocket diary, and the careful way he'd glance around before writing suggested these weren't innocent reminders. I realized that confronting him directly would likely just cause him to move his operation elsewhere. But I also couldn't ignore what was happening, knowing that people were being violated in ways they couldn't detect. The decision to document his activities felt like the only responsible option. I started taking discreet photographs of his setup, noting the times of his visits, and recording details about the equipment he used. The evidence wasn't dramatic, but it painted a clear picture of systematic surveillance activities. But gathering evidence meant spending more time observing his behavior, which led me deeper into understanding what he was actually doing. The forums I'd found contained guides for the exact techniques he seemed to be employing, and posts about the data that could be captured through these methods. The most disturbing discovery was that our library wasn't unique. The forums contained references to similar operations in public spaces across the country, suggesting coordination between different locations and operators. Reading through these discussions, I began to understand that what I'd witnessed was part of something much larger. The man in our library wasn't acting alone. He was part of a community that shared targets and techniques. The surveillance was being conducted for the entertainment of people who existed specifically to watch others without their knowledge. The realization that everything I did in public spaces might be subject to this kind of monitoring fundamentally changed how I moved through the world. Every public computer, every Wi-Fi network, every device I used outside my home became a potential point of vulnerability. I tried reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but explaining the technical aspects and providing evidence for activities that were designed to be invisible proved nearly impossible. The documentation I'd gathered looked circumstantial, and the online communities operated in ways that made them difficult to investigate. The complaints from library users eventually stopped, not because the problem had been resolved, but because he stopped coming. One day, he simply didn't appear at his usual time, and we never saw him again. His absence should have felt like a resolution, but instead it raised new questions about where he'd gone and whether his activities had simply moved to a different location. The forum stayed active, still filled with strategies and shared footage. Whatever had been happening in our library was apparently just one small component of something that continued to function regardless of any individual participant. I still work at the library, still help people with research and technical problems, still try to maintain the public service that libraries are supposed to provide. But I can't shake the knowledge of what might be happening to the people who use our services. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. Part of me wanted to forget it ever happened, to bury it somewhere deep and never look back. But I can't sleep properly anymore, and the counselor I've been seeing suggested that writing it down might help process everything. So here goes, the reason I'll never join another dark web tourism excursion as long as I live. I've always had a bit of a morbid fascination with abandoned places, especially those with dark histories. I'd spent years exploring derelict factories and forgotten manor houses across the British countryside, documenting my findings on various urbex forums. It was through one of these communities that I first heard about the special tour being offered at Blackwood Asylum, a Victorian-era psychiatric hospital that had been shuttered in the 1980s after a series of patient abuse scandals. The building had recently undergone partial renovation to make it safe for guided tours, while supposedly maintaining its authentic atmosphere. The forum post mentioned this wasn't your typical guided walk. It was billed as an immersive experience for serious enthusiasts only, promising access to areas not on the regular tour route. What caught my attention was the exclusivity. You had to be personally invited by an existing member, and the details were only shared through private channels. I remember feeling a flush of pride when Mike, someone I'd exchanged messages with for years but never met in person, offered to add me to their next group. The price was steep, £250, but Mike assured me it would be worth every penny. The payment process should have been my first warning sign. No credit cards, only cryptocurrency transferred to an anonymous wallet. I convinced myself this was simply to maintain the underground, exclusive nature of the experience, perhaps to skirt certain liability issues. How naive I was. I arrived at Blackwood on a dreary October evening, the imposing red brick building looming against the darkening sky, its numerous windows like vacant eyes staring down at us. There were 8 of us in total, all strangers apart from Mike, whom I finally met in person. He wasn't quite what I'd expected, older, perhaps in his 50s, with cold, evaluating eyes that never seemed to match his smile. He greeted me warmly enough, though, introducing me as the photographer to the others, a detail I didn't recall sharing with him. Our guide arrived precisely at 7 p.m. A tall, gaunt man who introduced himself only as the curator. He wore a pristine black suit that seemed at odds with the decrepit surroundings, and spoke with an accent I couldn't quite place. Eastern European, perhaps. He collected our mobile phones, explaining that they interfered with the authentic experience and the building's sensitive electrical systems. Again, I rationalized this. Many similar tours I'd been on had similar policies, though usually for photography copyright reasons rather than electrical interference. The first hour was relatively standard. We toured the main hall, former administrative offices, and a restored patient ward. The curator delivered a polished narrative about the asylum's history, punctuated with macabre anecdotes about particularly notorious cases. I remember thinking it was interesting, but not particularly special, certainly not worth the exorbitant fee. I caught Mike's eye at one point, raising an eyebrow as if to ask when the exclusive part would begin. He simply mouthed patience and turned his attention back to the curator. Around 90 minutes into the tour, after we'd been led through increasingly deteriorated sections of the building, the curator announced we would now be heading to the special exhibition. He led us down a narrow service staircase I hadn't noticed before, descending far deeper than I would have expected. The basement level we emerged into was noticeably different from the upper floors. The renovation work here appeared more recent and thorough. The walls were freshly plastered and painted a sterile white, the floor covered in scuff-free linoleum. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, giving the corridor a harsh, clinical appearance. I remember feeling increasingly uneasy as we proceeded deeper into this section. Gone were the historical photographs and informational placards that had adorned the walls upstairs. Instead, a series of modern CCTV cameras tracked our progress, their red lights blinking in silent observation. At the time, I rationalized this as security for whatever valuable exhibits lay ahead, but a growing sense of wrongness had begun to settle in my stomach. The curator stopped before a heavy metal door, unmarked save for a small keypad. As he entered a lengthy code, I glanced at the others in our group. Most seemed excited, expectant even, but one woman, younger than the rest, perhaps in her 20s, looked as unsettled as I felt. Our eyes met briefly, and I saw my own apprehension reflected there. I should have trusted that instinct, suggested we both leave. Instead, I silently followed the group as the door swung open. The room beyond was unexpected. a comfortable lounge area with plush leather sofas arranged in a semicircle facing a large screen mounted on the far wall. A small bar was set up in one corner, offering an assortment of high-end spirits. The curator invited us to make ourselves comfortable, to help ourselves to refreshments, whilst he prepared the main attraction. I accepted a whiskey, hoping it might calm my growing nerves. Mike settled beside me, suddenly talkative, asking about my photography equipment, my previous explorations, what sort of content I typically produced. His questions felt probing, invasive even, particularly when he asked if I had specific interests or preferred scenarios. I remember giving vague answers, increasingly uncomfortable with the conversation's direction. After perhaps 20 minutes, the curator returned, now accompanied by two burly men in black clothing, who positioned themselves on either side of the door through which we'd entered. The curator stood before the screen, addressing us with a practiced smile that never reached his eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. What you are about to experience is entirely unique. A Blackwood Asylum exclusive. For centuries, humans have been fascinated by the suffering of others. The Romans had their Colosseum, the medievals their public executions. In our sanitized modern world, such opportunities for authentic observation are limited, but the human appetite remains. He gestured to the screen behind him, which flickered to life, displaying what appeared to be a live feed of another room within the building, a stark, tiled chamber reminiscent of an operating theatre. In the center stood a metal table. Beside it, a trolley laden with implements I couldn't clearly make out. What you are about to witness is being broadcast simultaneously to select viewers across the dark web, connoisseurs who pay handsomely for unfiltered reality. You, however, have the privilege of proximity, of knowing it unfolds mere meters from where you sit. A cold realization was beginning to dawn on me. This wasn't some elaborate historical reenactment or artistic installation. The curator was describing something altogether more sinister. I looked around at the others. Most were leaning forward eagerly, a few exchanging excited whispers. Only the young woman from earlier, and I, seemed disturbed by what was being implied. I rose to my feet, mumbling something about needing the toilet, intending to slip out and find my way back to the entrance. One of the men by the door immediately stepped forward, placing a heavy hand on my shoulder. All guests must remain for the duration of the performance, the curator said smoothly. It's part of our agreement, the one you consented to when you transferred payment. I protested that I'd consented to no such thing, that I'd paid for a historical tour, not whatever this was. The curator merely smiled, producing a tablet, which displayed what appeared to be terms and conditions, my digital signature at the bottom. I had no recollection of signing this document, but there was my name, clear as day. Perhaps you should read the fine print more carefully in future, he suggested, before turning his attention back to the screen. The feed changed angle, now showing the entrance to the tiled room as a door opened. Two more black-clad men entered, between them a disoriented-looking man in perhaps his 30s, clearly drugged but conscious enough to stumble along with their guidance. They secured him to the table as he weakly protested, his words slurred and indistinct. Tonight's subject was carefully selected, the curator narrated, as though introducing a documentary. A homeless individual without family or connections, whose disappearance will go unremarked. Think of this as a form of recycling, transforming a life of no consequence into a moment of significance, of spectacle. What followed is difficult to recount, even now. The performance lasted approximately 40 minutes. during which the man on the screen was systematically, methodically taken apart. The curator provided commentary throughout, explaining the techniques being employed, the physiological responses being elicited, as though he were a professor delivering a particularly enlightening lecture. I couldn't watch. I kept my eyes fixed on the floor, though the sounds alone were enough to turn my stomach. The young woman, whose name I later learned was Emma, had a similar reaction, silently weeping beside me. The others watched with varying degrees of interest, some clinical and detached, others with unmistakable enjoyment. When it finally ended, the curator turned to us with that same emotionless smile. Congratulations on completing your first Blackwood experience. For those interested in participating in future events, perhaps in a more hands-on capacity, please speak with Mike or myself before departing. I felt Mike's eyes on me, assessing my reaction, calculating whether I was a potential recruit or a liability. I forced myself to meet his gaze, to arrange my features into something resembling composure rather than horror. Interesting, I managed, the word nearly choking me. Very authentic. He seemed satisfied with this response, turning his attention to another guest, who was enthusiastically inquiring about the schedule of upcoming performances. We were escorted back upstairs in groups of 2, ostensibly to collect our belongings and phones. Emma and I were paired together, accompanied by one of the door guards. As we reached the ground floor, Emma suddenly clutched her stomach, doubling over and vomiting violently onto the floor. The guard instinctively stepped back, momentarily distracted. She glanced at me, jerking her head toward a nearby fire exit. I understood immediately. We ran. The fire alarm blared as we crashed through the door, but we didn't stop, sprinting across the overgrown grounds toward the perimeter fence. I remember hearing shouts behind us, the beam of a torch sweeping across the darkness. We reached my car, parked on a secluded lane half a kilometer from the main entrance, and drove in terrified silence for nearly an hour before either of us spoke. What followed were weeks of paranoia. We'd left our identification, our phones. They knew who we were, where we lived. Emma stayed with friends, changing locations frequently. I considered going to the police, but what proof did we have? Our word against theirs, and that mysterious document with my signature. Would the authorities even believe such an outlandish story? 3 weeks after our escape, Emma disappeared. Her friends reported it, but the investigation went nowhere. No signs of forced entry to her temporary accommodation, no evidence of foul play. Just gone, like countless missing persons every year. I received a package the following day. Inside was my phone, wiped clean of all data, and a handwritten note. Participants who leave early forfeit their deposit. Yours has been collected. Balance paid in full. I moved house the next day, changed my name, deleted all my online accounts. I haven't set foot in an abandoned building since, nor visited any historical attraction more ominous than a well-lit stately home during peak visiting hours. Sometimes I wonder if I should have done more. Gone to the police regardless, tried to find evidence. But then I remembered the clinical efficiency of what I witnessed, the professional organization behind it, and the apparent wealth and connections that would enable such an operation to exist. I tell myself there was nothing I could have done. But in my darkest moments, when sleep won't come, I think about that room somewhere beneath Blackwood Asylum, and I wonder who's strapped to that table now, becoming unwitting entertainment for unseen viewers across the dark web. And I know with sickening certainty that somewhere in that audience, watching through their screens, are people who once stood beside me in that underground lounge, drinks in hand, waiting for the show to begin. The shipping container's corrugated metal walls still appear in my dreams, those industrial ridges casting thin shadows across terrified faces. I remember the exact moment I regained consciousness, the acrid smell of chemicals lingering in my nostrils, the cold steel against my cheek, the distant sound of waves suggesting we were near water. My wrists were bound with plastic ties that bit into my skin each time I moved, leaving marks I still trace absent-mindedly during sleepless nights. The previous evening had been unremarkable. I'd left work late, trudging through London's persistent drizzle toward the tube station, my mind occupied with mundane concerns about rent increases and unanswered emails. The van that pulled alongside me seemed like ordinary delivery transport, nothing to warrant a second glance in the city's busy streets. I don't remember the moment they took me, just a sudden sweet smell as a cloth pressed against my face. Then nothing until I woke in that container. I wasn't alone. 4 others lay scattered across the floor, similarly bound, gradually stirring to consciousness beneath the harsh glare of industrial LED strips that hung from the ceiling. None of us knew each other. A university student returning from a night out, an off-duty nurse still in scrubs, a middle-aged businessman in a rumpled suit, and an elderly woman who seemed remarkably composed despite the circumstances. Strangers united only by our confusion and escalating fear. What made the situation immediately more terrifying was the surveillance equipment positioned throughout the container. 4 high-definition cameras mounted in each corner, their red recording lights glowing steadily. A large monitor on the far wall, currently displaying a black screen with white text reading "Preparing Stream." A laptop sat on a small metal table, its screen showing what appeared to be a website interface. Dark background, red accents, a chat window where messages occasionally scrolled past too quickly to read. The unmistakable aesthetics of a dark web broadcast. As we struggled to comprehend our situation, the monitor flickered to life, displaying a split screen of the container from multiple angles, alongside a bidding interface where anonymous users were already placing substantial amounts in cryptocurrency. A timer appeared, counting down from 30 minutes. Below it, text explained the game in clinical terms. When the timer reached 0, each of us would be required to select another person in the container to die. The person receiving the most votes would be executed on camera. If we refused to choose, all of us would be killed. I remember the distinct feeling of unreality that washed over me, the desperate hope that this was some elaborate prank or social experiment. That hope evaporated when our captors demonstrated their seriousness by activating small explosive charges attached to the businessman's restraints, taking his right hand cleanly at the wrist when someone attempted to remove their bindings. The smell of cauterized flesh and his muffled screams solidified the nightmare into undeniable reality. The most disturbing element wasn't the explicit threat of violence, but the interaction happening on screen. Viewers were placing bets on our choices, commenting on our physical appearances, our apparent emotional states, our perceived likelihood of survival. We weren't people to them. We were characters in a brutal form of entertainment, our suffering quantified in cryptocurrency and viewer engagement metrics. As the timer ticked down, I found myself studying the others with a horrifying new perspective, evaluating them not as fellow victims, but as potential sacrifices. The student was young, had a full life ahead of him. The nurse saved lives for a living. The elderly woman had perhaps lived a full life already. The businessman was already injured. Each thought made me more disgusted with myself, yet I couldn't stop the calculations. With 5 minutes remaining, the bidding intensified. Special offers appeared on screen. Pay extra to force specific confrontations, to remove the binding from one participant, to add additional tools to the container. The highest bidder's preferences were implemented immediately by unseen mechanisms. The container floor shifted as compartments opened, revealing implements I cannot bring myself to describe even now. In those final moments, I caught my reflection in the polished metal surface of the table. Wild-eyed, sweat-streaked, unrecognizable to myself. I had entered the container as one person and would leave as another if I left at all. The timer reached 1 minute, and electronic tablets were delivered through a slot in the wall. One for each of us, displaying the faces of everyone in the container, requiring our selection. What happened next haunts me more than anything else. Not the violence that followed, not the mechanical execution of the group's decision, but the moment I made my choice. The absolute clarity with which I selected another human being to die so that I might live. The relief I felt when the tablet confirmed my selection. The shameful gratitude when enough others made the same choice, ensuring it wouldn't be me. I survived that night. 2 others did as well. The authorities found us 3 days later when dock workers heard sounds from the abandoned container. The website had vanished, the equipment professionally sanitized of evidence. The investigation stalled after several months, labeled as a probable organized crime incident from Eastern Europe. Sometimes I catch strangers looking at me with an odd recognition I can't explain. On particularly dark nights, I wonder if the stream is still accessible somewhere in the digital underworld. If anonymous viewers still watch my decision, my survival, my shame as entertainment during their exploration of hidden websites. But what truly keeps me awake isn't the fear of being recognized or found by those who orchestrated the game. It's the knowledge that somewhere right now, another container is being prepared, another stream is counting down, and ordinary people like me are discovering the terrible truth about what they're capable of when the only other option is their own destruction. And somewhere, someone is watching, placing bets, enjoying the spectacle of human beings forcing each other's hands. I keep telling myself I should have just thrown that photo album away the moment I realized the pictures weren't from any holiday I'd ever taken. My mum died suddenly last March, and I've been slowly working through the process of sorting her belongings from the house in Blackpool, where she'd lived alone for the past decade. Most of it has been straightforward, if emotionally difficult. Clothes for charity shops, furniture that relatives might want, the usual accumulation of a lifetime that needs to be dealt with when someone passes away. But tucked away in a drawer in her bedroom, I found a photo album I'd never seen before. It was the old-fashioned kind with sticky pages and plastic covers, filled with what appeared to be holiday photographs from various trips and outings. At first glance, the photos seemed normal enough. Pictures of tourist attractions, countryside views, seaside promenades, the sort of snapshots that any pensioner might take during day trips or holidays. But as I looked more carefully, I started noticing details that didn't make sense. The photos showed places I recognized: York Minster, the Lake District, Brighton Pier. But they also showed me in these locations, apparently taken during visits I'd never made. There I was, standing in front of landmarks I'd never seen, wearing clothes I didn't remember owning, sometimes with people I didn't recognize. The strangest part was how natural and unposed I looked in these photographs. Not like someone who was aware they were being photographed, but like candid shots taken during genuine leisure activities. but I had no memory of being in any of these places or doing the activities the photos showed. Initially, I wondered if I was looking at pictures of someone who resembled me closely. Maybe Mum had befriended someone who looked similar, or perhaps there were family members I didn't know about who shared physical characteristics. But the person in the photographs was definitely me. Same height, same build, same distinctive scar on my left hand from a childhood accident. These weren't pictures of someone who looked like me. They were pictures of me in places I'd never been. I tried to think of rational explanations. Maybe I'd forgotten about family trips from years ago, or perhaps these were photos from events I'd attended but hadn't paid much attention to. Memory can be unreliable, especially when it comes to routine outings that didn't seem significant at the time. But some of the photographs showed me in recent clothing and with a hairstyle I'd only adopted within the past 2 years. These weren't forgotten memories from decades past. They were apparently recent photos of activities I should definitely remember participating in. The implications were deeply unsettling. Either I was experiencing serious memory problems that were affecting my ability to recall significant portions of my recent life, or someone had been systematically photographing me without my knowledge during activities I wasn't aware I was participating in. I decided to research the locations shown in the photographs, hoping to find some trigger that might help me remember when and why I might have visited these places. When I started looking into some of the more distinctive backgrounds visible in the photos, I found references to locations that were connected to websites and services I'd never encountered before. Following these connections led me to platforms that seemed to exist outside normal internet browsing, places where people shared and traded photographs that appeared to have been taken without the subject's knowledge or consent. The platforms contained thousands of images showing ordinary people in various locations and activities, with detailed information about when and where the photographs had been taken. Most disturbing was that many subjects appeared to be unaware they were being photographed, captured during routine activities they probably assumed were private. Some photos were clearly taken from significant distances using telephoto lenses, while others appeared to have been captured during social situations where the subjects might have expected to be photographed but weren't aware of the specific images being taken. But what made me feel sick was finding additional photographs of myself among these collections. Images that weren't in Mum's album, but showed me during routine daily activities around my home area in Lancaster. Pictures of me walking to work, shopping for groceries, even sitting in my garden reading a book. All taken without my knowledge, from positions where the photographer would have been invisible to me, while I was going about my normal business. I realized that someone had been systematically surveilling and photographing me for an extended period, documenting both my routine activities and what appeared to be staged situations where I'd been unknowingly directed to specific locations for more elaborate photography sessions. The holiday photos in Mum's album weren't documenting trips I'd forgotten about. They were evidence that I'd been deliberately taken to various locations while unconscious or otherwise unaware, then photographed in ways that made these situations appear to be normal leisure activities. But understanding what had happened didn't immediately clarify who had been responsible or what methods they'd used to transport me to these locations without my knowledge or memory. The sophistication required to drug someone repeatedly, transport them to distant locations, photograph them in apparently natural poses, and return them home without leaving any conscious memory of these events suggested professional-level planning and resources. When I tried to research whether other people had experienced similar systematic photography and memory loss, I found scattered reports of individuals who'd discovered photographs of themselves in locations they couldn't remember visiting. Most had initially assumed they were experiencing memory problems or psychological issues, But investigation eventually revealed that they'd been targeted by operations that specialized in systematic surveillance and manipulation for purposes that weren't immediately clear to the victims. The operations seemed to focus on creating comprehensive photographic records of people's lives, including both routine activities and staged situations that required sophisticated planning and execution. But the most disturbing aspect was that many victims never discovered the full extent of their surveillance, only becoming aware when they accidentally encountered photographs that had been taken without their knowledge. The hidden platforms where these photos were traded contained much larger collections than what individual victims had discovered, suggesting that systematic surveillance and photography was happening to many more people than realized they were being documented. I was probably just one of many people who were being systematically photographed and surveilled, with most never becoming aware of the extent to which their lives were being documented and distributed through networks they couldn't access or monitor. The photo album I'd found in Mum's belongings had probably been placed there deliberately, possibly as part of whatever psychological manipulation was being conducted against me through this systematic surveillance. But proving what was happening would require evidence that was difficult to gather safely, since the people responsible had clearly demonstrated sophisticated capabilities for conducting surveillance while avoiding detection. Meanwhile, the photography and surveillance was probably continuing, with new images being captured regularly and added to collections that were traded through platforms designed to maintain anonymity and avoid law enforcement oversight. I never found any explanation for how Mum had obtained the photo album, or whether she'd been aware of the surveillance operation that was apparently targeting me. But I remained constantly aware that my daily activities were probably being photographed and documented by people whose purposes I couldn't understand and whose methods I couldn't detect or prevent. Every routine activity now felt potentially dangerous, knowing that people with sophisticated surveillance capabilities were systematically documenting my life while maintaining the ability to manipulate my memory and consciousness in ways that left no trace I could reliably detect. The photo album that was supposed to provide memories of Mum's life had instead revealed that my own life was being systematically documented and manipulated by people whose identity and motivations remained completely unknown to me. Looking back, I should have questioned why anyone would pay £50 for a simple memory test, but I was desperate for cash, and it seemed harmless enough at the time. I'd been struggling financially during my third year studying English literature at university. My part-time job at a local bookshop had ended when the business closed down, and finding replacement work that fitted around lectures and essay deadlines was proving impossible. The student loan barely covered rent and basic living expenses, leaving me constantly worried about money and unable to afford things like course materials or even occasional social activities. That's when I saw an advertisement on a university notice board offering payment for participation in cognitive research studies. The poster was simple and professional, advertising paid opportunities for students to contribute to psychology research while earning enough money to help with academic expenses. The study in question was investigating human memory formation and recall, specifically looking at how people process and remember visual information under different conditions. Participants would complete a series of memory tests involving photographs and images, with payment of £50 for approximately 2 hours of testing. The contact details led to a website that looked legitimate and academic, with proper information about research ethics, participant rights, and detailed descriptions of the testing procedures. The study was supposedly being conducted by researchers from several universities who were investigating cognitive processes that might eventually contribute to treatments for memory-related disorders. I contacted them through the website's form and received a prompt response inviting me to participate in the research. The initial screening process involved basic questions about my age, educational background, and general health, along with confirmation that I had normal vision and no history of serious memory problems. Within a few days, I was scheduled for a testing session at what appeared to be a legitimate research facility in a business park outside Hull. The location was professional and well-equipped, with proper reception areas and testing rooms that looked exactly like what you'd expect from a university psychology department. The researcher who conducted my session seemed knowledgeable and professional, explaining the testing procedures clearly and ensuring I understood my rights as a participant. She emphasized that all data would be anonymized and used only for academic research purposes. The memory tests themselves were straightforward initially. I'd be shown sequences of photographs for specific time periods, then asked to recall details about what I'd seen. The images were mostly neutral: landscapes, buildings, everyday objects, and the questions focused on basic details like colors, numbers, and spatial arrangements. But as the session progressed, the photographs became more complex and personally engaging. Instead of abstract images, I started seeing photographs that appeared to show real people in various situations. The researcher explained that using realistic social scenarios would provide more accurate data about how memory works in everyday contexts. Some of these photographs showed people in what appeared to be private or intimate situations. Not obviously inappropriate, but images that seemed like they might have been taken without the subject's knowledge or consent. When I mentioned this concern, the researcher assured me that all images were used with proper permission and that the realistic nature of the scenarios was important for the validity of the research. The memory testing continued with increasingly personal and detailed images. Photographs that showed people in their homes, at work, during private activities that suggested the images had been captured through surveillance rather than normal photography. The questions about these images were also more detailed than seemed necessary for basic memory research. Instead of asking about general visual details, the researcher wanted specific information about people's appearances, behaviors, and circumstances shown in the photographs. I started to feel uncomfortable about what I was being asked to observe and remember, but the researcher emphasized the importance of completing the full testing protocol and reminded me that discontinuing the session would forfeit the £50 payment I needed for living expenses. During breaks between testing sequences, I noticed details about the facility that seemed inconsistent with legitimate academic research. The equipment was more sophisticated than necessary for basic memory testing, and some of the staff appeared to have security or surveillance backgrounds rather than academic credentials. Most concerning were glimpses of other testing materials that suggested the memory research was just one part of a larger operation, involving different types of psychological assessment and data collection. When I tried to ask about the broader research program, the staff were evasive and redirected my attention to completing the memory tests I'd agreed to participate in. After several hours of testing, I was paid as promised and thanked for contributing to important research about human cognitive processes. The researcher mentioned that they might contact me about future studies if I was interested in additional paid participation. But over the following weeks, I started noticing things that made me question what I'd actually participated in during the memory testing session. Some of the people I'd seen in the photographs appeared in local news reports or missing person appeals. Images that had been presented as research materials were actually surveillance photographs of real people who were dealing with serious problems or dangerous situations. I realized that the memory testing had been used to assess my ability to recall detailed information about surveillance targets, possibly as part of a recruitment process for people who could provide useful observational skills for illegal activities. The detailed personal information collected during the screening process would have helped identify participants who were financially vulnerable and might be suitable for recruitment into criminal operations that required good memory and attention to detail. When I tried to research the facility where the testing had taken place, I found that the business park address was registered to a generic office rental company with no permanent tenants. The psychology research program had been a temporary operation designed to assess potential recruits, rather than conduct legitimate academic studies. I attempted to contact the researchers to express concerns about how the study had been conducted, but the website had been taken down and the email addresses I'd used were no longer active. The entire memory testing operation had disappeared, leaving no trace of the people who had conducted the research or the purposes for which the collected data would be used. But I was still in their database as someone who had demonstrated useful observational capabilities and financial desperation that might make me suitable for future recruitment attempts. Over the next few months, I received contacts from various sources offering paid opportunities that seemed designed to test my willingness to gather and report detailed information about other people. Requests to document activities in public spaces, photograph specific individuals or locations, even provide detailed reports about the behaviors and routines of people in my social circle. All presented as legitimate research or commercial opportunities, but clearly designed to assess my potential value as an intelligence gatherer. I realized that the memory testing had been the beginning of a systematic recruitment process, targeting vulnerable students who could be gradually drawn into providing surveillance and intelligence services for criminal operations. The £50 I'd earned for participating in cognitive research had actually been payment for demonstrating my suitability as a potential accomplice in activities that could seriously harm the people I'd been unknowingly helping to identify and target. But by the time I understood what had happened, I'd already provided detailed evidence of my observational capabilities, financial circumstances, and willingness to participate in questionable activities for relatively small amounts of money. The psychological profile they'd built during the memory testing session would make it easy for them to predict how I might respond to different types of recruitment pressure and what kinds of offers would be most likely to overcome my ethical concerns about intelligence gathering work. When I tried to research other students who might have participated in similar memory testing studies, I found that most were reluctant to discuss their experiences or claimed not to remember details about the research they'd contributed to. Either they'd been convinced to maintain confidentiality about their participation, or the memory testing had included techniques designed to make participants less likely to recall or question the true nature of what they'd experienced. The recruitment operation was probably systematic and ongoing, targeting financially desperate students across multiple universities and gradually building a network of people who could provide surveillance and intelligence services without fully understanding how their observations would be used. I never participated in any follow-up research or accepted the additional paid opportunities that continued to be offered through various channels. But I remain concerned about how the detailed psychological and observational data collected during the memory testing might eventually be used. The listing appeared exactly when I needed it most. Ultra-secure private accommodation for those requiring absolute discretion, it promised, with photos of a modern flat, with reinforced doors, blackout blinds, and a state-of-the-art security system. Having just fled my flat in Bristol, after my ex discovered my new address. I was desperate for somewhere he couldn't possibly find me. The price was steep but manageable. A small sacrifice for peace of mind, after months of looking over my shoulder. The booking process was unusually thorough. Beyond the standard identity verification, they required detailed information about my situation, my daily habits, even my medical history. I justified each invasive question as necessary for their security protocols. The confirmation arrived with elaborate check-in instructions and a strict warning not to share my location with anyone. I remember feeling almost grateful for their thoroughness. Finally, someone taking stalking seriously. The location surprised me. A converted warehouse in a semi-industrial area outside Birmingham, not the residential neighborhood I'd expected. The exterior was deliberately nondescript, concrete and steel with minimal windows and no identifying signage. My access code opened a reinforced door leading to a Spartan lobby with a second security door. The property manager wasn't present as promised, but a tablet mounted on the wall guided me through a facial recognition scan and directed me to flat 7. Inside, the space matched the photos perfectly. Minimalist furniture, stainless steel kitchen, windows with electronic blinds that could be completely sealed. The promised security features were everywhere. Motion sensors in each corner, fingerprint locks on interior doors, a panic button beside the bed. I remember running my hand appreciatively along the solid front door with its 3 deadbolts and reinforced frame. For the first time in months, I felt I could breathe. The first oddity I noticed was the absence of outward-facing cameras. For a property so focused on security, all monitoring seemed directed inward. The tablet that controlled the flat systems showed multiple camera feeds, bathroom, bedroom, living area, but none covering the corridor or entrance. I initially rationalized this as privacy protection for other residents, though I hadn't seen or heard evidence of any neighbors. By evening, other discrepancies became apparent. The windows, while appearing to overlook the city, never changed with the fading light. Closer inspection revealed they were actually high-resolution screens displaying pre-recorded views. The air circulation was perfect despite no apparent ventilation. Most disturbing, the panic button beside the bed had no wiring behind it, just a hollow space in the wall. That night, I woke to a subtle change in the ambient sound. The barely perceptible background hum had altered its frequency. In the darkness, I noticed a red light on the ceiling camera that hadn't been active earlier. As I stared at it, text appeared on the tablet beside my bed. Subject awake. Monitoring preferences selected. Auction commencing. Horror flooded through me as I realized the truth. This wasn't a safe house. It was a viewing gallery. Someone was watching, evaluating, preparing to bid on something. On me. The elaborate intake forms, the detailed personal history, the medical questions. They weren't security protocols, but a catalog description. Frantically, I tried the door. The locks that had earlier made me feel protected now imprisoned me. The reinforced windows wouldn't break despite my desperate attempts with a chair. I screamed for help, but the room's perfect acoustics suddenly made sense. The space was completely soundproofed. The tablet continued updating. Auction complete. Buyer protocol initiating in 3000. A countdown timer appeared, ticking away the hours until whatever came next. I spent those 3 hours searching desperately for escape, tearing the flat apart for any weakness in its seemingly perfect containment. As the timer approached 0, a new message appeared. Preparation sequence initiating. The ventilation sound changed again, and a sweet, chemical smell permeated the air. My limbs grew heavy, my thoughts clouding as I fought to remain conscious. My last memory before darkness claimed me was the main door finally opening, revealing not the exit corridor but a clinical white room beyond, where figures in masks waited with equipment I couldn't identify. I woke days later on the outskirts of Birmingham with surgical dressings on my abdomen, a burner phone containing a single message, payment complete, and no memory of what had been taken from me. The safe house had disappeared from all booking sites, my transaction history altered to show I'd never made the reservation. Sometimes, in certain lights, I see tiny glints beneath my skin that weren't there before. Tracking devices, perhaps, or something worse. I live in constant fear that whoever purchased me that night might someday decide they want more than what they've already taken. That the auction I unwittingly participated in might have been just the beginning. The cruelest irony, I'd fled to that safe house terrified of one specific threat, only to deliver myself into the hands of something far worse. An unseen marketplace where safety is simply another commodity to be exploited, where the most secure prison is one the captive willingly enters, grateful for the locks that will ultimately trap them. I still think about this every time I see a phone left unattended somewhere, and it makes me wonder what secrets everyone's carrying around without realizing it. It happened during my second year at Manchester University. I was in the library cramming for exams when I noticed someone had left their phone on the table next to mine. There was nothing exceptional about it. It was just a standard iPhone. Yet its owner had not returned for more than an hour. I figured I'd hand it in at the library desk, but the screen kept lighting up with notifications and messages. I wasn't deliberately trying to read anything, but it's hard not to notice when someone receives dozens of text messages and the preview lines appear on the lock screen. The messages weren't the usual student stuff you'd expect. Instead of chat about assignments or plans for drinks, these were cryptic references to locations, times, and what appeared to be coded arrangements for meetings or transactions. I became intrigued and began closely observing the pattern of notifications. The messages were coming from multiple contacts, but they all had similar formats, combinations of letters and numbers that looked more like usernames than real names. When the phone buzzed with an incoming call from someone listed as DM_Manchester_03, I made a decision that probably seems obvious in hindsight, but felt justified at the time. I answered it thinking I could explain that they'd reached a lost phone and help arrange for its return to the owner. The person on the other end seemed confused when I explained the situation, but not in the way you'd expect from someone whose friend had lost their phone. Instead, they sounded concerned about what I might have seen and started asking specific questions about which messages had come through and whether I'd accessed any applications. When I assured them I hadn't looked through anything private, just noticed the notifications on the lock screen, they seemed slightly relieved, but still worried about what they called operational security being compromised by the phone being left unattended. That terminology made me realize this wasn't just someone who'd misplaced their device. There was something on this phone that required serious security precautions and careful handling. The caller asked me to power down the phone immediately and leave it exactly where I'd found it. They explained that the owner would return to collect it within the hour, and that it was important not to move the device or allow anyone else to handle it. The urgency in their voice suggested this was much more serious than recovering a lost phone. They seemed genuinely concerned about the security implications of the device being in unauthorized hands, even briefly. I followed their instructions and left the phone where I'd found it, but I couldn't stop thinking about the strange messages and the caller's reaction to the phone being temporarily lost. During the next hour, I kept glancing over at the phone while pretending to study. The screen continued lighting up with more cryptic messages, and I started noticing patterns in the codes and references that suggested they were related to specific activities happening around Manchester. When someone finally came to collect the phone, it wasn't what I'd expected. Instead of a student looking for their missing device, it was a middle-aged man in business clothes who approached the table very cautiously and checked the area carefully before picking up the phone. He didn't seem relieved to find his lost property. Instead, he looked worried and spent several minutes checking the device thoroughly before leaving quickly without acknowledging my presence. The whole interaction felt more like someone recovering sensitive equipment than a simple lost property retrieval. That evening, I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd witnessed and what kind of activities might require that level of security and operational concern. I started researching the location references I'd glimpsed in the message previews, trying to understand if they corresponded to any significant places or events around Manchester. What I found led me to websites and platforms I'd never encountered before, places that required specific access methods and operated outside normal internet structures, sites where people coordinated activities that couldn't be discussed through conventional communication channels. The coded references in the phone messages seemed to relate to a marketplace where various services were being arranged and coordinated. These activities may not be illegal, but they require discretion and anonymity for individuals who cannot afford to have their involvement traced or documented. Some of the services being offered were clearly criminal: drug distribution, stolen goods trading, even what appeared to be violence for hire. But others were more ambiguous, involving information trading, surveillance services, and various forms of assistance that might be legitimate depending on the context. The phone I'd briefly handled contained evidence of systematic criminal coordination happening throughout Manchester, with people using coded communications to arrange everything from minor fraud to serious violent crimes. But understanding what I'd stumbled across didn't provide any clear guidance about what to do with the information. I had no concrete evidence of specific crimes, and explaining how I'd learned about these activities would require admitting to accessing communications that weren't intended for me. More importantly, the people involved had already demonstrated their concern about operational security and their ability to respond quickly when they perceived threats to their activities. If they discovered that I'd researched their coded references and found the hidden marketplaces they were using, they might decide that I posed a security risk that needed to be managed. Over the next few weeks, I started noticing things around campus and the city that seemed connected to the coded activities I'd glimpsed on the lost phone. People having brief conversations in public places using terminology that matched the message formats I'd seen. Despite their casual appearance, the small transactions and exchanges mirrored the coordination I had witnessed. Most disturbing was the realization that this criminal coordination was happening everywhere, with participants who looked like normal students, professionals, and residents conducting illegal business while maintaining completely ordinary public personas. The hidden marketplace, I discovered, wasn't an isolated community of obvious criminals. It was a parallel economy that operated alongside normal life in Manchester, involving people who could be anyone you might encounter during routine daily activities. But the most troubling aspect was understanding that the security concerns expressed by the phone's associates weren't just about protecting their own activities. They were worried about unauthorized people gaining access to information that could expose a much larger criminal ecosystem. The brief glimpse I'd gotten into their coordination system had probably revealed connections and methods that could be used to identify many more participants in illegal activities across the city. That knowledge made me potentially valuable as an informant for law enforcement, but also potentially dangerous to people who had significant investments in maintaining the secrecy of their operations. I was caught between having information that could help prosecute serious crimes and knowing that revealing what I'd learned could make me a target for people who specialized in eliminating security threats. The lost phone incident had given me unwanted insight into criminal activities that I had no safe way to report or ignore. Meanwhile, the coordination system was probably continuing to facilitate crimes throughout Manchester, with new participants being recruited and existing operations expanding while maintaining the anonymity and security that kept law enforcement from detecting their activities. I never contacted police about what I'd discovered, but I remained constantly aware that I was living in a city where systematic criminal coordination was happening all around me, involving people who might be anyone I encountered during normal daily life. The casual way these activities were integrated into ordinary life made it impossible to feel secure about anyone's true intentions or activities, especially knowing that criminal coordination could be happening through devices and communications that appeared completely normal to casual observation. When I finally graduated and moved away from Manchester, I felt relief about leaving behind the knowledge of criminal activities that I couldn't safely report or completely ignore. But I also realized that similar coordination systems probably operated in every city and university town, with hidden marketplaces facilitating criminal activities while maintaining the appearance of normal communities populated by ordinary people. The lost phone had revealed that criminal coordination was much more widespread and systematically organized than I'd ever imagined, and that the security measures protecting these activities were sophisticated enough to make exposure extremely dangerous for anyone who accidentally gained unauthorized access to their communications. Walking past that library table, where I'd first noticed the abandoned phone, I spotted another device left unattended, with its screen lighting up with incoming messages, and this time I just kept walking. The advertisement appeared in my social media feed during one of those endless midnight scrolling sessions when sleep seemed determined to evade me. Woodland retreat, reclaim your peace, it promised, with images of sunlight filtering through ancient trees and minimalist cabins nestled in verdant clearings. I remember pausing, my thumb hovering over the screen. Something about the serenity in those photos calling to the hollow exhaustion that had become my constant companion since losing my job 6 months prior. The winter had been particularly brutal that year. Not just the biting Yorkshire cold or the perpetual grey hanging over the landscape, but the isolation that had slowly wrapped around me. My therapist had suggested a change of environment might help disrupt my patterns of rumination. A reset, she'd called it. So when I saw the retreat offered a special rate for a 2-week digital detox and trauma recovery program, it felt like the universe was offering a lifeline. The journey there was disorienting by design, I realized later. First, the train to a remote station in the Pennines, then a minibus with tinted windows that made it impossible to track our route. There were 4 other participants besides myself, all broken in our own ways, all seeking something that had been taken from us. The retreat itself appeared, at first glance, exactly as advertised. a collection of tasteful wooden structures surrounded by ancient trees, the sound of a stream bubbling nearby. Dr. Manning greeted us with the perfect blend of professional distance and compassionate understanding, explaining our schedule of group and one-on-one therapy sessions throughout our stay. The first few days followed a soothing rhythm. Morning meditation, group therapy, individual sessions, nature walks, art therapy. I felt the tight coil of anxiety within me begin to unwind, just slightly. The absence of screens, of news, of social media, it was like having a weight lifted from my chest. But on the fourth night, I woke suddenly with a disorienting sensation that something was wrong. The cabin was pitch black, but I could have sworn I heard the soft click of a door closing. The next morning, I noticed small things out of place. My journal moved slightly on the desk. The sweater I draped over the chair folded differently. The fifth day brought our first deep healing session, which Dr. Manning explained would involve a mild sedative to help us access buried trauma. We were each given a small blue pill with water. I remember hesitating briefly, the pill resting in my palm, a flutter of concern passing through me, but I followed suit with the others. After all, I had come here to heal. The memories of what followed are fragmented. Lying on my bed, watching patterns of light shift across the ceiling as the sedative took hold. Flashes of intense emotion as scenes from my past played out. But there were other moments too. Strange intrusions that didn't belong to my history. A sense of being watched. Hands adjusting my position. A light so bright it penetrated my closed eyelids. Voices discussing my reactions as if I were a specimen. It was during personal reflection time the next day that I first noticed the cameras. Tiny pinprick lenses embedded in the wooden beams, in the spine of a book, in the frame of the bathroom mirror. Once I saw the first, the others revealed themselves like stars emerging at twilight. Security cameras wouldn't be hidden. They wouldn't be in the bathroom, angled toward the shower. They wouldn't be positioned to capture every angle of the bed. I systematically examined my cabin that night, identifying 7 different cameras and a small panel behind the headboard containing technical equipment. Wires, a control box with blinking lights, a transmitter of some kind. The next day passed in forced normalcy and underlying terror. I watched Dr. Manning speak quietly into what appeared to be a wristwatch when he thought no one was looking. I noticed how certain participants were singled out for specialized interventions and returned with an unsettling vacancy behind their eyes. During my scheduled session with Dr. Manning, I made my gravest mistake. He asked how I'd found the deep healing experience, and I mentioned feeling observed and moved. His expression didn't change, but something in his eyes sharpened, a predator recognizing the first stumble of intended prey. I returned to my cabin and began searching for escape. The windows were restricted, the door locked from outside at night. I found a forgotten toolbox beneath the bathroom sink, used the tools to disable every camera I could find, and removed the window restrictor to create an opening just wide enough to squeeze through. After nightfall, I slipped through the window and fled into the dark woods, guided only by weak moonlight and the landmarks I'd memorized during our walks. I had been moving for perhaps 20 minutes when I heard them. Voices, torchlight, the sounds of a search party. I abandoned the path, plunging deeper into the undergrowth, desperate to find the main road. Hours later, exhausted and disoriented, I glimpsed what appeared to be a straight line through the trees. The road, I thought. But as I broke through the tree line, I discovered it was a service track leading to a modern industrial building in the midst of the woodland. Through its windows, I saw a horror that returns in my nightmares still. A production studio with multiple screens displaying live feeds from the retreat cabins. Other screens showed sterile medical rooms where participants lay unconscious or restrained, subjected to scenarios designed for maximum psychological distress. Most disturbing was the wall of monitors showing a dark web streaming interface where viewers paid to watch these sessions in real time, voting on interventions, requesting specific psychological triggers be exploited. These weren't therapy sessions. They were elaborate psychological torture scenarios broadcast to paying audiences who delighted in watching human suffering. And I had voluntarily walked into this nightmare, handed over my phone, accepted sedatives, shared my deepest traumas, which were now being weaponized against me for entertainment. I managed to steal an unlocked maintenance van and escape to the nearest town, where I stumbled into a police station with my unbelievable story. By the time authorities investigated, the facility had been mostly cleared out, though enough evidence remained to open an investigation. It's been 16 months since my escape. I live under a new name in a new city, checking dark web forums only from public computers. New retreats appear constantly. Wilderness Rebirth, Sanctuary Healing Collective, with the same serene images and promises. And beneath them, announcements for upcoming immersive experiences featuring individuals whose descriptions match new retreat participants. I check every room I enter for cameras. I decline all pills or drinks I haven't prepared myself. I keep the curtains drawn because I know they're still out there creating new content. And I suspect they remember me, the one who got away, whose finale session was promoted but never delivered. The most insidious horror isn't just the violation or exploitation, it's the permanent destruction of my ability to trust. Because once you've seen that healing can be weaponized and vulnerability monetized, the entire world becomes a potential stage set, and every person a possible performer in your private Truman Show of terror. I don't think I ever really believed the footage was real until I recognized the wallpaper in the background. At 17, I spent most of my time online looking for things I wasn't supposed to see, not porn or anything like that. My mates could handle that side of things well enough. I was after the stuff that got removed from platforms, the videos people whispered about in college corridors, the content that lived in the spaces between what was legal and what wasn't. It started with a mate showing me some grainy footage on his phone during lunch break. Something about a car crash in Russia, supposedly real CCTV footage that had been leaked online. Turned out to be fake, obviously, but it opened up a whole world I hadn't known existed. Forums where people shared banned documentaries, sites hosting films that had been pulled from cinemas, archives of news footage that broadcasters didn't want circulating. My bedroom became my research station. Mum and Dad thought I was just being antisocial, which was partly true. They'd call me down for dinner, and I'd mumble something about having coursework. Most of the time, they left me alone. Dad was usually in front of the television anyway, and Mum had her own programs to catch up on. The progression was natural enough. What shocked me one week became boring the next. I needed something more authentic, more immediate. The obviously fake stuff stopped working once you learned to spot the tells. Bad audio mixing, theatrical blood, actors who couldn't quite sell the fear convincingly. That's when I first came across mentions of red rooms. The concept was straightforward. Live streams where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time. Some versions claimed you could influence what happened through donations or chat commands, Most people dismissed it as internet mythology, the sort of thing that sounded plausible enough to generate discussion, but was too complicated and risky to actually exist. I spent months following leads across different platforms, encrypted messaging apps, obscure forums, recommendation chains that led nowhere most of the time. The deep web wasn't as mysterious as people made it out to be, mostly just marketplaces and file sharing. But finding specific content required patience and the right connections. The breakthrough came through someone calling themselves Deep Watcher on a forum dedicated to documenting real violence. He claimed to have access to exclusive content that would make everything I'd seen before look tame. I was skeptical initially. Half the people online claimed to have secret access to the internet's hidden corners. But his approach was different, more cautious. He'd share screenshots rather than links, timestamps from conversations rather than direct invitations. The images were disturbing. Basement rooms with concrete walls, metal furniture, figures in shadow, but they could have been from anywhere. What convinced me was a detail in one of his screenshots, a streaming interface with a viewer counter showing 847 people watching. It was such an ordinary detail, the sort of thing you wouldn't think to include if you were creating a hoax. After proving my interest over several weeks, Deep Watcher sent me instructions for accessing what he called a private stream. Not a simple link, but a series of steps involving specific software and rotating passwords. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers. The interface was basic when I finally connected. A video player on a black web page, chat window below, viewer counter on the side showing about 600 people online. The video showed what looked like an industrial space, concrete floor, harsh lighting, metal chair in the center. There was someone strapped to the chair, male, maybe 30s, conscious but not moving much. The chat was active with comments in various languages, mostly discussing what they wanted to see happen next. I watched for nearly an hour before anything significant occurred. The man occasionally tested his restraints or looked around the room with the confused expression of someone trying to work out where they were. The chat kept a running commentary, placing bets, making suggestions, treating the whole thing like entertainment. Then someone entered the frame. Ordinary clothes, jeans, dark hoodie, regular trainers. Nothing theatrical about the appearance. No mask, though the camera angle meant I never saw their face clearly. They moved around methodically, adjusting equipment, checking camera positions like they were following a routine. The chat became more excited. Numbers appeared. Not pounds or dollars, something else entirely. People were making requests in multiple languages. The viewer count climbed past 800. What happened next was systematic and deliberate. The figure selected tools from a nearby table, held them up for the camera, then approached the chair. The victim became more alert, struggling against the restraints with increasing desperation as he understood his situation. The violence was different from anything in the films I'd collected. Those had been fiction, however convincing. This was immediate and unfiltered. The sounds were raw, the responses genuine. When the man screamed, it wasn't performance. The figure worked slowly, aware of their audience, responsive to the chat comments. The viewer count passed 900. People were clearly enjoying themselves. About 20 minutes in, the camera angle shifted, and I got a partial view of the figure's profile. Nothing distinctive, but something about the jawline and ear shape seemed familiar. Someone I'd seen before, though I couldn't place where. The realization came gradually. College maybe, or around town. Someone I'd passed on the street or seen at the bus stop. A face I recognized without knowing the name attached to it. My hands started shaking as I tried to remember where I'd encountered him. The knowledge was there, but just out of reach. Someone local, someone from Leeds. The chat had noticed the clearer camera angle too. Comments appeared about recognizing the person from previous streams. Someone posted a screenshot highlighting the profile view. That's when I saw the reflection. In the victim's eyes, staring directly at the camera, was the faint outline of a computer screen, the glow from a laptop display in a dark room. And in that reflection, barely visible, but definitely there, was a face. Mine. I closed the laptop immediately and sat in my dark bedroom, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it, that it had been a trick of the light or my mind creating patterns where none existed after hours of watching something disturbing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that those eyes had been looking specifically at me, not at the camera generally, but at me personally, as if the victim somehow knew exactly who was watching and where I was sitting. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound from outside made me check the window. Every creak from the house made me verify my door was locked. I kept thinking about that familiar face, becoming more certain I knew exactly who it was. The next morning, I tried to rationalize what had happened. It could have been an elaborate fake, the sort of sophisticated production someone with serious technical skills might create. The reflection could have been added digitally. The familiar face could have been coincidental. But when I checked my messages, I found something that made my stomach drop. A private message from Deepwatcher, sent 3 hours earlier. Thanks for watching last night. Always nice to have local support. See you around. I deleted everything immediately. Account, browsing history, downloaded software, written notes. I told myself the message could have meant anything, that he probably sent similar notes to lots of viewers. But that word, local, stuck with me. I started paying attention when I left the house, looking for that face in crowds, checking behind me more often. Every person in the hoodie made me nervous. Anyone who seemed to look in my direction for too long made me change route. 3 weeks later, I saw him outside college, standing by the gates, looking at his phone like any other student. Same jawline, same build as the figure from the stream. He glanced up as I approached, and our eyes met briefly. He smiled, nothing threatening, just the sort of polite acknowledgement you might give someone you'd seen, around, but didn't know well. Casual and normal. But I recognized something in that smile. He knew who I was, just as I now knew who he was. I changed my route to college after that, started taking different buses, varying my schedule, avoiding places where I'd seen him. My parents noticed I was more withdrawn, but assumed it was college stress. Because I was being followed, though subtly. He was always just far enough away to seem coincidental, in places where he had legitimate reasons to be. Outside shops I used, on buses I called regularly, in the background of places I visited, never approaching or threatening, just present often enough to let me know he was paying attention. I couldn't tell anyone about it. How do you explain being stalked by someone you encountered through watching illegal content online? How do you report to police that someone you saw committing crimes on the internet is now following you around town? You don't. You learn to live with it, sleep with furniture against your door, carry something sharp in your pocket, check behind curtains before sitting down, and you try not to think about what they might be planning. Whether you're going to be the next person in that chair, staring into a camera while strangers watch online. Whether your own reflection is already visible somewhere, waiting for the right moment. I still don't sleep well. Every night I listen for sounds that don't belong, watch for movement that shouldn't be there, Sometimes I wonder if I'm still being monitored through devices I haven't thought to check. But mostly I think about those eyes, how they seemed to look through the screen directly at me, how they reflected not just my face, but something deeper that suggested the distance between watching and being watched isn't as secure as I'd assumed. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I wonder if I'm still connected to that stream somehow, if people are still watching somewhere, still waiting. I started writing book reviews online for a few extra pounds, but the publisher who hired me was more interested in my reading habits than my writing skills. Reading has always been my escape from everything else. Books were the one constant in our household where money was tight and family drama never seemed to end. While everything around me felt unpredictable, I could always rely on a good story to transport me somewhere calmer and more interesting. By the time I got to university in Cardiff, I was reading at least a book a week and had developed strong opinions about what made good writing. My English literature course encouraged critical thinking about texts, and I found myself naturally gravitating toward writing detailed analyses of what I read, not just whether I enjoyed something, but why it worked or didn't work, how authors constructed their narratives, what made certain books memorable while others were immediately forgettable. When I discovered that people actually got paid to write book reviews, it seemed like perfect part-time work. I was already reading constantly and forming detailed opinions about everything I encountered. Getting paid to turn those thoughts into published reviews would be like earning money for something I was doing anyway. I found several platforms that connected freelance reviewers with publishers and authors who needed honest assessments of their work. Most paid modest amounts, usually between £10 and £20 per review. But the work was flexible, and I genuinely enjoyed reading books I might not have discovered otherwise. One publisher, Meridian Press, offered significantly better rates than the others. They specialized in what they called contemporary psychological fiction and were looking for reviewers who could provide detailed analysis of character development, narrative structure, and thematic content. Their application process was more thorough than other review platforms. Beyond basic writing samples, they wanted detailed information about my reading preferences, educational background, and even personal circumstances that might influence my interpretation of different types of content. They explained that understanding reviewers' perspectives and potential biases was crucial for matching them with appropriate books and ensuring that reviews would be genuinely useful for their editorial decision-making process. Within a week, I was accepted and assigned my first book, a psychological thriller about a university student who becomes obsessed with documenting the private lives of people around her. The novel was well written and engaging, exactly the sort of contemporary fiction I enjoyed reading. My review was detailed and thoughtful, analyzing the author's exploration of surveillance culture and the psychology of obsession. Meridian Press seemed pleased with my work and quickly assigned me additional books to review. But after completing several reviews, I started noticing unusual patterns in the books I was being sent. All featured protagonists who were isolated young adults dealing with various forms of psychological pressure, university students struggling with academic stress, recent graduates facing uncertain career prospects, people in their early 20s who felt disconnected from family and traditional support systems. The scenarios were remarkably similar to my own circumstances, as if the books had been specifically selected because they would resonate with my personal experiences and psychological vulnerabilities. More concerning was that many of the novels included detailed descriptions of manipulative techniques and psychological exploitation methods. Characters who were gradually drawn into harmful situations through carefully orchestrated emotional manipulation and social isolation. The books weren't just entertainment. They were instruction manuals for identifying and exploiting psychological weaknesses in vulnerable young people. When I mentioned these thematic similarities to my contact at Meridian Press, they explained that focusing on specific psychological themes helped them develop expertise in particular niches of contemporary fiction. Understanding how different authors approach similar subjects would help them identify promising manuscripts and provide better editorial guidance. But the explanations didn't address why all the books seemed designed to normalize manipulation and exploitation, or why the detailed review process required such extensive personal information about reviewers' circumstances and vulnerabilities. I started paying closer attention to the review requirements and the types of analysis that Meridian Press requested for each book. They wanted detailed assessments of how realistic the manipulation techniques appeared, whether the psychological pressure tactics would be effective against different personality types, and how readers might respond to characters who gradually succumb to various forms of coercion and control. The reviews weren't evaluating literary merit. They were providing professional assessment of psychological manipulation methods disguised as educational content. I realized that Meridian Press wasn't a legitimate publisher at all. They were using the book review process to identify people with detailed knowledge of psychological manipulation, while simultaneously assessing reviewers' own vulnerabilities and susceptibility to various forms of influence. The personal information collected during the application process, combined with detailed analysis of how reviewers responded to manipulative scenarios in fiction, provided comprehensive psychological profiles that could be used to target specific individuals for exploitation. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd already provided extensive analysis of manipulation techniques and detailed information about my own psychological responses to various forms of pressure and coercion. The reviews I'd written contained everything someone would need to understand my psychological vulnerabilities and develop strategies for manipulating me into participating in activities I wouldn't normally consider. When I tried to stop accepting assignments from Meridian Press, my contact expressed disappointment about my reduced availability and offered premium rates for continuing to work on their most important projects. They emphasized that my analytical skills and psychological insights made me particularly valuable for their editorial development process, and suggested that discontinuing our working relationship would be a missed opportunity for both professional development and financial benefit. The pressure to continue felt excessive for what should have been straightforward freelance work. It seemed more like concern about losing access to someone who had provided useful intelligence about psychological manipulation methods. I attempted to research Meridian Press more thoroughly and found that while they maintained a professional website and claimed to publish contemporary fiction, there was no evidence of actual book publication or distribution through normal literary channels. The review platform was a front for gathering detailed psychological assessments from people who could analyze manipulation techniques while unknowingly providing information about their own vulnerabilities to exploitation. People seeking legitimate freelance work were being systematically recruited to provide professional quality analysis of psychological manipulation methods, while revealing their own susceptibility to various forms of coercion and control. The detailed personal information and psychological profiles collected through the review process would be valuable for criminals who specialized in targeting isolated young people for fraud, exploitation, or recruitment into illegal activities. But reporting what I'd discovered would require admitting that I'd been providing detailed analysis of manipulation techniques, potentially making me appear complicit in developing methods for exploiting vulnerable people. The psychological profiles they'd built through my review work would also make it easy for them to predict how I might respond to different types of pressure or threats if I created problems for their operation. Meanwhile, the recruitment process was probably continuing with new reviewers who were attracted by the promise of paid work analyzing contemporary fiction, while unknowingly contributing to the development of systematic exploitation techniques. The book review work I'd thought would be a pleasant way to earn money while engaging with literature had instead made me an unwitting consultant for operations that specialized in identifying and manipulating vulnerable young people. But the most disturbing realization was that the manipulation techniques I'd been analyzing in fictional contexts were probably being tested and refined in real-world applications against people who had been identified through similar recruitment processes. The detailed psychological assessments collected through fake review platforms were being used to facilitate actual exploitation of people who trusted educational and literary organizations to provide legitimate opportunities rather than systematic recruitment for criminal activities. I never completed another review for Meridian Press or any similar platform, but I remain concerned about how the psychological profiles and manipulation analysis I'd provided might eventually be used against me or other people who had been identified as suitable targets. After I'd stopped all contact with Meridian Press, I received a package containing several books I'd never ordered, along with a note explaining that they were advanced copies of novels that had been selected specifically for my reading preferences and psychological profile, with an invitation to provide detailed analysis of the manipulation techniques described in each story. The most dangerous button I've ever clicked wasn't labeled something like launch missile or even delete account. It was innocuously titled Recommended Darknet Experience. It turns out when a VPN service offers to show you what you're protecting yourself from, sometimes they're actually showing you who's coming for you next. 3 months have passed since I clicked that button, and I haven't slept through the night since. I work as a data analyst for a healthcare company in Birmingham. Nothing particularly exciting, just crunching numbers and generating reports about hospital efficiency and patient outcomes. I'm not technically a cybersecurity expert, but I know enough about computers to be the person my parents and friends call when their Wi-Fi stops working. My interest in online privacy started about a year ago after our company experienced a data breach. Nothing catastrophic, just some leaked email addresses and phone numbers. But it was enough to make me realize how vulnerable our digital lives really are. So I started researching ways to better protect myself online. I installed ad blockers, switched to more secure browsers, stopped using Google for searches, that sort of thing. I became increasingly uncomfortable with how much information I was giving away just through normal browsing. I'd read articles about VPNs, virtual private networks, and how they could help maintain anonymity online, so I decided to try one out. After comparing different services, I settled on one called Secure Shield VPN. It had good reviews, a reasonable price point, and offered a 30-day free trial with all premium features included. I downloaded the app, created an account with a new email address I'd set up specifically for privacy tools, and started exploring the features. The app was sleek and user-friendly, with the usual array of server locations to choose from and different protocols for connection. What caught my attention, though, was a section called Premium Experiences that was only available to trial users and paying subscribers. The description explained these were curated online experiences that showcased the importance of privacy and security tools. One in particular stood out. Recommended Darknet Experience. See what you're protecting yourself from. I was intrigued I'd heard of the dark web, of course, but had never actually accessed it. I knew it required special browsers like Tor and wasn't something you could just Google your way into. The idea that this VPN would offer some kind of guided tour seemed educational, if a bit gimmicky. I figured it was probably just some pre-selected sites that showed off illegal marketplaces from a safe distance, the digital equivalent of a safari. It was a Friday evening when I decided to check it out. My girlfriend was away visiting her parents for the weekend, so I had the flat to myself. I remember it was raining heavily, drops drumming against the windows as I sat at my desk with a glass of whiskey beside my laptop. I clicked on the recommended Darknet experience option in the app, which prompted a notification. This will configure your system for secure Tor access and guide you through selected Darknet locations. Continue. I clicked yes, expecting some kind of tutorial to appear. Instead, the app seemed to make some changes to my system settings, and then a custom browser window opened automatically. It looked similar to Tor, but had the Secure Shield logo in the corner. A welcome message explained that I was now browsing through a secure, anonymous connection and could explore the curated site safely. The interface showed a sidebar with different categories: marketplaces, forums, services, information, and one simply labeled Other. Each had several sub-entries with innocuous names like Alpha Market or Liberty Forum. It felt surprisingly legitimate, like browsing an app store rather than the infamous dark web. I started with the marketplaces section, curious about what was actually for sale in these notorious black markets. The first site looked like a bare-bones version of Amazon or eBay, with listings for drugs, counterfeit goods, and hacked account credentials. Nothing I hadn't expected to see. The next few sites were similar, though some specialized in specific categories like prescription medications or fake IDs. After about an hour of casual browsing, I switched to the forums section. These were more interesting. Discussions about privacy, politics, technology, and yes, illegal activities. I was careful not to create any accounts or interact, just observing from a distance. Then I noticed something odd. In the other category, there was a listing called Premium Access, with a small crown icon beside it. The description simply read, "Exclusive content for valued members." I assumed this was just some additional marketing for the VPN service, perhaps showcasing the kind of content you might accidentally stumble upon without proper protection. When I clicked on it, a loading screen appeared with text explaining that this area was being specially configured for my session. This struck me as strange. Why would one particular section need special configuration? But before I could reconsider, the page loaded. It opened to what looked like a streaming site, similar to YouTube but with a minimalist black interface. There were about a dozen video thumbnails arranged in a grid. Each had a vague title like Session 23 or Interview 7 and what appeared to be a date from the previous month. No descriptions, no view counts, no comments. I clicked on one titled Orientation 4, assuming it might be some kind of instructional video about the dark web or privacy tools. The video buffered for a moment, then began to play. It showed a room that looked like a basement or storage area. Concrete walls, no windows, harsh fluorescent lighting. In the center was a person sitting in a chair, facing the camera. They were wearing ordinary clothes, but had a black hood covering their head. Behind them stood another figure in dark clothing, face obscured by shadows. My first thought was that this was some kind of mock interrogation scenario, perhaps a dramatization meant to illustrate the dangers of compromised privacy. But as the video continued, I realized with growing horror that this wasn't staged. The hooded person's hands were bound behind them, and they were visibly trembling. The standing figure began asking questions in a distorted voice. Questions about usernames, passwords, and access codes. I quickly closed the video, my heart pounding in my chest. This couldn't be real, could it? It had to be some kind of extreme roleplay or scare tactic designed to emphasize the importance of security. Yet something about the victim's posture, the genuine fear evident even through the hood, felt sickeningly authentic. Against my better judgment, I clicked on another video, this one titled Session 17. Similar setup, different victim. This time, the interrogation was more aggressive. I shut it down after less than a minute, feeling physically ill. I was about to close the entire browser when a chat notification appeared in the corner of the screen. Enjoying the premium access content. Your feedback is valuable to us. I froze, staring at the message. I hadn't logged into any chat system. I hadn't provided any way for them to contact me within this browser. Yet here was a direct message, clearly indicating that someone was aware of my presence, my actions, my viewing choices. I didn't respond, hoping they would assume I was away from my computer. Another message appeared. We notice you've accessed 2 of our exclusive videos. Your interest has been noted. Panic rising, I closed the browser completely and shut down my laptop. I unplugged my router for good measure, as if physically disconnecting from the internet could somehow erase what had just happened. I spent the rest of the evening in a state of growing paranoia, checking my locks, closing my curtains, jumping at every noise from the street below. By morning, I had almost convinced myself that I'd overreacted. The videos were probably just elaborate fakes, designed to shock users into taking privacy seriously. The messages were likely automated, triggered by my viewing activity. Nothing to worry about. I cautiously turned my laptop back on, but didn't reconnect to the internet immediately. Instead, I checked for any unusual files or programs that might have been installed. Everything seemed normal. When I finally reconnected and checked my email, there was nothing suspicious there either. I uninstalled the Secure Shield VPN app and decided to put the whole experience behind me. 3 days later, I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was simply my home address, nothing else. The body of the email contained a link. Despite every instinct screaming not to click it, my curiosity and fear got the better of me. I opened it in an incognito browser window. It was a Google Street View image of my flat building. But this wasn't from the public Street View database. This was a recent photo taken from across the street, showing my specific window. My curtains were open, and if I looked closely, I could just make out my silhouette sitting at my desk. Below the image was text that made my blood run cold. Premium members receive home visits. Your trial begins tomorrow. I left my flat that night, staying with a friend under the pretense that I had a plumbing issue. I reported the email to the police as a potential threat, but without more concrete evidence, they couldn't do much besides take a statement. I didn't tell them about the dark web videos. How could I explain that without implicating myself in potentially viewing something illegal? Over the next week, I received 3 more emails from different addresses. Each contained photos taken at increasingly close range. One from the street directly in front of my building, one from the entrance hallway, and finally, one that could only have been taken from inside my flat while I was away, showing my desk with my laptop closed on it. The final email had no text, just an attachment, a video file. It showed hooded figures entering an apartment that looked similar to mine, finding the occupant asleep, and I couldn't watch more than a few seconds. The file name was preview session24.mp4. I never returned to my flat. I quit my job, moved to a different city, changed my phone number, and created all new email addresses. I withdrew most of my savings in cash and found a place to rent that didn't require background checks or digital payments. I bought a new laptop and made sure it's never connected to any accounts that could be traced to my previous identity. It's been 3 months now. Sometimes I go days without thinking about it, almost convincing myself that I overreacted to an elaborate scare tactic. Then I'll notice someone looking at me too long on the street, or I'll receive an email to an account that no one should know about, containing nothing but a crown emoji. Last week, I woke up to find my new laptop open, when I know I closed it before going to bed. The browser was open to a blank page, with just a countdown timer showing 7 days. I don't know who these people are. I don't know if they're government operatives running some kind of twisted surveillance program, criminals documenting their activities, or something else entirely. I don't know why they chose me or what happens when the countdown reaches 0. All I know is that the tools we use to protect ourselves online can sometimes connect us to things we were never meant to see. And once you've been granted premium access, there's no way to cancel your subscription. I thought I was joining a community where people shared surplus vegetables from their gardens, but the harvesting schedules they sent me didn't match any growing season I'd ever heard of. Gardening runs in my family, though I'd never had much opportunity to try it myself. Where I grew up in Birmingham, we had a terrace with a tiny back garden, which meant our attempts at growing anything were limited to a few herbs in pots and maybe some tomatoes, if we were lucky. But my gran had always kept an allotment and talked endlessly about the satisfaction of growing your own food. When I moved to Leeds for university and ended up in a shared house with a proper back garden, I finally had the chance to try growing vegetables. Nothing ambitious, just basic stuff that would be useful for cooking and might help reduce my food bills. The problem was that I had no idea what I was doing. Despite my grand stories, I'd never actually learned the practical side of gardening. I knew plants needed water and soil, but beyond that, I was completely clueless about timing, spacing, fertilizing, or any of the details that separate successful gardeners from people who kill everything they touch. That's when I discovered online gardening communities where experienced growers shared advice with beginners and helped each other solve problems with pests, diseases, and failed crops. I found a platform called GrowShare that specialized in connecting people who wanted to learn gardening with experienced growers who were willing to mentor newcomers. The concept was simple. Beginners could access detailed growing guides and personalized advice, while experienced gardeners could share their knowledge and sometimes exchange surplus produce with people in their local area. The community seemed perfect for someone in my situation. Detailed planting calendars, troubleshooting guides for common problems, and a mentorship system that matched new gardeners with experienced growers who could provide ongoing support throughout the growing season. I was paired with a mentor called Tom, who claimed to have been growing vegetables for over 20 years and specialized in helping university students establish productive gardens in small urban spaces. His profile showed impressive photographs of abundant harvests and detailed knowledge of growing techniques suited to the Yorkshire climate. Tom's advice was comprehensive and specific. He provided detailed schedules for when to plant different crops, what varieties would work best in my garden conditions, and step-by-step instructions for preparing soil and caring for plants throughout their growing cycles. But some of his recommendations seemed unusual for someone supposedly focused on helping beginners grow food for personal consumption. Tom encouraged me to plant much larger quantities of certain vegetables than I could possibly use, even accounting for sharing with flatmates or preserving surplus harvest. When I mentioned that the recommended plantings seemed excessive for household consumption, he explained that successful gardening required planning for crop failures and that surplus produce could always be shared with other community members. He also recommended specific varieties that were described as particularly vigorous or high-yielding, but when I researched them through normal gardening sources, I found limited information and no obvious advantages over standard varieties available through mainstream suppliers. Most concerning were Tom's detailed questions about my garden's privacy, security, and accessibility. He wanted to know whether neighbors could see into the growing area, if there were any security cameras nearby, and how easily someone could access the garden without being observed. When I asked why these security considerations were relevant to growing vegetables, Tom explained that valuable crops sometimes attracted theft and that successful gardeners needed to protect their investments from people who might help themselves to produce they hadn't worked to grow. As the growing season progressed, Tom's advice became increasingly focused on cultivation techniques that seemed designed for commercial rather than domestic production. Instructions for maximizing yields through intensive planting and aggressive fertilization that would produce much more food than any household could reasonably consume. Recommendations for varieties that required specialized harvesting and processing methods not typically used for vegetables intended for immediate consumption. Tom also began providing detailed schedules for harvesting that didn't correspond to normal ripening patterns for the crops I was growing. Some vegetables were supposed to be harvested while still clearly unripe, while others were left much longer than would be normal for food production. When I questioned these unusual harvesting instructions, Tom emphasized the importance of following experienced guidance rather than relying on general information that might not be suitable for the specific varieties and growing conditions he'd recommended. But the harvesting schedules he provided seemed designed to optimize the production of materials other than food. Timing that would maximize certain chemical compounds in plants rather than their nutritional value or taste. I started researching the specific varieties Tom had recommended and found that several had properties that made them useful for purposes other than cooking. Some contained higher levels of compounds that could be extracted and processed for pharmaceutical or industrial uses. Others had characteristics that made them valuable for producing substances that weren't related to nutrition at all. I realized that Tom wasn't helping me learn to grow food. He was using my garden space and labor to cultivate crops that could be processed into materials for illegal drug production or other criminal activities. The detailed security questions weren't about protecting vegetables from theft. They were about assessing whether my garden could be used for an illegal cultivation without attracting attention from neighbors or law enforcement. The excessive planting quantities and specialized varieties were designed to produce raw materials that would be harvested and processed by people with expertise in extracting valuable compounds from plants that appeared to be normal vegetables. I was unknowingly providing agricultural services for a drug production operation, while thinking I was learning to grow food for personal consumption. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd already planted and tended crops according to Tom's detailed instructions. If law enforcement discovered the specialized varieties growing in my garden, I would appear to be deliberately cultivating plants for illegal drug production. When I tried to contact Tom to express concerns about the unusual growing recommendations, I found that his profile had been deleted and the contact information I'd been using was no longer active. The mentorship program had disappeared, leaving me with a garden full of suspicious plants and no way to verify their intended purpose or prove that I'd been deceived about their nature. I attempted to research the other mentors and participants in the GrowShare community, hoping to understand whether other people had experienced similar recruitment for unwitting agricultural support of illegal operations. What I found was that the platform had been used to identify people with suitable growing space who could be manipulated into cultivating illegal crops while believing they were learning legitimate gardening skills. The community specifically targeted university students and other young people who had access to private garden space but lacked experience to recognize unusual cultivation requirements or question guidance from supposed experts. The detailed growing instructions and specialized varieties were designed to produce maximum yields of materials that could be processed into illegal drugs, with the cultivation distributed across multiple small gardens to avoid the concentrated activity that might attract law enforcement attention. I was part of a systematic operation that used gardening education as cover for recruiting unwitting accomplices in illegal drug production, with each participant responsible for a small portion of the overall cultivation while remaining unaware of the criminal purpose. The agricultural skills I'd wanted to learn as a way to save money and connect with family traditions had instead made me an accessory to serious drug-related crimes. But extracting myself from the situation wasn't straightforward. The suspicious plants were already established in my garden, and removing them suddenly might create more problems than leaving them to complete their growing cycle. If neighbors or landlords noticed unusual activity in the garden, or if law enforcement became interested in the property for any reason, the specialized crops would be difficult to explain as innocent gardening mistakes. Meanwhile, the GrowShare platform continued operating under different names and with modified approaches, continuing to recruit new gardeners who would unknowingly provide agricultural support for illegal operations. People seeking to learn sustainable food production were being systematically exploited by criminals who understood that gardening communities provided perfect cover for distributing illegal cultivation across multiple locations. The legitimate educational content and community support made it nearly impossible for participants to recognize that they were being recruited for criminal activities rather than receiving genuine gardening instruction. I never harvested the crops that Tom had recommended, instead allowing them to die back naturally while trying to establish normal vegetables in other areas of the garden. But I remain concerned about the possibility that law enforcement might eventually investigate the drug production operation and discover evidence of the specialized cultivation that had taken place in gardens across Leeds and other university cities. 3 months after the growing season ended, someone broke into the garden during the night and carefully excavated specific areas where Tom's recommended plants had been growing, removing not just any remaining plant material, but several inches of soil that might have contained residual traces of what had been cultivated there. I think the most important lesson I've learned is that some threats don't announce themselves with dramatic music or warning signs. They slip quietly into your life through the devices you trust most. I learned this 3 months ago, and I haven't slept properly since. I work in digital marketing for a medium-sized agency in Bristol. Nothing particularly exciting, mostly managing social media campaigns and designing promotional materials for local businesses. I've always been glued to my phone, both for work and personal use. My girlfriend used to joke that I'd scroll through Instagram, even during the apocalypse. Ex-girlfriend now, actually. We broke up around a month before all this started. Nothing dramatic. Just one of those relationships that gradually fades out when you realize you're better as friends. After the breakup, I moved into a small flat on the outskirts of the city. One of those newer builds with paper-thin walls where you can hear your neighbors sneeze. I developed this habit of scrolling through my phone in bed before sleep. Reddit, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, whatever would keep my mind occupied. I'd always leave my AirDrop on, mainly because I frequently shared files between my phone and laptop, and I was too lazy to keep turning it on and off. I never really thought about the security implications. Why would I? I lived in a decent area, and most AirDrop requests were just people sharing memes on public transport. It was a Tuesday night in early March when it happened. I remember because I'd had a particularly tedious day at work dealing with a client who couldn't decide what shade of blue they wanted for their logo. I'd gotten into bed around midnight, flat dark except for the blue glow of my phone screen, illuminating my face as I mindlessly scrolled through social media. Outside, a light rain tapped against my bedroom window, and somewhere in the distance, a car alarm kept going off intermittently. That's when the AirDrop notification appeared on my screen. Unknown device would like to share a photo. The preview thumbnail was too small to make out clearly, but it looked like some kind of map or location pin. Normally, I'd have declined any random AirDrop requests, but something about being half asleep and curious made me accept it. It's amazing how one thoughtless tap can change everything. The photo loaded, and I immediately felt more alert. It was a Google Maps screenshot with a red pin dropped on a specific location. Below the image were coordinates typed in plain text. At first, I didn't think much of it. Probably someone trying to send their location to a friend and accidentally airdropping it to me instead. But something about it made me uncomfortable enough to actually check the coordinates. I copied the numbers and pasted them into Google Maps. The map centered and zoomed in on a location that made my blood run cold. It was my street. Not just my street, but specifically my block of flats. I sat up in bed suddenly wide awake. This had to be a coincidence, right? Maybe a neighbor was trying to send their address to someone and misclicked. I stared at my phone, half expecting another AirDrop to come through with an apology or explanation. None came. I got out of bed and went to the window, pulling the curtain aside just enough to peer out at the street below. The rain had picked up, blurring the streetlights into hazy orange globes. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. No suspicious figures standing under lampposts. No parked cars with people sitting inside them. Just the empty street, wet pavement reflecting the lights. I turned off AirDrop, put my phone on silent, and tried to sleep. I told myself it was nothing. A random coincidence, a technical glitch, or at worst, some neighbor playing a prank. But sleep didn't come easily. I kept thinking about those coordinates and how precisely they matched my location. The next morning, I'd almost convinced myself I'd overreacted. In the harsh light of day, the incident seemed less sinister. I even turned AirDrop back on, though I set it to contacts only rather than everyone. I went to work, had another mundane day arguing about color schemes, and returned home feeling foolish about my midnight paranoia. That night, as I was once again in bed scrolling through my phone, another notification appeared. Not AirDrop this time, but an email. The subject line was simply the same coordinates from the night before. The sender's address was a random string of numbers and letters at a domain I didn't recognize. My thumb hovered over the notification for several seconds before I finally tapped it. The email contained no text, just an attachment, a photo. When I opened it, I felt my stomach drop. It was a picture of me from earlier that day, standing at my kitchen window, washing dishes. The photo had clearly been taken from somewhere outside my flat, looking in. I immediately closed the blinds and checked that my door was locked. My heart pounded in my chest as I moved from room to room, making sure all windows were secured. I considered calling the police but hesitated. What would I tell them? That someone sent me coordinates and a photo? They'd hardly consider that an emergency. Instead, I called a friend who works in IT security. I tried to sound calm as I explained what had happened, but there was an edge to my voice that I couldn't hide. He asked about my online presence, whether I'd made anyone angry recently, if I used the same passwords across multiple sites, standard security questions that did nothing to address the fact that someone was physically watching me. He suggested I reset all my passwords, enable two-factor authentication, and check for any unusual apps or permissions on my devices. I did all of that, and also went through my social media, removing location tags from photos and tightening privacy settings. For good measure, I disconnected my smart TV and even put tape over my laptop's webcam. Paranoid, perhaps, but at that point, I didn't care. I barely slept that night, keeping one eye on the door and the other on my phone, which I'd set to airplane mode. The next day at work, I was distracted and irritable. Every notification made me jump, and I kept feeling like someone was watching me. My boss noticed and suggested I take the rest of the week off. I didn't argue. When I got home, I found a small package leaning against my door. No postmark, no delivery information, just a padded envelope with my name handwritten on the front. I stood in the hallway staring at it for what felt like minutes, afraid to touch it. Eventually, I used a pen to drag it inside before closing and locking the door behind me. I should have called the police then. I should have left it unopened. But curiosity, that same fatal curiosity that had made me accept the airdrop, got the better of me. I carefully opened the envelope, half expecting it to contain something dangerous. Inside was a USB drive and a folded piece of paper. The paper contained more coordinates, different from the first set. When I checked them on my phone, they pointed to a location about 20 miles outside the city, in a rural area I wasn't familiar with. Against my better judgment, I plugged the USB drive into my laptop. It contained a single video file. I clicked play and immediately wished I hadn't. The video showed someone, me, from various angles throughout the previous week. Me leaving my flat in the morning. Me at a cafe near my office. Me shopping at the supermarket. Me through the windows of my flat at night. The footage was clearly taken over several days from different locations, sometimes zoomed in from a distance, sometimes from frighteningly close proximity. The final clip was the most disturbing. It showed me asleep in my bed, filmed from inside my bedroom. The camera moved closer until it was directly over me, looking down at my unconscious face. A gloved hand appeared in the frame, hovering just above my cheek, not quite touching. The video ended with text appearing on screen. The coordinates are a meeting place. Come alone tomorrow at midnight, or the next video goes to everyone in your contact list. I know things about you that would destroy your life. I ripped the USB drive out of my laptop and threw it across the room. Someone had been in my flat. Someone had stood over me while I slept. I grabbed my phone and keys and ran out the door, not stopping until I reached my car. I drove straight to a friend's house on the other side of the city. I told my friend I'd had a break-in, which wasn't entirely untrue. I spent that night on their sofa, jumping at every sound. In the morning, I went to the police station and reported everything. The airdrop, the email, the USB, the video. They took it seriously, especially the footage from inside my flat, but warned me that these cases were difficult to solve. Whoever was doing this was tech-savvy and careful. They advised me not to go to the coordinates and to stay with friends until they could investigate further. I didn't go to the meeting place, of course. I'm not that stupid. Instead, I stayed at my friend's place, changed all my contact information, and eventually moved to a different city altogether. The police never found who was responsible. They suggested it might be connected to the dark web, possibly someone who had accessed my personal information through data breaches and decided to target me for their own twisted entertainment. It's been 3 months now. I've moved twice more since then. I don't use social media anymore. I've changed my name. I keep AirDrop permanently disabled and check for cameras everywhere I go. I sleep with the lights on when I manage to sleep at all. No more videos have appeared, no more coordinates. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I could swear I hear the soft click of a camera shutter. And occasionally, my phone will light up with a notification from an unknown sender that disappears before I can open it. The police have a theory that I was targeted through a dark web service where people pay to have strangers stalked, a form of entertainment for those sick enough to enjoy watching someone's life unravel from fear. They call it real-life streaming or surveillance tourism. The idea that someone paid to watch me, to terrify me, to turn my life into their personal horror show, keeps me awake at night more than any bump in the dark ever could. Because the thing about the dark web is that it's not just some abstract digital space. It's a marketplace where your privacy, your security, your peace of mind can be bought and sold without your knowledge. And once you've been chosen, you never really know if they've stopped watching or just gotten better at hiding. Sometimes I wonder about those coordinates, about what would have happened if I'd gone to that meeting place. But I know I made the right choice. Some questions are better left unanswered, because on the dark web, your life is just content for someone else's entertainment, and the show only ends when they decide it does. The scariest moments often begin with the most ordinary actions. 5 months ago, I was just looking for a charger in my brother's room. But what I found changed everything I thought I knew about him, about our family, about the thin line between curiosity and danger. I was home from university for the summer break, staying in my childhood bedroom that had been partially converted into a storage space since I'd moved out. My younger brother Jake was 16 at the time, in that phase where privacy becomes sacred territory. He'd always been quiet, more comfortable with technology than people, spending hours in his room playing games or coding, or whatever it was that kept him glued to his screens. We'd never been especially close. The 4-year age gap meant we'd always existed in different social worlds, but we got along well enough. That afternoon, I'd been watching Netflix on my laptop when the battery died, and my charger was nowhere to be found. My parents were both at work, and Jake was at football practice, so I figured I'd borrow his. I knew he kept a spare one in his desk drawer because I'd seen him grab it once when we were leaving for a family trip. I didn't think he'd mind. It wasn't like I was snooping through his things, just grabbing a charger. His room was surprisingly tidy for a teenage boy. Bed made, clothes put away, desk organized with his laptop closed and his tablet propped up on a stand. The tablet was still on, screen dimmed but not locked. I opened his desk drawer and found the charger easily enough, but as I was about to leave, the tablet screen lit up with a notification. I didn't mean to look, honestly. It was just one of those automatic things where your eyes are drawn to sudden movement. The notification was from an app I didn't recognize, something with a dark icon hidden in a folder labeled Games 2. I probably would have ignored it completely if not for the preview text. Package confirmed. Coordinates uploaded. Something about the wording struck me as odd. Not like a normal game notification about completed quests or energy refills. I hesitated for a moment, feeling that boundary between respecting his privacy and a growing sense of concern. Jake had been acting differently lately, more secretive, staying up until strange hours, occasionally receiving packages he'd quickly hide away. Our mum had chalked it up to typical teenage behavior, but something about those small changes had been nagging at me. I tapped the folder, labeled Games 2. Inside were several apps that looked like standard games, the kinds with colorful icons and generic names. But among them was one that stood out. A dark blue icon with a simple T logo. I recognized it immediately as Tor, the browser commonly used to access the dark web. My stomach tightened. I'd read enough articles and seen enough documentaries to know what the dark web was, that hidden part of the internet where illegal marketplaces thrived. What was my 16-year-old brother doing with a Tor browser? Maybe he was just curious, I told myself. Maybe it was for a school project on internet security or digital privacy. I should have put the tablet down right then. Should have taken the charger and left, maybe mentioned it casually to Jake later. But instead, I tapped the Tor icon. It opened immediately, no password, no fingerprint required. He'd left himself logged in. The browser opened to what looked like a marketplace, dark background, simple text links, product listings with Bitcoin prices. My heart rate quickened as I realized I was looking at a page selling illegal substances, various pills, powders, and plants, all categorized and rated by users like some twisted version of Amazon. I scrolled through the page, feeling increasingly ill. Was Jake buying drugs? He'd never shown any signs of substance abuse. No dilated pupils, no mood swings, no missing money. He was still getting top marks in school, still attending his coding club. It didn't make sense. Then I noticed he was logged into an account. The username Quantum Shift appeared in the corner with a small inbox icon showing unread messages. The privacy boundary was now a distant memory as I tapped on the inbox, driven by growing concern for my brother. The messages loaded, showing a conversation between Quantum Shift and someone called Vendox. 3. As I read through them, confusion gave way to dawning horror. Jake wasn't buying drugs. He was selling something called access packages. From what I could piece together, he was offering live feeds into people's homes, their security cameras, baby monitors, laptops, and phones. The messages discuss prices for different access levels and durations of entertainment. Vendor X3 was apparently a middleman who connected Jake with clients willing to pay for these access packages. My hands were shaking now. This couldn't be right. My quiet, awkward brother, who still collected Pokemon cards, couldn't be hacking into people's devices and selling access to strangers. But the evidence was right there in front of me. Detailed instructions on how to access specific cameras, usernames and passwords for various accounts. Even screenshots showing living rooms, bedrooms and other private spaces. I scrolled further and found a folder labeled Inventory. Inside were dozens of files, each named with what looked like postcodes. I clicked on one at random and felt my blood turn to ice. It was a document containing everything about a family living just 3 streets away from us. Their names, ages, work schedules, the layout of their home, their Wi-Fi password, and links to access their various connected devices. There were notes about their routines when they were typically out of the house, and even details about a hidden spare key. At the bottom was a disturbing note. Premium package, £350 per month. Full access plus entry potential. I recognized the family's name. They had a daughter in year 7, the same school Jake attended. Their son played on the same football team. These weren't random targets. These were people we knew. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. How had Jake done this? He was good with computers, sure, but this level of hacking seemed beyond a teenager's capabilities. Had he found some exploit? Learned from someone online? More importantly, did he understand the full implications of what he was doing? I nearly dropped the tablet when I heard the front door open downstairs. Jake was home early. I quickly closed the browser, put the tablet back exactly as I'd found it, and grabbed the charger. I was halfway to the door when I heard his footsteps on the stairs. We nearly collided in the hallway. His face registered surprise, then suspicion. I held up the charger, mumbling something about borrowing it, trying to keep my voice steady despite the typhoon of thoughts swirling in my head. He nodded, but his eyes narrowed slightly, tracking my movements with unusual intensity. Had he always looked at people that way, and I just never noticed? Back in my room, I paced back and forth, unsure what to do. Tell our parents, confront Jake directly, call the police. This wasn't some harmless teenage rebellion or victimless crime. He was violating people's privacy in the most fundamental way, potentially putting them at risk of theft, stalking, or worse. I decided to gather more information before doing anything drastic. Over the next few days, I paid closer attention to Jake's behavior. I noticed things I'd overlooked before. How he would sometimes stop typing when someone walked behind him. How he had multiple external hard drives hidden throughout his room. How he would take phone calls outside where no one could hear. One night, I pretended to be asleep when he crept downstairs at 2 a.m. I followed silently and watched from the stairwell as he opened our neighbor's garden gate, using gloves despite the warm summer night. He placed a small device, barely larger than a pound coin, under their garden bench, then returned home, looking around carefully before coming inside. The next morning, I searched online and discovered the device was likely a Wi-Fi repeater or signal interceptor. My technical knowledge was limited, but from what I could understand, he was creating a network of devices to help him access home systems remotely. I was in over my head, terrified of what my brother was involved in, but equally scared of what might happen to him if I reported him. Would he go to juvenile detention? Would this follow him forever? Was there a way to stop him without destroying his future? A week after my discovery, I came home to find Jake sitting in my room, my laptop open in front of him. His face was emotionless as he turned the screen toward me. On it was my search history. How to report cybercrime. What happens to underage hackers? Wi-Fi signal interceptors illegal. "You went through my tablet," he said, his voice unnervingly calm. Not a question, a statement. He stood up, closing the laptop. "You don't understand what you've seen." I tried to explain that I was worried about him, that he was committing serious crimes, but he just smiled, a cold expression I'd never seen on my little brother before. He told me he wasn't just some script kiddie playing around. He had connections now, people who valued his skills, who would be very unhappy if his operation was compromised. Then he showed me something on his phone, a live feed of our parents' bedroom, their bathroom, their car. He scrolled through more feeds. My university accommodation, my friend's flat, my girlfriend's house. Places I'd been, bringing my devices, unknowingly carrying his malware wherever I went. "I've been practicing on our family first," he explained, as casually as if discussing a school project. It's easier to test new methods on familiar networks. His expression hardened. If you say anything to anyone, all of this data gets uploaded to my clients. Every private moment, every conversation, everything. That was 5 months ago. I've since returned to university, trying to maintain the illusion that everything is normal. Jake acts like our conversation never happened when we speak on the phone or during video calls. But sometimes, when my laptop camera light flickers for no reason, or my phone restarts unexpectedly, I'm reminded that my brother is always watching. I've disconnected most of my devices, bought covers for every camera, and used public computers for anything important. But I know it's not enough. The dark web has given a 16-year-old boy power that no one should have, and I'm trapped by the consequences of his actions and my discovery. What terrifies me most isn't just that Jake is spying on people, it's that he's selling what he sees to strangers with unknown intentions. Every day, I wonder what those clients are doing with their access packages. Are they just voyeurs, or are they planning something worse? And how many other families are living with their own Jake? Someone they trust who has secretly turned their private lives into commodities on the dark web marketplace. I don't know how this ends. I don't know how to save my brother from what he's becoming, or how to protect the people he's targeting. I only know that the line between the dark web and our everyday lives is much thinner than we want to believe. And sometimes, the most dangerous predator isn't some anonymous hacker on the other side of the world. Sometimes, it's the quiet teenager down the hall, the one who knows your routines, your passwords, and exactly when you'll be most vulnerable. I never thought I'd be the type of person to stumble into something genuinely horrifying. Most people don't, I suppose. We go about our mundane lives assuming the worst things happen to other people in other places, never suspecting that horror might be actively seeking us out. It started with redundancy. After 8 years working for a marketing firm in Birmingham, I found myself suddenly unemployed thanks to corporate restructuring. The severance package was decent enough to keep me afloat for a few months, but job hunting in my field had become increasingly competitive. Every position attracted hundreds of applicants, and at 34, I was starting to feel like damaged goods in a market that seemed to favor fresh graduates. After 6 weeks of rejections and automated responses, I'd exhausted the mainstream job sites. That's when a mate from university mentioned he'd found freelance work through what he called alternative channels. Nothing dodgy, he assured me, just companies that preferred discretion and paid well for specialized skills. He wouldn't elaborate much, but he did give me a web address that looked nothing like the usual recruitment sites. The initial interface was surprisingly professional, clean, minimalist design, with a simple registration form. It asked for basic details, experience, skills, availability. Nothing seemed unusual until I reached the section about work preferences. Among the standard options like full-time, part-time, and contract work, there was something called performance-based assignments. The description was vague, mentioning client satisfaction and results-driven compensation. I ticked several boxes, including that one, and submitted my application. Within hours, I received an email with a link to what appeared to be a more detailed application process. This is where things became strange. The second form was extensive, asking increasingly personal questions. It wanted to know about my living situation, whether I lived alone, my relationship status, family connections. There were questions about my comfort level with confidential work, my discretion regarding client privacy, and whether I'd be willing to sign comprehensive non-disclosure agreements. Most oddly, it asked about my appearance, requesting recent photographs and basic physical statistics. I nearly abandoned the application at that point, but unemployment has a way of making you consider options you'd normally dismiss. I told myself this was probably for some sort of client-facing role that required specific presentation standards. The third stage involved a video interview, but not the kind I expected. Instead of speaking with a recruiter, I was asked to record myself answering a series of questions. The questions themselves were peculiar. They focused heavily on my ability to follow instructions precisely, my comfort with being observed, and my willingness to participate in projects that might seem unusual but were completely legal. One question particularly stuck with me. Describe a time when you did something you weren't entirely comfortable with because the compensation was worthwhile. I found myself being more honest than I'd intended, discussing some of the more questionable marketing campaigns I'd worked on in my previous job. A week passed without response. I'd almost forgotten about the application when I received a phone call from an unlisted number. The voice was professionally pleasant, but offered no company name or personal identification. They simply said I'd been selected for a trial assignment and asked if I was still interested. The pay they quoted was substantial, more than I'd earned in 3 months at my previous job, for what they described as a one-day commitment with possible ongoing opportunities. They couldn't provide details over the phone, they explained, due to client confidentiality requirements, but assured me everything was above board. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop in central Birmingham. I was told to look for someone carrying a red folder and wearing a blue scarf. The whole thing felt like something from a spy film, but I was curious enough to go along with it. The person I met defied my expectations entirely. Rather than some shadowy figure, she was a well-dressed woman in her 40s who could have been anyone's aunt. Professional, articulate, and completely ordinary. She introduced herself as Sarah, though she mentioned that wasn't her real name, and apologized for the cloak and dagger approach. She explained that her organization facilitated what she called emotionally authentic live experiences for clients seeking genuine human connection. The work involved participating in specialized digital interactions that provided viewers with access to unfiltered personal moments. She emphasized that everything was legal, consensual, and that I would maintain complete autonomy over my involvement. The way she described it made it sound like some sort of therapeutic service, perhaps for isolated wealthy clients who craved authentic human interaction. She mentioned that traditional media had become too artificial, and there was growing demand for unscripted, genuine experiences. When I asked for more specifics, she became slightly evasive, saying that client requirements varied significantly and that each assignment was tailored to individual comfort levels. She did mention that the work took place in controlled environments with professional equipment, and that safety was their primary concern. What convinced me was the advance payment she offered, enough to cover my rent for 2 months just for agreeing to a trial session. If I decided not to continue after seeing what was involved, I could keep the money with no obligations. The location she gave me was an industrial estate on the outskirts of Coventry. The building looked like a converted warehouse, professionally maintained, but unremarkable from the outside. Inside, it was surprisingly sophisticated. Multiple rooms equipped with professional lighting and camera equipment, all very clean and organized. I was introduced to what they called the technical team. 3 people who seemed competent and professional. They explained that I'd be participating in a live broadcast to a select audience, following simple instructions from a director. The scenario, they said, would involve me responding to audience requests in real time, but nothing that would make me genuinely uncomfortable. The room I was brought to looked like a cross between a television studio and a comfortable living space. There were cameras positioned at various angles, professional lighting, and a comfortable chair positioned in the center. A large monitor displayed what appeared to be a chat interface, though I couldn't read the text from where I sat. They fitted me with a small earpiece and explained that I'd receive instructions through it. The director would tell me what to do, and I should follow along naturally. They emphasized that if I became uncomfortable at any point, I could simply say so and the session would end immediately. As the session began, I could see numbers appearing on the monitor. What I assumed were viewer counts. The figures were higher than I'd expected, climbing into the hundreds. The director's voice in my earpiece was calm and professional, initially asking me to introduce myself using a fake name they'd provided. The first instructions were mundane. Stand up, walk around the room, describe what I was wearing. The audience seemed to be asking questions that the director relayed to me. Standard things like where I was from, what I did for work, whether I enjoyed being on camera. Gradually, the request became more personal. The director asked me to talk about my living situation, my relationships, my daily routine. I found myself sharing details about my unemployment, my loneliness, the financial pressures I was facing. Then came requests that made me slightly uncomfortable. I was asked to provide my address, my phone number, details about my neighbors. When I hesitated, the director explained that this was part of the service. Clients paid for authentic, personal connections with performers. She assured me that all information was kept strictly confidential and used only to enhance the viewer experience. The session continued for about 2 hours, with me answering increasingly intimate questions about my life, my fears, my vulnerabilities. By the end, I felt drained but satisfied that I'd completed the assignment successfully. The audience numbers had grown significantly, and the director seemed pleased with my performance. I was paid immediately and told to expect follow-up sessions. The money was exactly what I needed, and despite feeling slightly unsettled by some of the questions, I agreed to consider future sessions. Over the next few days, I noticed small things that bothered me. A car I didn't recognize parked across from my flat several times. Phone calls that rang twice and stopped. An envelope in my mailbox with no return address, containing only a photo of me walking to the shops. When I called the number Sarah had given me, it was disconnected. The building in Coventry was empty when I drove out to check, with no signs that anyone had been there recently. It was only when I started researching online that I began to understand what I'd actually participated in. The term that kept appearing was Red Room, live broadcasts where audiences paid to watch real people in vulnerable situations, with the entertainment value coming from the subject's genuine distress and fear. I realized that everything I'd shared during that session, my address, my routine, my vulnerabilities, had been broadcast to an audience that wasn't looking for entertainment in any conventional sense. They were looking for someone isolated, financially desperate, and emotionally fragile. The follow-up contact came exactly a week later, but not in the way I'd expected. Instead of a phone call or email, I found a note slipped under my door. It contained a single line: "Thank you for your application. The position is now permanent." That night, I noticed the car parked outside again, but this time I could see someone sitting in it, watching my windows. When I looked closer, I saw they were holding what looked like a high-end camera. I've been researching how to disappear completely, but I'm beginning to suspect it's too late for that. The audience I performed for wasn't just watching for entertainment. They were evaluating me for something much more permanent. The final confirmation came through a Reddit message from a throwaway account. Someone had sent me a link with a simple message: "Thought you should see this. The website was selling subscriptions to what it called ongoing lifestyle content. The preview thumbnail made my stomach drop. It was me sitting in my living room, photographed through my window. The monthly subscription price was higher than my old salary. I'm writing this from a hotel room in Manchester, but I don't think distance matters anymore. The internet has made geography irrelevant, and I've already given them everything they need to find me anywhere. The worst part is knowing that I applied for this myself, answered all their questions willingly, and provided them with a complete roadmap to my destruction. I was so focused on the immediate payment that I never considered what I was actually selling. If you're ever desperate enough to consider unconventional work opportunities, especially ones that seem too good to be true, please learn from my mistake. Some audiences aren't looking for performance. They're looking for victims.